My beautiful sexy aunt. Soaking in a comfortably warm bathtub with a cigarette in hand, this was the definition of enjoyment. Of course, it would be even better if a beautiful woman were there to offer a massage, regardless of who was massaging whom. For a man, merely thinking about such a thing could cause a certain reaction. It was perfectly normal. Damn it, can't you behave for a moment? How uncivilized. Cursing under his breath, Li Nanfang suddenly heard a loud bang from the living room door, followed by the shattering of glass. He didn't move, not even opening his eyes. After all, this was a hotel, not his home. Even if some troublemaker barged in, the hotel security would handle it. As a mere guest, there was no need for him to intervene. However, if that troublemaker were to enter the bathroom, he wouldn't be able to ignore it any longer. Sigh, I can't even take a peaceful bath. Is this any way to live? Letting out a resigned sigh, Li Nanfang finally opened his eyes reluctantly, only to be greeted by the sight of a stunning blonde woman. She was young, with exquisitely cold features, a tall and slender figure, a white blouse with a deep V-neck, and a black office-style skirt. Her long legs, bare without stockings, were dazzlingly fair, and she wore black high-heeled sandals. Her chest was rising and falling rapidly, as if she had been running, seemingly on the verge of bursting through her blouse's buttons. What was the meaning of this woman suddenly rushing in? Could it be that God had truly heard Li Nanfang's unspoken wishes and sent a beauty to give him a massage? Just as he was considering whether he should express gratitude to the Almighty, the woman suddenly reached up and yanked off her blonde hair. It turned out she had only been wearing a wig. Beneath it was a head of silky black hair. She looked much more pleasing this way. As Li Nanfang nodded in satisfaction, the woman, without saying a word, suddenly began stripping off her clothes. He had never seen a woman undress so quickly, almost in the blink of an eye. She was completely naked. Then, without hesitation, she strode forward and stepped into the bathtub. "Oh, miss, what are you?" Before he could finish his sentence, the woman straddled his stomach, wrapping her arms around his neck. Just as he was about to push her away, he felt something hard pressing against the left side of his neck. He didn't even need to look, just by feel, he could tell it was a gun. Sure enough, the woman whispered coldly, "Don't move, or I'll shoot you." Li Nanfang immediately froze, swallowing hard. Then what do you want? I'm being hunted. I need you to cooperate and help me get through this. I'll make it worth your while. Before she could finish speaking, footsteps could be heard rushing in from outside. It sounded like a lot of people had entered the room. Remember, we're a couple on vacation in America. Before her words had even fully landed, the bathroom door was kicked open. A man in a black suit appeared in the doorway, gun in hand. "R." The woman immediately let out a startled scream, feigning terror. In an instant, she slid downward, pressing herself against Li Nanfang's chest, whispering, "Shout at them. Tell them to get lost, R." Before she could finish, a sharp pain shot through her. Water had a lubricating effect. Given the right force and angle, an unexpected event could occur between a man and a woman. Wait, it went in just like that. Li Nanfang was stunned. The searing pain reminded the woman that the body she had safeguarded for over 20 years had just been taken by this man. Overwhelmed by pain and fury, her vision darkened. She gritted her teeth, about to pull the trigger and end him, but the urgency of the situation held her back. Forcing herself to endure the pain, she growled in a hushed voice, "Shout. R." This time, Li Nanfang instantly understood her meaning. He let out a furious shout, sat up, and pulled her into his arms. With a face full of rage and humiliation, he glared at the stunned man in the black suit at the doorway and roared, "Who let you in? Get the hell out!" Chapter 2, Move. The man in the black suit finally snapped out of it, quickly apologized, and reached out to close the door. "Sorry. Jack, what's going on?" Hearing the yelling from inside, Jack's companions all turned to look at him. With an amused expression, he whispered, "Just a couple having some fun in there." A man and a woman enjoying a bath together in a hotel room wasn't exactly an unusual sight. Since their priority was hunting down the blonde woman, they had no interest in disturbing someone else's intimate moment. They all nodded in understanding and began searching the bedroom. Behind the sofa in the living room, nothing. Under the bed, empty. Inside the wardrobe, no one. The leader of the black-suited men rushed to their window, pushed aside the broken glass shards from a shattered chair, and looked down at the street from the third floor. After scanning for a few seconds, he waved his hand and shouted. She jumped out. After her. Following his lead, the men in black leaped out of the window one after another, using the air conditioning units mounted on the exterior walls as footholds. Like characters in a platformer game, they swiftly reached the ground and split up to chase in different directions. Are they gone? Just as Li Nantang finished listening carefully and muttered those words, the woman in his arms suddenly grabbed him by the throat and slammed his head against the edge of the bathtub. Her eyes, burning with fury, glared at him with the intensity of a wild beast. Hey, you! Before Li Nantang could react, the woman raised her right hand. A Browning pistol pressed firmly against his forehead. He immediately raised his hands in surrender, his voice trembling. Don't be rash. Let's talk this through. Talk my ass. The woman cursed, her finger clicking off the safety with a cold snap. Look, this isn't my fault, is it? A flicker of sharpness flashed in Li Nantang's eyes. He was starting to feel annoyed. If she really intended to pull the trigger, he was confident he could knock her away before the bullet even left the chamber. Yes, he admitted he had done something to her. But was that really his fault? The responsibility was entirely on her. If anything, he was the real victim here. Hearing his argument, the woman was momentarily stunned. Her voice turned hoarse as she asked, "Then what do you propose we do?" Li Nantang shook his head. He had no idea either. In truth, he wanted to suggest that, since the deed was already done, they might as well go all their way and enjoy themselves. As if reading his mind, the woman pressed the barrel harder against his head. You want to make the best of this situation. Li Nantang quickly denied it. Hey, you're the one who said that, not me. The woman's expression flickered between anger and hesitation. After a moment of gritting her teeth, she finally made up her mind. Move, she growled in a low voice. Li Nantang was confused. Move what? Move. The woman didn't waste time explaining. She simply pressed the gun against him again. Only then did Li Nantang understand. He quickly protested, "Miss, I'm not that kind of man." Her eyes narrowed dangerously. Do you want to die? Nope. He really didn't. So, he had no choice but to move. Having been with many women before, this was the first time he'd ever been forced into this kind of situation at gunpoint. It was a bizarre experience, evoking a mix of emotions he couldn't quite describe. To make matters worse, just as he was finally getting into it, the woman suddenly stood up with a splash. What now? He asked hurriedly. Nothing. Turns out, this wasn't that big of a deal after all. She looked disappointed. As she stepped out of the bathtub toward her clothes, her steps were slightly unsteady. Li Nantang was dumbfounded. That's it. You're leaving. What? You want to keep going? The woman spun around and raised the gun at him again. Terrified, Li Nantang immediately threw up his hands in surrender, signaling that he had no such intentions. Kid, make sure I never see you again, or you're dead. She gritted her teeth and sneered coldly before starting to get dressed. Damn, was that her first time? When Li Nantang noticed a faint crimson tinge in the water, he realized just how absurdly lucky he had just been. Chapter 3, Perfect Reverse Aging. The woman had been gone for quite a while, yet Li Nanfang still felt dazed, wondering if he had just been dreaming. Even in the most absurd novels, such a scenario seemed too far-fetched. It felt unreal yet thrilling. What left him feeling unfulfilled was that just as he was finally getting into the passive role, the woman suddenly lost interest, got up, and left without considering the victim's feelings at all. Fortunately, his left hand was still there. As he lit a cigarette, intending to savor the moment, the phone on the chair beside him suddenly buzzed. Sigh. He reached for the phone, glanced at the caller ID, and let out a deep sigh before answering. An elderly voice came through. Nanfang, what are you doing right now? I'm lying on a beach in Hawaii, basking in the sun, Li Nanfang answered lazily while staring at the ceiling. Lots of beautiful women here, long legs, curvy bodies. Do you want to come and feast your eyes? You little brat. Is that how you talk to your master? Cut the nonsense. If you've got something to say, say it. If not, I'm hanging up. Long-distance calls are expensive. Li Nanfang showed no respect for the old man. Wait, of course, there's something. The old man hesitated for a moment before asking slowly, do you still remember Usatone? Usatone? Hearing that name, Li Nanfang's heart skipped a beat, and a trace of pain flashed through his eyes. How could he forget Yuzitone? For so many years, every time he thought of that name, the door to the painful memories buried deep within him would be flung open. 24 years ago, a baby was born. According to the old man, the night the baby was born, there was thunder and lightning, strong winds howling, and the distant northwestern sky was burning red as if set ablaze. It was an omen often associated with the birth of a great figure. However, that baby was no great person. At least, Li Nanfang was certain of that because he was that very baby, abandoned at birth. He wasn't abandoned because he was an illegitimate child but because he was born looking like an 80-year-old man. His skin was wrinkled and loose, and he was covered in age spots. He had been afflicted with progeria, a rare genetic disorder causing premature aging. To this day, science has yet to unravel the mystery of congenital progeria. It is known that only 1 in 8 million newborns might develop at a probability even lower than winning the jackpot with a 2-yuan lottery ticket. Most children with progeria don't live past 13. By the age of 7, Li Nanfang had already understood that he wouldn't live long. However, the old man who raised him was adamant that he was destined to be a savior sent by the heavens to vanquish evil and rescue humanity. 7-year-old children are easy to deceive, so Li Nanfang eagerly awaited the day he would grow up to fulfill his supposed destiny as a savior. As if the old man truly had connections with the heavens, he declared that Li Nanfang would survive, and he did. Moreover, as Li Nanfang grew older, the age spots on his skin began to fade. His teeth started to grow, and his sparse white hair thickened, turning a shade of grayish-white. Reverse aging. While other progeria patients aged rapidly toward death, he aged backward toward youth. He safely made it to 14. Though his appearance was still that of a man 50 years older than his peers, he at least looked more like a normal little old man. The only thing that remained unchanged were his eyes, which became increasingly clear and profound, still carrying the innocence of a boy. That was the year the old man took him to the Yu family in Jinghua, the family of his master's wife. There, Li Nanfang met the youngest sister of his master's wife, a girl 2 years younger than him named Yuzitone. By seniority, he was supposed to call her aunt. It was this so-called aunt who ruined what little happiness he had left. Out of curiosity about the female body, he secretly peeked at Yuzitone while she was bathing. When Yuzitone discovered that the strange boy her elder sister had brought home was spying on her, she screamed in terror, alerting everyone in the household. The old man was the first to rush in. He grabbed Li Nanfang by the hair and gave him a brutal beating. If it weren't for his master's wife intervening, he might have been beaten to death on the spot. After such an incident, his master's wife was too ashamed to remain in her family home any longer. Besides, the Yu family had never accepted her marriage in the first place. That very night, she took Li Nanfang and left the Yu household. To punish him for his lecherous behavior, the old man ignored his master's wife's desperate protests and threw him into a den of foreign bandits, sternly declaring, "You are nothing but an abandoned freak. If you want to rise above your station, you must endure hardship." For 10 whole years, Li Nanfang endured countless trials and tribulations. Yet, as the saying goes, through bitter cold, the plum blossom's fragrance emerges. He not only perfectly reversed his aging, transforming into a strikingly handsome man, but he also found his purpose in life. In the open, he was a respected private detective in New York. In the shadows, he became a ghost of the night, silently appearing before the wicked and ensuring that they paid the price they long deserved. Chapter 4: Their master's wife will cry. Li Nanfang suspected that there might be a terrible devil hidden in his unique body, who always wanted to run out and wreak havoc on the world. Whenever he did something good like helping an old lady cross the street, he would feel extremely annoyed, but when he did something bad, especially killing someone, he would feel particularly excited, and had a strong urge to bite someone's neck and suck all their blood. But after this excitement, he would feel extremely tired, as if he had a serious illness, and just wanted to fall to the ground. This is his secret, no one knows it, and he has no intention of telling anyone. Now, after hearing the old man mention Yuzitone's name, the demon in Li Nanfang's body began to stir again, roaring and bewitching him as before. "It was she who made us suffer for so many years. Go, kill that ugly girl with a body like a bean sprout, and drink all her blood." "No, that's my master's wife's little sister, I can't hurt her." Just like usual, when Li Nanfang felt the roar of the devil inside his body, his eyebrows and eyes trembled violently, and he muttered with heavy breathing. The old man on the other end of the phone heard his mumbling and asked, What are you talking about? Nothing. Li Nanfang took a deep breath, suppressed the evil spirit, and asked calmly, why did you suddenly mention her? The old man slowly replied, I want you to go to her and protect her. What, let me protect her? Li Nanfang interrupted the old man and sneered, Har, are you kidding me? The old man should know what a bad impression Yuzatone left on him. Didn't I just peek at you taking a bath? It's not a big deal, and it won't cost me a piece of meat. As for making a fuss, which caused me to get beaten half to death and suffer for so many years. Since he knows all this, why does he want Li Nanfang to protect her now? Is this not a joke? The old man asked back, you don't want to do it. Li Nanfang answered bluntly, no, I won't do it even if I die. The old man didn't force him, but just said, okay then. But if anything happens to Yuzatone, your master's wife will cry. Li Nanfang would rather jump into a fire pit, or kill everyone in the world. He didn't want his master's wife to shed another tear because of him. This was the poisonous oath he made when he grew up, and it was also the only poisonous oath he made. Fuck, then tell me in detail. After the old man carried out the master's wife, Li Nanfang had no strength to resist and could only admit defeat. According to the latest news the old man has received, someone wants to harm his sister-in-law Yuzatone, and he hopes that Li Nanfang can provide her with close protection for a year. If something goes wrong, his master's wife, who treats him as her own son, will cry. To Black Phantom, protecting someone from harm for a year was not a big deal. Although he hated Yuzatone so much that he would rather run naked around New York 3 times than do it, in order to prevent his master's wife from crying, he could only do it obediently. Okay, when do we leave? There are 2 more things to note. First, you can't tell Zitong that she's in danger now. If she knew, she would be frightened. When a beautiful girl is frightened, she will age particularly quickly. That's not protecting her, but committing a crime. She is the only one who has anything to do with the word beautiful. Li Nanfang's face was full of disbelief. The image of Yuzatone 10 years ago appeared in front of him again. He opened his mouth and made a vomiting gesture. He, my old man's sister-in-law, wouldn't she be pretty? The old man snorted coldly, do you want to ask your master's wife? The old man brought up the master's wife again. Even if Yuzatone was an ugly one-eyed freak, Li Nanfang had to admit that she was pretty. Okay, she's pretty, okay? Let's talk about the next thing to note. This is very simple. It depends on how you approach her. How about a rich boy? I think I'm the best fit. Don't dream about that. Fuck, then let's go to the overseas returnees, the kind with good manners. Have you graduated from junior high school? The old man interrupted Li Nanfang again, which made him very angry. This is not okay, that is not okay, so what do you mean? He must be a released prisoner. The old man said slowly, this one is very suitable for you. Chapter 5, Marrying a Monster. July 1st, Qingshan City, China. In the conference room of Kaihuang Group's headquarters building located at number 37 Qinxiao Street, more than a dozen company representatives sat upright on both sides of the conference table, listening to General Manager Yu's speech. Kaihuang Group, a star private enterprise in Qingshan City, mainly operates in businesses related to women. In this world, women's money is undoubtedly the easiest to make. What they wear, put on their faces, and hold in their hands, as long as the level of deception is high enough and the price is high enough to make people feel distressed, they will cry and shout to give the money, and don't care how hard their husbands work to earn it. Yuzatone convened this meeting today because a consumer suffered a severe allergic shock after using the company's hair removal cream. Fortunately, the rescue was timely and no one was killed. This is a major event and Yuzatone has no choice but to take it seriously. Chi Hongjun, the vice president in charge of production, had sweat on his forehead since the meeting started. President Yu, who was usually quite cold and arrogant, was particularly angry today. He didn't give the vice president any face in front of so many people and even said something cruel, if you can't do it, step down and let someone else take over. It was not until President Yu picked up the water cup and drank a sip of water, then picked up a cigarette and lit it, that everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief and began to wonder why President Yu was so angry. Little did everyone know that the real reason why General Yu was angry was that she accidentally lost Wang Hua's body when she was performing her last mission in the United States last month. Oh, what bad luck, how could it be such a coincidence? As the smoke rose, Yuzatone recalled the scene that made her feel ashamed, and the guy who took away her virginity. In fact, after leaving the hotel that day, she regretted not shooting the man. But at the same time, she also had a vague sense of pleasure in revenge. Giving it to anyone for the first time was much better than giving it to that disgusting monster. 10 years ago, that monster actually dared to peek at her taking a bath after being discovered. He was beaten half to death by the most useless brother-in-law in the family. Yuzutone still felt a little sorry for him. But on the night when my eldest sister took the monster away, my grandfather ignored her feelings and said that they were destined to be together, so they should follow the fourth rule of the Yu family and get married when they grow up. Although Yuzutone was only 12 years old that year, she was so scared that she fainted on the spot after hearing what her grandfather said. If it weren't for her mother, Yuzutone would rather die than marry that monster. In order to let her mother, who came from a poor family and was timid by nature, stay away from the intrigue of the rich family and have a happy old age, Yuzutone agreed to marry that monster when she grew up after not eating or drinking for a whole day, but on the condition that she would not tell anyone, and the Yu family would prepare a generous dowry for her, and she would live alone with her mother. Mr. Yu agreed to her request, and Kaihuang Group was her dowry. Yuzutone, feeling that fate was unfair, joined the National Security Bureau at the age of 16 in order to make himself stronger and became a glorious agent. Old Man Yu didn't object to her becoming a special agent, but he gave her a condition: she had to retire by the end of June this year at the latest and prepare to marry Li Nanfang. To ensure that she could become a qualified president, Yuzutone officially took over the position of president of Kaihuang Group 2 years ago to prepare for her official retirement. I heard that the monster was taken abroad by my eldest brother-in-law shortly after he peeked at me taking a bath. I don't know whether he died there or not. There has been no news about him over the years. But it's a bit scary. My grandfather called me last night and said that the monster would come to Qingshan to find me today. He also told me not to be afraid because he has become a normal person now. TSK, even if he becomes a normal person, he'll still be a disgusting monster. Thinking of her delicate and tender body that was about to be crushed and trampled on by a disgusting monster, Yuzutone wanted to vomit, and she gritted her teeth in hatred, making a crackling sound. When the executives saw her like this, their nerves tensed up again and they dared not breathe, for fear of incurring CEO Yu's wrath. The meeting room was dead silent, so depressing that it was suffocating. After finding out that his subordinates were frightened enough by him, Yuzutone's expression eased a little and he said calmly, "Let's adjourn the meeting." All the senior executives felt as if they had been pardoned and left the meeting room as quickly as possible, leaving only President Yu's secretary Minute Ru. "Boss Yu, are you okay?" After noticing that Mr. Yu's expression was not right, Minute Ru filled her glass with water and asked softly. "I'm fine." Yuzutone shook his head and suddenly asked, "Is there going to be a special recruitment today?" "Yes, you ordered this last week." "Well, that's good." Yuzutone thought for a moment before saying, "Wait a minute, if you find someone named Li Nanfang among those participating in the special recruitment, don't make it public yet and bring him to my office." "Li Nanfang?" Minute Ru was slightly stunned, then nodded, "Okay, Mr. Yu." Chapter 6, Released Prisoners. After its establishment, Kaihuang Group promised to help the country solve the employment problems of 5 laid-off workers with families, 3 veterans, 2 disabled people and 1 released prisoner every year. On July 1st of every year, they come to Kaihuang Group for interviews, holding letters of introduction issued by relevant departments. In fact, as long as they are willing, they will basically be hired. The so-called interview is nothing more than the examiner arranging suitable jobs for them based on their performance. The recruitment was scheduled for 10 a.m., and everyone arrived in the hall early to wait, talking in low voices with excitement on their faces. After all, Kaihuang Group is the largest private enterprise in Qingshan district, with excellent welfare benefits, and it is difficult for ordinary college students to be recruited. As it was almost 10 o'clock, the focus of the 10 people's discussion turned to the last person who had not yet shown up, a prisoner who had been released after serving his sentence. There is no doubt that laid-off workers who have no food to eat and disabled people who are physically disabled but mentally strong do not have much good feelings towards released prisoners. In the impression of ordinary people, guys who have been in prison are just scum who have been reforged. It is said that up to now, no scum has been able to work in Kaihuang Group for a full month. There is no other reason. Scumbags generally hate being disciplined and have high aspirations. Can this lucky scumbag last a full month this year? They didn't know that the scum they were talking about was stroking his head, rushing over here on the bus, and cursing the damn old man in his heart. According to the old man's suggestion, it would be best for Li Nanfang to find a job as a released prisoner. After all, no matter which company this scumbag goes to, no one would dare to bully him. He can give full play to his desperate and shameless spirit and quickly gain a foothold. Li Nanfang was a little unhappy, so he asked if he could go with a different identity. The old man asked, "Are you a laid-off worker with a family? Are you a disabled person who is constantly striving to improve yourself? Have you ever served in the army? As far as I know, you have been arrested by the police no less than 10 times, and every time you have made your wife cry. You should be most familiar with the procedures in the cell. I can say responsibly that the quota for released prisoners in Kai Huang Group is prepared for you." Okay, you old man are being harsh. I am the person who has been released from prison. It's only 1 year anyway, so it's not a big deal. I'll just treat it as a vacation. Li Nanfang asked again, "Then what's in it for me?" The old man said, "Yes, there is a bank card with 100,000 yuan in pocket money, and a black bayonet, which was left to you by the master who taught you how to beat people when you were hanging out in a den of robbers. It is best used for self-defense." Li Nanfang said, "It doesn't matter whether it's a military bayonet or not, it's just that the money is too little, only 100,000 yuan, and the amount can be changed." The old man said okay, and it became 50,000 yuan. Li Nanfang was furious, "What the hell?" The old man said, "I heard you scolding me, and now it has become 30,000 yuan. Li Nanfang said, "Be careful or I'll knock out all your teeth." The old man said, "Your wife will cry." "Okay," Li Nanfang said, "then how can I become a released prisoner who was deported and then returned to China to serve his sentence?" The old man said that this was easy to do. Your green card in the United States had long been expired. As long as you commit a crime on the street and are caught by the police, your wish would be fulfilled immediately. Li Nanfang asked, "Do you want me to find a beautiful woman to rape?" The old man said, "Don't think I don't know what you have been doing these 2 days. Aren't you secretly investigating a rich lady and preparing to use your superstitious methods to defraud her of her money?" Li Nanfang said, "I understand. You want to stand up and expose me when I succeed in my scam. Then the police will arrest me and send me back to my country." The old man said, "You are really smart, so go with peace of mind. Remember, Yuzitong is your aunt, you must not be rude to her, you must serve her like an elder, otherwise your master's wife will cry." Li Nanfang also wanted to cry. He was originally deported for fraud, so how come he became a rapist after being released from prison? You need to know that criminals are divided into different levels. The highest level is those who commit murder over a disagreement. They are the bosses and are respected by their peers in prison. At the bottom of the scale are the rapists. Li Nanfang was puzzled. They were all criminals, but just because there was a note saying, "I am a rapist," on his head, they treated him like a piece of shit and stepped on him. He had no choice but to break the man's teeth before they changed this unfair treatment. At 10:05, the bus stopped at the Kai Huang Group bus stop. Li Nanfang glanced at the passengers around him who would rather huddle together than stay half a meter away from him. He smiled at the old lady who was still shivering in the seat that he had given her and who dared not sit down. Then he stepped off the bus. When he got off the bus, he clearly heard everyone on the bus heaving a sigh of relief. "Hey, what's the big deal? I'm just wearing a prisoner's uniform. If I had known you were so afraid of me, I should have taken the opportunity to touch that sexy young woman's thigh. It's so uncomfortable to see it swaying in front of me all the time." Li Nanfang smiled contemptuously, then strode towards the Kai Huang Group headquarters building with his head held high. Chapter 7, What a Fate! Wow, this kid has quite the personality. Isn't he afraid of being caught as a fugitive? After seeing Li Nanfang in prison uniform approaching, several security guards hanging around the entrance of the hall immediately came over to greet him. The leader had a look of obvious contempt in his eyes. "Dude, are you here to participate in our company's special recruitment?" "Yes." Li Nanfang handed over the letter of introduction and took out a pack of cigarettes. Come, have a smoke." "I'm sorry, the group has a rule that we are not allowed to accept bribes from anyone during work." The leading security guard had a serious look on his face. He raised his hand to block the cigarette handed over by Li Nanfang, and sneered in his heart, Har, are you kidding me? When did I ever smoke a pack of Red Generals for 6 yuan? No, it's a disgrace to my status. What a shitty identity you have, aren't you just a guard? And you still dare to say the word bribery? Li Nanfang secretly curled his lips and thought, am I here to show off? After confirming that Li Nanfang's letter of introduction was authentic, the leading security guard turned around and pointed to the lobby. Show it to the front desk customer service staff. They will tell you where to go for the interview. Just as the old man said, scumbags are always scary. When the people who were doing business in the hall saw him come in, they all stared at him with curiosity, but when he looked back, they quickly lowered their heads. Instead, the young and beautiful customer service girl showed him the friendly smile he longed for. Hello, is there anything I can help you with? I am here to participate in a special recruitment at your company. Here is my letter of introduction. Please have a look. In front of strange beauties, Li Nanfang always maintains the proper gentlemanly demeanor, but his eyes are not very obedient. They flicker around on people's faces and chests. The devil in his body is roaring again. Pounce on her and kill her. Mr. Li, please wait a moment. The customer service girl pretended not to care that Li Nanfang was looking at her. After reading the letter of introduction, she picked up the phone and dialed a number. She whispered something, then raised her head and smiled. Mr. Li, Secretary Minute Ruman asked you to go to the president's office on the 12th floor. She said that President Yu would like to meet you in person. Oh, it seems that the ugly girl already knew that I was coming today, and was afraid that I would embarrass her, so she asked me to go to her office to find her. On their way here, Mr. Li had made full preparations to show off in front of the interviewer, but now he has no place to show off, which makes him somewhat disappointed. She really knows how to enjoy herself. The corridor is decorated so luxuriously. Li Nanfang walked out of the elevator, looked around the corridor casually, shook his head and walked towards the president's office in the east. When I was about to reach the door, an urban girl wearing a white business suit and black high-heeled leather shoes walked out of the office. Hey, it's her? After seeing the urban girl, Li Nanfang's body trembled and he almost screamed out. This urban girl was none other than the beauty who had had the first half of love with Li Nanfang in the United States last month. Li Nanfang originally thought that he would never meet her again in this life, but he did not expect that they would meet again not long after they separated, and that was in Yuzitong's company. What a fate! Did God bring us together on purpose to complete the unfinished second half of our relationship? However, doesn't Yuzitong know that this beauty is not an ordinary person? Li Nanfang smiled amiably, stepped forward quickly and extended his right hand. Beauty, you are Secretary Minute, right? When the customer service girl called, Li Nanfang heard it clearly. It was Secretary Minute who asked him to come here. Judging from Yuzitong's attitude towards him, he would definitely not greet him in person, so it could only be Secretary Minute. Yes, I am Minute Ru, the president's secretary. Seeing Li Nanfang wearing dirty prison uniform, the beautiful woman looked at him coldly with frowned brows. Just as she was about to scold him for not knowing the rules, she suddenly realized, why does he look so familiar? Compared with a few days ago, Li Nanfang, who originally had a head of black hair, now has a bald head and is wearing a prison uniform. It is normal that the beautiful woman did not recognize him at the first time. But she remembered his voice, and after being stunned for a moment, she suddenly woke up and cried out, It's you. Yes, that's me. Li Nanfang nodded with a smile and whispered, Secretary Minute, we are really destined to meet. You are Li Nanfang. Yuzitong gritted his teeth and wished he could take out a gun and ask God, why are you so biased towards this monster, causing me to not be able to escape his clutches and taking away my virginity a few days ago? Seeing Yuzitong's face turn pale and her whole body tremble, Li Nanfang thought she was afraid that he would expose her, so he quickly whispered to comfort her, Secretary Minute, don't worry, I won't tell anyone about that. I'm a smart person and I know that only by keeping my mouth shut can I live longer. Why is Secretary Minute being hunted in the United States? What is her identity? Li Nanfang doesn't want to interfere now. As long as she doesn't hurt Yuzitong, it's fine. Well, you'd better keep your mouth shut, or you'll be dead. Yuzitong took several deep breaths before he slowly regained his senses, turned around and opened the door. Boss Yu, the person who is looking for you is here. Number 8, shameless man. Let him in. A faint female voice came from the office. The office was very large and the decoration was even more luxurious, as if it would not be enough to show off how rich she was otherwise. A girl in a black suit was sitting behind an absurdly large boss desk, concentrating on writing something with a pen, without even looking at him. Why are you pretending? Even if you don't have any feelings for me, is it necessary to act like this? Li Nanfang knew that Yuzitong was secretly observing him. He sneered secretly and walked to the sofa and sat down. After sitting on the white fabric sofa, Li Nanfang deliberately rubbed it a few times and moved his position. Immediately, a black mark in the shape of a butt appeared where he had Saturday. He was right, Minute Ru was indeed observing him out of the corner of her eye. Mr. Yu told Minute Ru that the released prisoner named Li Nanfang was a distant relative from her hometown who needed special care, so he met him in person. Everyone may have relatives or friends who are not doing well. It is not surprising that Mr. Yu has a distant relative who has been in prison. However, Minute Ru doesn't understand why Mr. Yu would let her pretend to be Mr. Yu. Doesn't Li Nanfang know Mr. Yu? Before Minute Ru could figure out what was going on, Li Nanfang was brought into the office by Mr. Yu, who pretended to be her. Looking at this pretty boy with delicate features, why would he commit a crime? Minute Ru felt a little sorry when she heard Yuzitong scolding him in a low voice. Li Nanfang, who told you to sit down? Minute Ru was so focused on secretly observing Li Nanfang that she didn't notice that he was deliberately dirtying the sofa. Li Nanfang was not happy about it. He rolled his eyes and said sarcastically, "Hey, Secretary Minute, CEO you hasn't said anything to me yet, but you're not happy about it. If someone doesn't know, they would think you're the CEO." He hated people who took advantage of other people's power the most. Even if the beauty's background was unusual, he didn't care. You humph. Yuzitong's face turned red from choking, but she didn't know what to say. She could only snort coldly and look away. Li Nanfang did not let her go. He tapped the table with his fingers and said in a bossy tone, "I'm thirsty, Secretary Minute, pour some water." "Bastard, you are asking for death, don't blame me." Yuzitong couldn't bear it anymore and reached for his waist. Before she retired, she always carried a gun with her, and in her rage she just wanted to pull out her gun and blow this guy's head off. But after she reached out her hand, she remembered that she had lost the qualification to carry a gun. After seeing her do this, Li Nanfang's eyes flashed, and he pretended to be surprised and shouted, "Oh, Secretary Minute, you don't carry a pistol with you, do you? Or, do you have water there? But it seems to be in the wrong place." "Li Nanfang, are you done yet?" After seeing that President Yu looked very strange, Minute Ru immediately slammed the table and looked at President Yu, waiting for the next instruction. "I'll bear with it for now, bastard." Yuzitong bit her lower lip hard, turned around and walked quickly to the water dispenser, then winked at Minute Ru, indicating that she should do as they had agreed first. It's over, it's over. Seeing that your secretary has a bad temper, it seems that she is the boss, so I want to teach her some basic hospitality skills on your behalf." When looking at Minute Ru, Li Nanfang's face was full of smiles, and his eyes were scanning back and forth on her face like a scanner. "Where's the letter of introduction? Let me see it." Minute Ru was frightened by Li Nanfang's evil eyes, and frowned and asked, "Why do you wear this to the company? Don't you care about your image?" "I want to dress like a decent person, but I don't have the money." Li Nanfang laughed and said, "Of course, this is all thanks to you, boss Yu. How about this, you give me 3 to 5 million first, and I'll go buy some clothes." 3 or 5 million to buy clothes. Minute Ru had never met such a shameless person. He didn't even stutter when asking a woman for money. He just opened his mouth and talked about 3 or 5 million as if it were $3 or $5. Hold head high. Li Nanfang nodded and said, "I have a very strong sense of self-esteem. I will never ask a woman for money unless it is absolutely necessary. So, you'd better give me 3 to 5 million first, so that I can have money to spend." You are dreaming." Minute Ru was so angry that she completely forgot that she was pretending to be Mr. Yu. She was about to scold something with her eyes wide open, but Yuzitong, who was making tea, suddenly coughed loudly and winked at her. Minute Ru immediately understood what he meant and snorted coldly, "HMPH, be careful with your words. This is not a prison. You can say whatever you want to those people, those criminals. Go out and wait. I'll take a look at the letter of introduction first." Chapter 9, Call Me Aunt. Li Nanfang stood up, glanced at Minute Ru's face a few more times, and said with a wicked smile, "Hey, don't keep me waiting for too long, my patience is limited." If Mr. Yu hadn't been there, Minute Ru really wanted to pick up the water cup and smash it on his lecherous face. As soon as Li Nanfang left, she angrily said, "Boss Yu, your relative is too." "I know." Yuzitong waved her hand to interrupt Minute Ru, frowned slightly, clasped her hands across her chest, and started walking on the spot. Old Master Yu had said long ago that Li Nanfang was no longer the weird-looking man he was 10 years ago. He had created a miracle in the history of progeria, started to grow backwards, and has now become a normal person. But so what? No matter how perfect Li Nanfang's evolution was, in her heart, he was still the monster that made her sick. What's more, he was the man who took her virginity. If he wanted her to like him and marry him, Mr. Yu would feel extremely annoyed when he thought of this. At this moment, Minute Ru, who was reading the information, suddenly cried out, it turns out he is still a strong. What's strong? Yuzitong walked over and picked up the information. After just a few glances, he closed his eyes in pain, roaring in his heart, Grandpa, you are pushing me into the fire pit. It's bad enough that you let me marry a monster, but the key is that he is a rapist. Isn't this a disguised insult to yourself? Although it was indeed embarrassing for Ms. Yu to have a relative who was a rapist, there was no need for her to react like this, right? Seeing that Mr. Yu was shaking all over, his face was pale, and he was about to cry out in grief, Minute Ru felt a little strange and asked in a low voice, Mr. Yu, are you okay? I think that Li Nanfang is not suitable to work in our company. How about finding an excuse to let him go? I also want him to go away, or even better, to die, but I can't do that. After crying a few more times in her heart, Yuzitong opened her eyes and forced a smile, saying, I'm fine. Well, before Li Nanfang came, his family members specifically told me about it, hoping that I would give him a chance to start a new life. Putting down the information, President Yu bit his lip and said, Minute Ru, I don't want to hide it from you anymore. In fact, this Li Nanfang is mine. Oh dear, please don't tell me that this scumbag is your fiancé. For some reason, Minute Ru suddenly had this idea, and then she scared herself. Oh, how could I have such a dirty thought? Don't let your imagination run wild. As if she had seen what Minute Ru was thinking, Yuzitong glared at her with some embarrassment, and then said with a gloomy face, he is my eldest sister's adopted child. According to seniority, he has to call me aunt. He is your nephew. Minute Ru was stunned, and then cursed in her heart, whose nephew looks at his aunt with such a lecherous look. A typical villain, a scumbag. She must be calling me a scumbag right now. But then again, she really did become prettier, which didn't make sense. Li Nanfang, leaning against the window in the corridor, looked at the floating clouds in the distant sky and began to curse the mischievous old man again. With a creak, the door opened behind him, and the secretary's voice came, Li Nanfang, President Yu asked you to come in. Alas, you made me wait so long. I've already said that my patience is limited. Li Nanfang sighed, took 3 shaky steps with each step, ignored the cold gaze of the secretary, walked into the office and sat on the sofa, looking up at Minute Ru with the same lustful eyes. Minute Ru did not dodge this time. She stared at him for a moment and said coldly, Li Nanfang, if you dare to look at me like this again, be careful or I will tell my elder sister to dig out your eyeballs. After hearing her mention the master's wife, Li Nanfang immediately became obedient, looked away and said with a wry smile, Mr. Yu. What do you mean Mr. Yu or not? Minute Ru interrupted him, did you call Mr. Yu as well? Li Nanfang was a little puzzled, then, what should I call you? Minute Ru said calmly, call me aunt. Chapter 10, Scum Reform Plan. What? Call you aunt? Li Nanfang was stunned. You don't have to call me. I'll call my eldest sister. Minute Ru spoke slowly and pretended to pick up the phone. Don't call me. I just called you auntie. It's not a big deal. I called you that 10 years ago. Li Nanfang quickly stood up, glanced at Yuzitong beside him, and then reluctantly called out to Minute Ru, aunt. No. Minute Ru's face was stern and expressionless, I'd better call my elder sister. Hello, auntie? May you be blessed. Li Nanfang is here to greet you. Li Nanfang was really afraid that she would call the master's wife, so he hurriedly greeted her loudly, but he felt extremely ashamed and angry in his heart. I came here to protect your safety, but you took control of me instead. This is outrageous. Har, the old man is right, this scumbag is really afraid of my eldest sister. Seeing Li Nanfang obediently paying respects to Minute Ru, Yuzitong laughed wildly in his heart. Okay, as long as you have someone you are afraid of, I don't believe I can't kill you. One day, we will settle all the old and new accounts together. When Mr. Yu was so proud, Minute Ru also felt relieved. This scumbag is not completely useless. At least he still understands filial piety. Well, that's good. As long as we put in the effort to train him well, he should be able to be transformed into a person who is useful to society. Li Nanfang didn't know that while he was waiting outside, his dear aunt had already discussed a plan with Minute Ru to transform the scum. That's good, sit down. Minute Ru's expression relaxed when she saw President Yu nod slightly from the corner of her eye. Li Nanfang was really afraid that she would complain to the master's wife, so when he sat down again, he no longer dared to be as nonchalant as before. He put his hands on his knees and sat upright. Li Nanfang, as to why you came to Kai Huang Group to find me, you and I should know it well, so I won't say more. Minute Ru was very satisfied with Li Nanfang's attitude, but there are 2 points that I must make clear to you in advance. I hope you can pay attention to them in the future. What the hell is this knowing everything? Do you know that the old man asked me to come to you to protect you? If it weren't for master's wife's sake, I wouldn't have come even if you had sent me in a sedan chair carried by 8 people. Alas, it's a pity that I can't tell you. Li Nanfang was cursing in his heart, but on the surface he looked like he was listening attentively. Admittedly, you are my eldest sister's adopted child, but according to seniority, you are my nephew after all, so you must respect me in the future. Minute Ru said as she picked up the water cup on the table and took a sip, not realizing that it was Mr. Yu's cup. I believe you won't have any objection to this, right? Li Nanfang shook his head and answered obediently, no. The second point is about your identity. Minute Ru frowned slightly. You should know what mistake you made to go to prison. It was strong and quite shameful. So I hope that no matter where you are in the future, when there are outsiders around, you will not call me aunt. I know, you're afraid of losing face. Li Nanfang said this and glanced at Yuzitong, who was standing next to him. Secretary Minute is my trusted confidant, so it doesn't matter if she knows. Minute Ru saw what Li Nanfang was thinking, and when she explained it to him, she felt very proud of herself for taking the opportunity to get closer to President Yu. Okay, I understand. Li Nanfang nodded. Anything else? Not yet. Minute Ru stood up from the chair and said, oh, by the way, why are you wearing a prison uniform? Come on, I'll take you to buy some clothes and take a bath to wash away the bad luck on your body. People who come out of prison basically take a shower. Li Nanfang is not unfamiliar with this because he has been in jail many times before. Every time he comes back, his master's wife will remind him to take a shower. So, what do I do in the company? As for what kind of work you will do, come back tomorrow and I will arrange it for you. Minute Ru said calmly, you go downstairs and wait, I'll go over after I arrange the work. It was normal for Mr. Yu to personally accompany him to buy clothes and arrange work before going out. Li Nanfang certainly didn't think too much about it. He nodded, turned around and walked out. Boss Yu. Minute Ru's face was full of excitement, but also a little uneasy. Don't worry, just follow the plan. Yuzitong crossed his arms over his chest, walked to the French window, looked at the parking lot below and sneered, to deal with such a scum, you have to use abnormal means. Only when he knows how powerful he is, will he become honest. Chapter 11, Your secretary is beautiful. Li Chuansai, call everyone here and hold an emergency meeting. After receiving Minute Ru's call, Security Team Leader Wang Defer immediately convened an emergency meeting and conveyed Secretary Min's top instructions to his subordinates with a serious expression. As long as the task assigned by Secretary Minute is completed satisfactorily, there will be a huge bonus. Therefore, Captain Wang has repeatedly emphasized that the 2 people who will accompany him on this mission must be elite soldiers. 7 or 8 security guards immediately puffed out their chests, and some even rolled up their sleeves to show off their muscles. Li Chuansai, Zhang Fuguei, change into plain clothes and wait for me in the car. Be ready for action at any time. Wang Defer pointed to 2 of his closest subordinates, then slammed the table and said murderously, this mission must succeed, failure is not allowed. Under the resentful looks of the other security guards, Wang Defer changed into plain clothes and walked out of the duty room. There was a Peugeot parked in the southeast corner of the parking lot. It was the security team's special car. Li Chuansai and his companions had already gotten in the car, and Wang Defer was waiting in front of the car. Li Nanfang did not let Captain Wang wait too long before he appeared in his sight. He immediately picked up the walkie-talkie to inform his 2 men, attention, the target has appeared. I'm here. Understood. Be ready for action at any time, oh me. After notifying his 2 confidants, Wang Defer shook his arms as a warm-up, but then he found that Secretary Minute also came out carrying a paper bag. Moreover, Secretary Minute said a few words to the target and took him to President US Black Mercedes-Benz. What is going on? Should we take action? When Wang Defer was feeling somewhat puzzled, he saw Minute Ru opening the car door and secretly making a gesture to him to follow me. Wow, a girl driving this car is really unique. Li Nanfang opened the door, stuck his head out and sniffed. It smelled sweet and pleasant, so he quickly sneezed to show his satisfaction. You'll have something interesting to see soon. After seeing the dirty Li Nanfang sitting on the passenger seat where she usually sat, Minute Ru felt uncomfortable in her stomach, but she could only endure it and start the car. Yuzatone, why do you like this rough and sturdy car? You are also allowed to call her Yuzatone. Oh, Mr. Yu, a BMW is the standard for girls. There are only 2 of us in the car now. Okay, auntie, can't you just smile? Li Nanfang readily agreed. If a beautiful woman always has a stern face, she will age faster. Is it your business? Minute Ru said coldly, lightly turned the steering wheel to turn left, slightly stepped on the accelerator, and the car roared south. After hitting a few snags in succession, Li Nanfang didn't care and continued to chatter. Your secretary. What happened to my secretary? Minute Ru, who had originally decided not to pay any more attention to him, immediately changed her mind after hearing what he said. Do you know her well? Regardless of whether he could live in peace with Yuzatong in the future, Li Nanfang felt that it would be best to remind her for the sake of his master's wife. TSK, what a joke, how could I not know my own secretary? Minute Ru sneered and said, she is a top student that I personally recruited from Dong Province University 2 years ago. She is absolutely trustworthy. Is it ISO 9000 certified? I just said that casually. I know that your secretary is not a product. Under Minute Rofen's angry gaze, Li Nanfang shrugged with a wry smile and didn't ask any more questions. Minute Ru took the initiative to ask, very casually, Li Nanfang, why do you care about my secretary? Li Nanfang smiled, she is very beautiful, and looks prettier than you. Shameless. Minute Ru cursed him contemptuously and ignored him. 10 minutes later, the car stopped in front of a bathing city. Minute Ru reached out and took the paper bag from the back seat of the car and threw it into his arms. This contains the company's work clothes. You can wear them for now. After washing, I will go shopping with you for clothes. Why don't you go buy clothes first? Will a fashion store let you in if you're like this? Oh, so that's how it is. I see. Wait a moment, it will be quick. Li Nanfang had a look of sudden realization and disgust on his face. He opened the door and got out of the car holding the plastic bag. The bathing city does not refuse people wearing prison uniforms as long as they can afford the money. Actually, I'm not dirty, but it's nice to take a shower. Walking into the bathroom of the box, Li Nanfang raised his sleeves to smell it, then threw the clothes into the corner. Before he put his arms down, the door was kicked open with a bang, and several people wearing black hoods rushed in. Chapter 12, it would be better to break one of his legs. After seeing Wang Defer and the others walking into the bathing city with hideous grins on their faces and their arms swinging, Minute Ru suddenly felt a little uneasy. She really hated Li Nanfang. The tone of his voice, especially the way he looked at girls, always made her feel like she was naked. But no matter what, he is Mr. Yu's nephew. In fact, he can be influenced and reformed with concern. It seems a bit too much to let someone beat him up. Wang Defer and others did not hold back when they attacked him. It would be bad if they really hurt him. Unconsciously, Minute Ru's eyes flashed with the miserable image of Li Nanfang with a nosebleed, and she began to regret that she should not have agreed with President Yu's behavior. No, I have to take a look and not make a big deal out of it. Minute Ru opened the door and was about to get out of the car, but suddenly remembered that as soon as she showed up, the matter would be exposed. Given the scumbag's temper, he would never let it go and might even tell the whole world about it. If people knew that Mr. Yu's nephew was a rapist, Mr. Yu would definitely feel very ashamed. Just when Minute Ru didn't know what to do, Yuzatong called, his voice full of excitement, "What's going on?" "I just went in." So long-winded. "I was driving very fast on the road." Minute Ru explained, then asked carefully, "Boss Yu, are we going too far in treating him like this?" Yuzatong asked in confusion, "What happened?" "If he were really injured. If you want to hurt him, then hurt him. It would be best if you break one of his legs." "Oh, I see. I'll call you back later and report the results." Minute Ru was frightened by President Yu's vicious tone. She really couldn't understand why she hated Li Nanfang so much, so she quickly hung up the phone. According to her speculation, after Wang Defer and others rushed in, they would just make a quick decision. After all, the Bath City also has security guards. Customers were beaten up while consuming here. They are also responsible and will definitely not stand idly by. But 10 minutes have passed and Wang Defer and the others have not come out yet. What's going on? Could it be that Wang Defer and his men were too harsh and something unexpected happened? After thinking of this, Minute Ru could no longer sit still, and quickly opened the door and jumped out of the car. Bang! Li Nanfang turned his head to avoid the dagger that the last masked man stabbed with, then twisted his waist and leaned over, bent his elbow and hit him hard in the left ribs. The man let out a suppressed scream. Without waiting for his next reaction, Li Nanfang twisted his waist again, grabbed his head with both hands, and slammed him to the ground. With a bang, the masked man's forehead hit the hard tiles heavily. Blood flowed out from the black cloth covering his head. His body twisted a few times and then became motionless. Li Nanfang raised his foot and kicked him in the ribs, but seeing no reaction from him, he turned around and looked into the bathtub. In the bathtub, there were two masked men who had been beaten unconscious by him. Who are they? Why did he rush in without saying a word and just kill Li Nanfang? Although their close combat skills are average, their attacks are quite ruthless and every move is fatal. They are here to silence people and must be professional killers. But even if they were twice as ferocious, it would be easy for Li Nanfang to knock them down. That's why he didn't understand, even if someone wanted to assassinate him, they would never send such a third-rate assassin. That would be a humiliation to Black Phantom and would only lead to more brutal revenge. What's more, no one knew that Li Nanfang came to Qingshan City today except the old man. Oh, there is also Yuzitong. But no matter how much Yuzitong hated him, there seemed no need for him to be so cruel, right? Li Nanfang frowned slightly, bent down and pulled off the hood on the masked man's head, revealing a very ordinary face, about 30 years old. Dragging the man under the shower, Li Nanfang turned on the cold water. The unconscious man shuddered and slowly opened his eyes. Li Nanfang grabbed his neck with his left hand and asked coldly, "Tell me, who asked you to come?" The man said nothing and closed his eyes again. Li Nanfang was too lazy to waste any more words. He punched him in the left ribs with his right fist and covered his mouth with his hand before he could scream. The man was really tough. After several of his ribs were broken, he was in so much pain that cold sweat broke out on his forehead, but he still looked at him fiercely. After seeing him like this, Li Nanfang knew it was useless to ask any further. Because he knew the rules of the killer industry very well, after a mission fails, he would rather die than reveal who the client is. It's not easy to get involved in the gang, so there's no need for Li Nanfang to go to extremes. He suppressed his bloodthirsty urge to kill, raised his hand to hold his head, and slammed it heavily against the wall. Chapter 13, Am I Handsome? Li Nanfang felt that these people might have walked into the wrong room. Other than that, he really couldn't think of anyone who would be stupid enough to find a killer of this level to try to assassinate him. Of course, it might also be arranged by the beautiful female secretary beside Yuzitong. She was resentful that he took away her virginity, or she was worried that he would expose her true identity, so she used such a cruel method. However, this possibility is very small, as Yuzitong is waiting outside. Even if the secretary wants to take action, she will not choose this time. If you can't figure something out, just put it aside for now. If you insist on thinking about it, you will only get a headache. Anyway, the truth will come out one day. After this happened, Li Nanfang lost interest in taking a bath. He just stood under the shower, took a quick shower, put on his work clothes and walked out. During the fight, neither side shouted loudly, so no one else was alarmed. Li Nanfang also believed that the killers would wake up soon and escape quietly. China is prosperous and the world is peaceful. In the hall below, the waitresses wearing red high-slit short-sleeved kyeongsams still greet every guest with sweet smiles, welcoming them and hoping to come again next time. As soon as Li Nanfang went down the stairs, he saw Minute Ru. Minute Ru was standing at the front desk, asking the customer service girl something. "Hey, how did you get in?" If there weren't so many people around, Li Nanfang might have said a few more rude words. Anyway, outsiders didn't need to call her aunt, and he didn't regard her as a real elder. Are you okay? When Minute Ru heard his voice, she turned around and blurted out this question, and was stunned. The saying that clothes make the man and saddles make the horse is absolutely true. Although Li Nanfang still has a bald head, he seems like a different person after taking off his prison uniform and putting on light grey work clothes. In other words, Li Nanfang's physical conditions are still good and he is very popular with girls. What can I do? Li Nanfang had long expected Minute Ru's reaction after seeing his true face, but her words made him feel moved, and then he smiled. It's just to take a bath, not to do anything bad. I didn't say you did anything bad. Minute Ru blinked and realized that she almost let the cat out of the bag. Well, am I handsome? It's okay. It's okay. Minute Ru blushed and quickly changed the subject. Why do you take so long to wash? I washed very quickly, only about 10 minutes, right? Li Nanfang walked up to her, lowered his head and shook his clothes. That's it, do you still have time to change clothes? Oh, then let's go. I'll go buy you 2 sets of clothes. Minute Ru looked at him carefully for a few times and indeed found no signs of having been beaten, so she breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, she was wondering, where are Wang Defer and the others? Minute Ru didn't know that Li Nanfang had noticed her frequent glances back as she walked out of the bathing city. This made him more suspicious, and he suddenly asked, Aunt, why do you keep looking back? Oh, no, I didn't see anything. Minute Ru hurriedly shook her head, forced a smile and said in defense, just now, I saw an acquaintance who seemed to be a high school classmate, but I was worried that I might have recognized the wrong person. Do you want to go back and take a look? No, our relationship wasn't that good at that time anyway, so never mind, I'll go clothes shopping with you. Minute Ru said this, opened the door and got into the car. After the car started, Minute Ru's attitude became much better. She even asked about where he was staying now. If he hadn't found a hotel, she could recommend him one with a good environment. The two chatted casually for a while and came to the door of a men's brand clothing store. You must be busy, right? Just as Minute Ru was about to open the door and get out of the car, Li Nanfang said considerately, how about this, you go back to the company first, and I'll buy the clothes myself. You don't need me to accompany you anymore. Minute Ru was just hoping he would say that. It felt really awkward to go shopping for clothes with a strange man. What's more, she also wanted to call Wang Defer and ask what was going on. Hey, I'm an adult now, do I still need someone to accompany me when I buy clothes? Okay, I'll go back first. Remember, come to the company to find me tomorrow morning. Okay, then drive safely on the road. Li Nanfang got out of the car and waved his hand. After watching Minute Ru's car turn around and drive away, Li Nanfang finally thought of something. Damn, why didn't you leave some money before you left? I'm a prisoner who was just released. Chapter 14, Someone Wants to Kill Me. After dropping Li Nanfang off, Minute Ru turned the car around, stepped on the accelerator and drove towards the bathing city. She had to ask Wang Defer why he didn't act according to the plan. When the car was about to arrive at the bath city, we saw a lot of people gathered in front of the hall entrance, as if something had happened. There were 2 police cars parked in front of the door, and police officers were persuading onlookers to step back and pulling ropes to set up a cordon. Minute Ru parked the car on the side of the road, got out and walked over. She stood on tiptoe behind the crowd and looked inside. She couldn't see anything, so she asked an auntie next to her, Auntie, what's going on here? The aunt who was standing on tiptoe to watch the excitement didn't bother to look at her. I heard someone was killed inside. The waiter who went to clean the place was scared crazy and ran out shouting murder. Someone died in the bathing city. Minute Ru was startled and asked casually, who is it? Who knows? I only heard that there were 3 men, and they seemed to be going in to do something bad. When the aunt said this, Minute Ru's mind buzzed. Oh my god, 3 people went in to do something bad. Aunt Wang Defer and his group, the 3 people who were going to beat up Li Nanfang? But when Li Nanfang came out, they didn't show up. Could it be them? After thinking of this, Minute Ru became scared. She raised her hand to push away the person in front of her and tried to squeeze into the crowd. After taking 2 steps, she suddenly came to her senses. She couldn't go over there now. If the police knew that Wang Defer and the others were from Kai Huang Group, they would immediately go to President Yu to investigate. At that time, she would also bear a very important responsibility. Buzz, the phone in Minute Ru's hand began to vibrate. She looked down and saw that it was Mr. Yu calling. She quickly turned around and walked quickly to the front of the car before she dared to answer the call. Yuzutong's leisurely voice came, Xiao Ru, is that bastard in a miserable state now? Boss Yu, run quickly and leave Qingshan City immediately. Minute Ru was so anxious that her voice began to sound like tears. Yuzutong was stunned. What's wrong? Wang Defer and the other three are all dead. They died in the bathing city. After Minute Ru said this, she could no longer stand and leaned on the front of the car. What? Wang Defer and the others died in the bathing city. Yuzutong, who was about to drink water, dropped the cup on the table with a thud after hearing her say this. Minute Ru raised her hand to cover her mouth and nodded desperately. Yeah, the police are here. Who killed them? No, I don't know. Boss Yu, please leave Qingshan City as soon as possible. I think it was Li Nanfang. Yuzutong squeezed out the name from between his teeth. Wang Defer and his men went to the bathing city to teach Li Nanfang a lesson, but ended up dying there. If the person who killed them wasn't Li Nanfang, who else could it be? She never dreamed that Li Nanfang was so cruel that he dared to kill people just because she wanted to teach him a lesson. Boss Yu, hurry up and leave. It will be too late if you are late. When Minute Ru sniffed hard, someone asked, Hey, Secretary Minute, what's wrong with you? I Wang Defer. Minute Ru raised her head with tears in her eyes and saw Wang Defer and the others. She was stunned for a moment before asking, Are you not dead? No, we are fine, aren't we? Wang Defer and the others looked at each other in confusion, not understanding why Secretary Minute asked this. But when they saw the policeman at the entrance of the bathing city, they suddenly understood and quickly explained, Secretary Minute, you may have misunderstood. Wang Defer and the others were standing here alive. Minute Ru immediately came back to life and asked, Didn't you go to the bathing city to teach Li Nanfang a lesson? We did go in, but after walking around for a long time, we still couldn't figure out which bathroom he was in. Ouch, Secretary Minute, why are you stomping on my feet? Wang Defer held the high-heeled shoe and stomped hard on his right foot, then danced in circles on the spot like a monkey. Minute Ru didn't care how much pain he was in. She wiped her tears with her backhand, raised the phone and said, Boss Yu, you don't have to run away. These three idiots are still alive. When Secretary Minute was on the phone, Li Nanfang also received a call from the old man. His voice was very low, as mysterious as if he was meeting with an underground party member. Is it convenient to talk? It's convenient. No one cares even if I yell harassment. After closing the door of the fitting room, Li Nanfang sat on the chair. The old man smiled and said, Have you seen Zitong? How about it? Beautiful, right? Improvise. Do you like it? When the old man asked this question, his voice seemed much younger. Like? What do you mean? Li Nanfang was stunned. The old man also realized that he had let something slip, and he laughed and said, It's nothing special, I just asked casually. Then stop talking nonsense. Li Nanfang crossed his legs and said calmly, Let me tell you one thing first. Someone wants to kill me. Chapter 15, Satisfy him. The old man forced Li Nanfang to come to Qingshan City so that he could protect his sister-in-law, not to be killed. After hearing what Li Nanfang said, he was silent for a long time before asking, Do you know who it is? It's probably my dear aunt. Nonsense. How could Zitong do such a thing? Don't get angry yet, just listen to me. Li Nanfang took the new pants, looked at the tag on them, and briefly recounted his experience in the bathing city and Minute Ru's expression in a very calm tone. At last, he sneered silently, Old man, please analyze it for me. Is she a big suspect? I came to Qingshan City today, and it seems that besides you, she is the only one. But Zitong would never do that. The old man thought for a moment and then said, If she really did it, then why would she go to the bathing city with you? That's what makes me doubt it, but I'll find out. Li Nanfang said lazily, and just as he was about to hang up the phone, he suddenly thought of something. Oh, by the way, do you know the secretary named Minute Ru beside Yuzutong? Of course I understand. Do you think anyone can be Zitong's secretary? Talk about her. The more detailed the better. Why, are you interested in Minute Ru? That's true. I always feel that Minute Ru is more CEO-like than Yuzutong. Minute Ru, 22 years old this year, has a clean family background, no criminal record for 3 generations, a top student in the economics department of Eastern Province University. The old man talked about Minute Ru's background without any hesitation. It seemed that he had already expected Li Nanfang to ask these questions. The more Li Nanfang listened, the more confused he became. The Minute Ru the old man was talking about seemed more like his aunt Yuzitong, especially the gentle and lovely part. As for Minute Ru, even a blind man could tell that she was a self-righteous and arrogant person. However, Li Nanfang did not interrupt the old man. He waited until he finished speaking before saying, "Well, I understand. That's it. I'll call you if I need anything from you." Without waiting for the old man to say anything, Li Nanfang hung up the phone. "I'm a little hungry now. After buying clothes, I have to find a place to eat. Who wants to waste time with an old man?" Li Nanfang didn't know that when he received the old man's call, Yuzitong also received a call from Jinghuo. Compared to the old man, the tone of the Yu family's old man when talking to Yuzitong was much more serious. "Did Li Nanfang go to find you?" "Here I come." "He's with you now?" "Without." Yuzitong said calmly, "I asked him to find a place to stay first and come to the company tomorrow to talk about it in detail." "Old Master Yu," interrupted her, "why don't you let him live with you?" Yuzitong's eyebrows twitched rapidly before he said, "I don't know him very well." Her words were interrupted for the second time. "You don't need to understand him, you just need to know that he is your future husband." Yuzitong slowly clenched his right fist, looked at the faint veins on the back of his hand, and asked in a hoarse voice, "I don't have the right to choose." "You didn't." Old Master Yu didn't care about Yuzitong's feelings at all, and said coldly, "Whether you are willing or not. Even whether he is willing or not, you must find a way to marry him. Because he was the first one to see my body to peek at me taking a bath." Yuzitong began to grit her teeth, her voice trembling. "Do I have to ignore the wrongness of our generations, and don't care that he is a monster, a disgusting rapist, and I have to marry him?" "Yes. He is a normal person now. As for the mistakes he made, no one is perfect. He just needs to mend his ways and start a new life." Old Master Yu's voice became even colder. "You are a member of the Yu family, so you must abide by the family rules passed down from generation to generation. As for seniority, it is not a problem. Li Nanfang is just an orphan adopted by your eldest brother-in-law. There is nothing unethical about it." Yuzitong gritted her teeth and said in a trembling voice, "What if I don't get married?" "Then you can try." Mr. Yu responded sharply. "Just give it a try." Yuzitong really wanted to yell this, but he didn't dare. "Try to make him happy with you." Old Master Yu spoke again. Yuzitong suddenly smiled. "Grandpa, is it enough as long as he tells you he is satisfied?" "Yes." It seemed as if Old Man Yu didn't understand the meaning of her words. "Okay, I understand." Yuzitong hung up the phone, stared at the door for a moment, and smiled sinisterly. "Li Nanfang, I will make you satisfied. Very satisfied." Chapter 16, The Secretary Who Doesn't Know the Rules. Many security guards have a problem of only looking at clothes and not the person. Li Nanfang was also here. When he came yesterday, he was dressed like a prisoner and Wang Defer looked down on him. Today, he was dressed like a decent person. Old Wang, who seemed to be walking unsteadily, smiled and took the initiative to greet him. "Young man, have you found a job?" Li Nanfang replied casually, "I'll arrange it today. I guess you'll be a driver, if you're lucky." Being a driver requires luck. "TSK, do you think anyone can come to our company to drive?" Wang Defer showed an envious look on his face and pursed his lips and said, "Look, it says on the sign over there, we are just short of a driver." Li Nanfang looked back and saw a sign over there. It said they were recruiting a car driver with more than 6 years of driving experience, good looks, and over 30 years of age. The salary was generous. Li Nanfang was depressed for a moment and asked, "Do you think I'm in my 30s? You look a little young, so you are at most 33 this year, right?" Lao Wang looked him up and down and said confidently, "Gao, buddy, your eyes are really high. To tell you the truth, today is my 33rd birthday." Lu Ning raised his right thumb, his face full of surprise. "Perform well, young man. I am counting on you." Wang Defer laughed proudly and patted him on the shoulder. With Lao Wang's blessing, Li Nanfang, who seriously suspected that this guy was blind, walked into the hall. Today's front desk customer service girl is not the same as yesterday. When she saw him coming, she immediately smiled and asked, "Sir, is there anything I can help you with? I'm looking for your CEO Yu. Do you have an appointment?" "No, but I'm the vice president invited by your president. My last name is Li Nanfang." Li Nanfang was talking nonsense, his eyes scanning the customer service girl's face like a scanner. "Girl, how old are you this year? Do you have a husband?" "Mr. Li, please wait a moment." The customer service girl must have seen too many pretentious people, so she ignored him and picked up the phone. "Secretary Minute, this is Sui Yeye from the front desk. I have a Mr. Li Nanfang here now, okay?" After putting down the microphone, Sui Yeye's smile became much more sincere. "Mr. Li, Secretary Minute asks you to go up." "Sui Yeye, this name is very good." Li Nanfang was in no hurry to leave. "Yeye, if you have time after get off work, I'll treat you to coffee." "I'm sorry, Mr. Li, I have to take care of the children after I get home from get off work." After hearing Sui Yeye say this, Li Nanfang turned around and left. Flirting with pretty girls is every man's duty, but if you flirt with the child's mother, you're being a hooligan. Li Nanfang arrived at the president's office with familiarity and pushed open the door. He saw Yuzitong's secretary standing in front of the water dispenser with a cup of water. She turned around and looked over after hearing the door open. "Secretary Minute, good morning." Li Nanfang smiled warmly and asked politely, "My aunt is not here. Who let you in?" What surprised Li Nanfang was that she actually ignored his enthusiasm and asked this with a sour face. The smile on Li Nanfang's face froze. "What do you mean?" Yuzitong said coldly, "Didn't your parents teach you to knock on the door before entering?" "Hey, you really didn't teach me." Li Nanfang smiled, took out a cigarette and put it in his mouth, and said slowly, "Secretary Minute, let me remind you." "You say?" Yuzitong walked to the table, leaned on it with his arms folded across his chest, and looked at him with contempt. "You're just a secretary. And I." Li Nanfang pointed his finger at his nose with an arrogant look on his face. "He is your boss's nephew, so you'd better put yourself in the right position and don't act like a boss. Be careful that I will spread rumors and let her fire you." Just then, a young woman came over from the elevator with a stack of documents in her hands. It seemed that she was coming to the president's office. "I'll talk to you later." Li Nanfang still knew what was important and would never delay the secretary's normal work just to teach her a lesson. He walked to the sofa and sat down. Snort. Yuzitong curled her lips, walked around the table and sat behind the desk. After seeing that she was actually sitting in the seat that should have been the president, Li Nanfang frowned, thinking that Yuzitong had spoiled her. Not only was her background mysterious, but she also didn't know the rules. The young woman came to the door and knocked on the open door. "Come in." The little secretary in Li Nanfang's eyes said lightly. The young woman came in and saw Li Nanfang on the sofa. She smiled politely and came to the table and said softly, "Boss Yu, this is the marketing report for this quarter that you requested." Chapter 17, Gentle and Lovely. "Mr. Yu. This young woman calls Minute Ru President Yu." Li Nanfang was thinking about how to teach Minute Ru a lesson later and warn her not to play tricks on Yuzitong. But when she heard the young woman respectfully addressing her as Ms. Yu, she was stunned. "Scumbag, are you shocked now?" After seeing Li Nanfang's dumbfounded look out of the corner of her eye, Yuzitong felt particularly refreshed. Her mental state when talking to her subordinates was obviously much more lively than before. She even smiled and praised them a few times, showing her demeanor as a beautiful CEO. Yuzitong's unusually friendly attitude made the young woman flattered. When she said goodbye, she was so excited that she stuttered. This was definitely specially arranged by Yuzitong. Just as the subordinates from the sales department left, several groups of department executives from Kaihuang Group came to the office to report to her. Everyone who came in saw Li Nanfang sitting on the sofa, and they must have been wondering who he was and how he could sit so proudly in front of President Yu. However, no one spoke to him. Everyone walked to the desk and respectfully reported to Yuzitong. As if helped by God, Yuzitong himself was also surprised at how good his mental state was when he was guarding Li Nanfang. His thinking was clear and his head was calm. Things that he used to think twice about, he could now make the most correct decision in just a few minutes. After working for a full half hour and allowing Li Nanfang to witness the peerless grace of the contemporary beautiful female president, the real secretary Minute Ru walked in and made him a cup of tea. "You are Minute Ru, right?" Li Nanfang raised his hand and rubbed his stiff face, then asked with a wry smile. Yes, I am always Minute Ru. Mr. Yu's alternative way of showing off had a significant effect. Minute Ru was also very happy and winked at him mischievously. Well, you are indeed gentle and lovely. Li Nanfang thought of the old man's evaluation of Minute Ru, and spoke sincerely, his eyes starting to become dishonest again. What are you talking about? Minute Ru was stunned for a moment, then her face turned red, she said something coquettishly and quickly walked out of the office. Li Nanfang described it very clearly, she was indeed gentle and lovely. This proved that someone had already described Minute Ru to him. There is no girl who doesn't like to be praised behind her back, even if that person is a scumbag. Minute Ru is gentle and lovely, what about me? As soon as Minute Ru walked out, Yuzutong's cold voice rang out. You? Li Nanfang turned his head and looked at the beautiful president sitting behind the desk. After hesitating for a long time, he shook his head. Yuzutong didn't expect him to say anything nice about him. If he really asked him, who knew what ivory this dog could spit out of his mouth? He curled his lips in disdain. Humph, are you surprised? Yes, I was very surprised. Li Nanfang spoke the truth, and even had a disgusting look of admiration on his face. You are the Yuzutong in my mind. Proud, cold, and a bit evil and wild. Men can't help but worship you at a glance. Real. Yuzutong's girlish vanity began to take effect. The frost on her face thinned by at least 2 layers, and there was a hint of uncontrollable pride between her brows. Just when she was about to say, you have good taste, she saw Li Nanfang smacked his lips and said, but even if you are as arrogant as a queen, and you are my aunt whom I dare not offend, so what? You still took the initiative to climb into my bathtub and deliver the goods to my door. You? The smugness on Yuzutong's face instantly froze. He stood up with a bang, grabbed a water cup and asked through gritted teeth, You want to die? In no mood. Li Nanfang said frankly, I just can't stand your arrogant face. Yuzutong, I warn you, you can act big and powerful in front of your subordinates. I don't care how you are qualified to hold a gun. I just want to tell you that you'd better be polite to me in the future. If I'm not mistaken, it was your elders who decided that I came to Kai Huang Group. So, you'd better put away those powerful faces and tricks. Otherwise, I can leave at any time. Looking at Li Nanfang with saliva flying everywhere, Yuzutong wanted to pounce on him and smash his face with his thermos. She had this idea and believed she had the ability to do it. But at the same time, she also dared not forget what Grandpa Yu had said, try your best to make him satisfied with you. Chapter 18, I am your aunt. When Li Nanfang came to see Yuzutong yesterday, if she had shown her true face, he would have been extremely surprised and might even have been disgusted with her because of her disgust, but he would never attack her with words. Li Nanfang didn't want to interfere in the matter of how Yuzutong ended up in the United States with a gun. After all, everyone had their own secrets and he wasn't interested. As for the fact that the two of them coincidentally had that kind of relationship, can Li Nanfang be blamed? We can all just pretend that nothing happened. You can be your aunt and I can be your nephew. Whether you hate my prematurely aged appearance in the past or are disgusted by my current identity as a rapist, none of this matters. The important thing is, you provide me with a position that can protect you closely. Wouldn't it be better if you treat me as a transparent person? Anyway, I just have to fulfill my promise to my wife and ensure your safety within a year. By then, you don't have to say anything, and I guarantee that I will just walk away. But what about you, what have you done? You actually let Minute Ru play the role of you, tricked me and deceived me, so that I could obediently call her aunt. This is what you did wrong. What Li Nanfang hated most was being fooled, so when Yuzutong thought she was very proud of herself, he used these extremely harsh words to humiliate her. Yuzutong's reaction after being humiliated was not unexpected to him. He was ready to turn hostile as soon as she threw the cup at him and let her see how powerful his buddy was. Yuzutong hesitated. Li Nanfang had been in the underworld for so long that he had a very sharp eye. He immediately realized something and asked with a sneer, Hey, do you really want to kill me, but you are afraid to do anything to me because of some strict orders from your elders? This scumbag's eyes are very effective. Yuzutong cursed in his heart but said nothing. Li Nanfang knew that he had guessed correctly, and took the opportunity to get ahead of himself. Go ahead and hit me hard, I promise I won't dodge. But if you dare to hurt even a little hair of mine, I will complain to your parents and make you pay for it. Go to hell. Yuzutong had never seen such a shameless man and could not bear it any longer. He raised his hand and threw the thermos at him, but it flew over his head and hit the wall behind him with a bang. Li Nanfang pretended to shrink his neck in fear, glanced at the shallow dent on the wall, then turned back to look at Yuzitong, whose chest was rising and falling rapidly due to anger. His rogue face became even more fierce, and he pointed at his head and shouted, "Come, come, come, Yuzitong, smash it here if you have the guts. If I hide, I won't be considered a hero. You scum, are you done yet?" Yuzitong let out a low scream and slammed her hand hard on the table. She wanted to pounce on him several times and strangle him to death, but she didn't dare to do so. She could only vent her anger on the table, causing the signature pen to jump up. "Yuzitong, you look so ugly when you are angry." Li Nanfang refused to give in and opened his mouth as if he was retching. She tried her best to be as venomous as possible and ridicule a seemingly powerful girl, but she didn't dare to do anything. This feeling was so good, and she finally got rid of the anger of being fooled. Yuzitong grabbed the pen on the table and stared at Li Nanfang. "Don't mess with me again, don't mess with me again, I will really kill you. You don't dare. If you dared, you would have done it just now." Li Nanfang said, "You are just a beggar gritting your teeth and getting angry. It will do nothing but make you uglier. I will kill you, scumbag, I swear. Come on, I'm waiting to be killed here." The more pain Yuzitong endured, the happier Li Nanfang was. "I'm your aunt." "What?" Li Nanfang, who was feeling very happy, was stunned when he heard this. "I said, I am your aunt, you shouldn't call yourself your father to me. My father is your master's wife's biological father." Yuzitong finally calmed down, and even had a kind smile on his face, just like an elder. Li Nanfang realized that something was wrong. "Oh no, I was too proud of myself just now and overacted," allowing her to see the floor. Yuzitong also noticed the change in Li Nanfang's expression. She asked with a smile, "I know you are deliberately trying to provoke me so that I can kick you out. In fact, you must have promised Big Sister that you would accept my transformation in the future, right?" Li Nanfang laughed. "Hey, Yuzitong, you have such a rich imagination. Well, you can go write a novel. Don't hide it, it's boring." Yuzitong turned around, walked gracefully back to the desk, raised her hand and knocked on the table. "Sit down, let's talk seriously." Chapter 19, Madonna-like Aunt. Li Nanfang sighed inwardly. He knew that his complacency had caused him to lose all the advantage he had worked so hard to gain, and put the two of them back on the same starting line. This is a profound lesson. First, let me emphasize one point. Li Nanfang's frustration made Yuzitong regain his confidence in the overall situation. "You can't call yourself lousy to me, because according to seniority, I am You are my aunt. Stop emphasizing such an awkward relationship." Li Nanfang said sullenly, taking out a cigarette and putting it in his mouth. Yuzitong frowned slightly, wanting to tell him that no one dared to smoke in her office, but considering that she couldn't anger him for the time being, she endured it. "Yes, I feel uncomfortable too, but this is reality." Li Nanfang was getting impatient. "I told you to stop talking nonsense, what else?" Secondly. Yuzitong spoke slowly, took out a cigarette from the drawer, and lit one elegantly. "I found that you have a good impression of Minute Rue. She's not wild like some other women. It's normal for a man to like her. How am I barbaric?" "Humph." Yuzitong glared and was about to slam the table, but then he thought that it would not be easy for him to turn the disadvantage around and he must not be fooled by this guy again, so he could only snort. "You know better than me whether you are barbaric or not." Li Nanfang sneered. "In the beginning, who was it that pointed a gun at my head and asked me to move?" With a bang, Yuzitong finally slammed the table, her pretty face flushed, and she said in a sinister tone, "Li Nanfang, don't force me to turn against you. That will not benefit anyone." Li Nanfang thought about it and felt that what she said was not wrong. There was no need to turn hostile without any certainty. It would be better for both sides to take a step back. "Okay, go on. I can help you too." Yuzitong lost interest in smoking and pressed hard into the ashtray. Li Nanfang was stunned. "What do you mean?" Yuzitong said calmly, "I can help you chase her and make her forget that you are a scumbag. However, you have to agree to two conditions of mine." Li Nanfang became interested. "What are the two conditions? Tell me quickly." "First, Minute Rue emphasized this to you yesterday. That is, when no one else is around, you must address me as auntie. You must never address me by my name like you did just now." Yuzitong did not hide the disgust on his face at all. "To be honest, I don't want to have a scumbag nephew like you, and I even hope that you will die of a cerebral hemorrhage right now, but I have the obligation to reform you and I cannot shirk it. I ask you to do this so that you always remember that I am an elder you need to respect. Bullshit transformation. I have already evolved to perfection, do I still need you to transform me? Li Nanfang snorted in his heart and said, that's no problem. You are the sister of Master's wife, so it's only natural for me to call you aunt. The second condition. Yuzatong was very satisfied with Li Nanfang's understanding of the current situation, and his expression eased a little. From now on, you must unconditionally obey any request I make of you. You must do whatever I ask you to do. Joke. Li Nanfang sneered, if you tell me to jump off the building, I must do it. Although that is my greatest wish, I won't say it out loud. Yuzatong said calmly, I once promised my elder sister that I would keep you by my side and discipline you personally. In this way. Etc. Li Nanfang interrupted her, you don't seem to be so generous, right? Will you listen to my master's wife? No one would believe it. Tell me, what is the real reason for keeping me? Yuzatong picked up the phone and asked, do you want me to call my elder sister now? Li Nanfang was at a loss, shrugged and spread his hands, go on. In order to discipline you personally, I will let you live with me. That way, you will be able to feel what true aristocratic demeanor is from my behavior and conversation. I hope that you can change your current evil thoughts in the shortest possible time under my subtle influence. When Yuzatong said this, a sacred halo like the Virgin Mary slowly emerged behind his head. Li Nanfang wanted to vomit. However, her words about wanting to live with him were in line with his intention of keeping her close to him, so he just endured it. Okay, I agree. You should say, Aunt, I agree. Aunt, I agree. Li Nanfang's face was full of respect for the elderly and love for the young. Aunt, do you have any other instructions? Chapter 20, Black Phantom rejuvenates. That's all. Just remember these 2 points. Yuzatong's face darkened again, don't let Minute Ru down, she is a good girl. Li Nanfang asked back, then, what if she lets me down? Yuzatong said coldly, then go to hell. Okay, deal. Li Nanfang didn't care about Yuzatong's harsh words. He thought for a moment before asking, Aunt, can I ask you something? Explain. What do you do? Agent. Yuzatong thought about it and answered his question. Fuck, so awesome. Li Nanfang looked very surprised. Yuzatong didn't care about his swearing. He narrowed his eyes and smiled sinisterly, so, you'd better behave yourself in front of me in the future, otherwise I'm afraid I won't be able to control myself and shoot you. Li Nanfang raised his hands to show surrender. After finishing what he wanted to say, Yuzatong didn't want to see him anymore. He raised his hand and waved it, as if to shoo away a fly, you can leave now. As for your job, you are the driver of the small car team, my private car driver. Tomorrow morning, you will officially come to the company to work. What Wang Defer said really came true. From that moment on, Li Nanfang became a glorious car driver. She arranged a scumbag like this just to find a reason for him to go to and from get off work with her. Okay, auntie, I'm leaving now. Li Nanfang stood up, bent slightly and nodded, then turned and walked towards the door. Maybe because of his well-behaved character, Yuzatong had a good impression of him. Wait, do you have any money on you now? I don't have any extra toiletries at home. It's just a bunch of money, so I don't need your aunt to worry about it. See you tomorrow. Li Nanfang refused with a smile, and couldn't help but look back after opening the door. He thought that his carefree attitude towards money would surprise Yuzatong a little, and she might even be staring at his back with a complicated look. As a result, the other person didn't mean that at all, and just looked at him playfully. Why, anything else? Feeling very embarrassed, Li Nanfang made a poor excuse. I just want to ask, it's still early, where should I go to play? You can die wherever you want. Yuzatong said calmly, took a document and started working. In fact, Li Nanfang really wanted to ask whether the 3 masked killers who appeared when he was taking a shower yesterday were sent by her. However, this kind of thing cannot be asked directly. Even if you ask, she will not admit it. This requires Li Nanfang to investigate slowly in the future. Yuzatong turned out to be an agent, which made Li Nanfang suddenly realize, no wonder the old man asked me to protect her, how can an agent not have enemies? Li Nanfang was still a little puzzled. With Yuzatong's obviously low IQ, how powerful a person could he offend? Would he really need him to come out personally and provide close protection? Just as the scumbag that Mr. Yu mentioned was wandering around Qingshan City, in the deep mountains thousands of kilometers away, an old man in a black robe and with a long beard slowly opened his eyes. In front of the big rock where he was sitting cross-legged, there was a man wearing the same black robe, but on his face was a golden ghost mask with green face and fangs. Even in broad daylight, he looked eerie and scary. Only the eyes behind the eye sockets were so dark that they seemed to lead straight to hell. This is a woman, and even the loose black gauze robe cannot hide her slender figure. She stood there for a long time when the white-bearded old man closed his eyes, but she never said a word, as if she would continue to stand like this unless the old man opened his eyes and spoke. The old man looked at her for a moment, then said slowly in a hoarse voice, "I observed the sky last night and found that the evil star that came from hell 24 years ago and can rejuvenate has officially entered the world. Where is he now and what's his name?" The black-robed woman's voice was very pleasant, with a kind of seductiveness that made people feel itchy, but it was also very cold and made people's heart palpitate, as if two pieces of iron were rubbing against each other. "I can't see through it, just like I don't know which level of hell his life came from and where it will go." After the old man finished speaking, he slowly closed his eyes again. The woman in black robe didn't ask any more questions. She bowed slightly and turned to leave. The wind blew her long hair around her ears, revealing the skin behind her ears, which was whiter than the snow that had accumulated for thousands of years on the mountain. Chapter 21, Shameless. Qingshan City is the capital city of East Province. It has a long history and culture and many places of interest and historical sites. It has been known as a place of outstanding people and beautiful scenery since ancient times. Over thousands of years of history, many notable figures have emerged here, some of whom are famous for generations, and of course some of whom are infamous for generations. When Li Nanfang came down from Thousand Buddha Mountain, it was almost dusk. The golden red light of the setting sun shone obliquely, covering the mountains and buildings with a layer of golden clothes. The birds chirped and began to return to the forest. Li Nanfang was a little hungry, and seeing a bar not far ahead, he decided to go in for a couple of drinks and then go to the supermarket to buy the necessary daily necessities. Just like tea houses that provide food and drink, bars also have this service. Li Nanfang found a corner to sit down, ordered a dozen dark beers, and asked for a set meal. He drank slowly while admiring the beauties walking by their window. After eating and drinking to their heart's content, the sky had already darkened. Li Nanfang lit a cigarette with satisfaction and raised his hand and snapped his fingers, "Waiter, check out." Soon, with the sound of high heels hitting the ground, a waitress in a red-maid uniform walked up behind him, bent down slightly, and said softly, "Sir, your total consumption is 180 yuan. Can I pay by card here?" Li Nanfang turned around and was stunned for a moment before smiling. "Oh, it's you." This waitress was Sui Yeye, the girl working at the front desk of Kaihuang Group's headquarters. When Li Nanfang was teasing someone in the morning, Sui Yeye said that she had to go see her children after get off work. Obviously, the guests in the bar are not her children. Sui Yeye didn't expect to meet Li Nanfang here. Her expression changed slightly, then returned to normal. "Hello, Vice President Li." In fact, she also knew that Li Nanfang was bragging when he called himself Vice President, and calling him that was somewhat ironic. Li Nanfang didn't care. He chuckled and asked casually, "Sui Yeye, why are you working as a waitress in a bar instead of going home to look after your kids after get off work?" "I use my spare time to earn some money from milk powder." Sui Yeye said calmly, "Vice President Li, your total spending is 180 yuan. It was obvious that she had no interest in getting close to Li Nanfang. If they were too close, she would feel embarrassed to ask for money. 180 yuan was more than her nightly wages. "Okay, then swipe the card." After realizing what Sui Yeye meant, Li Nanfang lost interest in continuing the conversation and took out his bank card and handed it to her. Sui Yeye carried a POS machine with her. After taking the gold card, she tapped a few times and asked Li Nanfang to enter the password. To avoid suspicion, she turned her head away and looked elsewhere. She only looked back when Li Nanfang said it was okay. She frowned slightly after taking a look. "Vice President Li, the balance on your card shows 0. "What?" Li Nanfang was stunned. "Balance is 0. See for yourself." Sui Yeye handed him the card reader. Li Nanfang took a closer look and it clearly showed the balance was 0. He remembered clearly that when he returned to Qingshan City, the old man gave him 30,000 yuan. He only spent a few thousand yuan on staying in a hotel and buying clothes yesterday. How come it was zero now? After being stunned for a moment, Li Nanfang vaguely understood something. At this time, another customer asked to pay the bill, and Sui Yeye urged him, Vice President Li, cash payment is also okay. Well, I don't have enough cash. I have less than 30 yuan. Li Nanfang coughed dryly and said somewhat embarrassedly. You don't have any money? Then I'll call the boss over and you can talk to him yourself. Sui Yeye frowned again, and without waiting for Li Nanfang to say anything, she turned around and waved over there, Brother Hu, please come over here. Damn, this girl is so disrespectful. Even if I didn't bring any money, you should have taken the initiative to pay for me since we are acquaintances. Why can't I pay you back tomorrow? Why do you have to call for help as soon as you open your mouth? It makes me feel like I'm eating a free meal. Sui Yeye's performance made Li Nanfang very unhappy, but he couldn't say anything. After all, the other party had no obligation to lend him money. Brother Hu is about 30 years old, with a bald head, a big thick yellow chain around his neck, dragon and tiger tattoos on his arms, and a face full of flesh. You can tell at first glance that he is not someone who is easy to talk to. What's wrong, Yeye? This gentleman forgot to bring money, $180. I'll go over there and see if someone has paid. Sui Yeye finished speaking in a low voice, looked at Li Nanfang expressionlessly, and walked away quickly. Hey, man, you forgot to bring money when you came to the bar. Brother Hu crossed his arms and looked down at Li Nanfang with a fake smile on his face. I really forgot. Can you please make an exception and put it down first? I'll send it to you tomorrow, double the price. Li Nanfang raised his hand and scratched the back of his head, and asked in a negotiating tone. Fuck, you're dreaming. Just because I know you're a bitch, I'll buy you on credit. Their half-smile on Brother Hu's face immediately turned into a grim grin. Keep your mouth clean. Li Nanfang admitted that he did have some suspicion of defaulting on his debts, but Brother Hu's attitude was too bad. He was probably a little bit in the wrong, otherwise he would have kicked him out long ago. Fuck, kid, my mouth is still dirty, what can you do about it? Brother Hu didn't expect Li Nanfang to be so stubborn. He laughed in anger and reached out to grab his collar. You little bastard, I've seen a lot of people like you. Just as he was about to take action, he suddenly heard a girl scream from behind, followed by the sound of a slap, snap. Instinctively, Brother Hu and Li Nanfang looked over there at the same time, and happened to see Sui Yeye being pushed onto the table next to her. Little bitch, how dare you hit me? What's going on? After seeing someone making trouble in his bar, Brother Hu no longer cared about Li Nanfang and rushed over with a loud shout. Young and beautiful girls working in a bar, a place where all kinds of people mix, are particularly likely to get into trouble. Not all the guests were gentlemen like Li Nanfang. Among the guests at the table who had just called Sui Yeye to pay the bill, someone had obviously drunk too much, and when he saw how beautiful she was, he couldn't help but pinch her thigh. Sui Yeye screamed and subconsciously raised her hand to slap him. The man who was beaten was obviously not a good person. After raising his hand to push her out, he stood up, picked up a wine bottle and smashed it on her head. Fortunately, Sui Yeye reacted quickly. She rolled over in a hurry and smashed the wine bottle hard on the table with a bang. Brother Hu rushed over in time and yelled, Fuck, stop it, you fucking. He stopped cursing halfway through. He couldn't afford to offend that person, so he quickly put on a smile and said, Hey, isn't this young Master Jin? What brought you to my little shop? Look at my eyes, they are so useless, I didn't even see you. Although Brother Hu appears to be very fierce in front of ordinary citizens, he is more polite than his grandson in front of important people. He was a skinny young man wearing a pair of myopic glasses and looked very fragile. However, he raised his hand and poked Brother Hu's nose and yelled, Fuck Zhang Hu, do you still want to keep this bar open? After seeing this, Li Nanfang lost interest in reading any further. Because he could guess what was going to happen next with his toes. It was nothing more than Brother Hu saying nice things and asking Sui Yeye to apologize to Mr. Jin, and maybe even fire her on the spot. Speaking of which, Li Nanfang should come forward to help Sui Yeye. After all, they are all acquaintances. But just now when Li Nanfang said he had no money, her acquaintance didn't seem to give him the proper care he deserved, and even called the fierce Brother Hu over. Li Nanfang was not that kind of stingy man, but when he should be stingy, he didn't need to be generous. Alas, it seems that all the money in the card has been withdrawn by the dead old man. He is worried that I will be indecisive, so he cuts off my wings financially and forces me to rely on Yuzatone. Well, you are cruel this time. Li Nanfang sighed, took out his cell phone, found Yuzatone's cell phone number, and dialed it. He didn't want to trouble Yuzatone if Sui Yeye helped him pay for it, or if brother who was reasonable. It is said that when he was leaving the president's office, someone asked him if he had any money. At that time, he was very pretentious and said that it was just a mere copper and not worth the trouble. The lofty words I spoke in the past are still ringing in my ears, and now I have to call for help, which is indeed a bit embarrassing. Of course, with Li Nanfang's ability, if he wanted to default on his debt, 10 Tiger Brothers would not be able to stop him. But he couldn't do that. He had to pay for drinking, and refusing to pay was not his style. The phone beeped several times before Yuzatone's indifferent voice came from the other end. If you have anything to say, just tell me. I'm busy cleaning your room. Hey, comrade, you've worked hard. Hey, don't hang up yet, there's something wrong. Well, I had 2 drinks at the bar, and when I paid the bill, I found out, well, you know. Li Nanfang laughed twice, somewhat awkwardly. He was really afraid that Yuzatone would say no, in which case he would have to use his special move of flying on the grass. Fortunately, Yuzatone still had some conscience. He hesitated for a moment and then asked, "Where are you now?" "At the main entrance of Chinfor Mountain, walk 500 meters east and you will find the blue sky bar." "New." Yuzatone replied indifferently and hung up the phone. "This damn old man, this move is too dark, isn't it?" Li Nanfang cursed under his breath and was about to call the old man to question him when he heard another slapping sound not far away. "I get slaps every day, but tonight there were especially many." Li Nanfang looked up with emotion and saw Sui Yeye covering her left face with her hand. Brother Hu was tapping her nose and yelling, "Quick, apologize to young Master Jin." Sui Yeye wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth with her backhand, lowered her head and said nothing. "Fuck, are you deaf?" Sui Yeye's disobedience made Brother Hu lose face. When he was about to slap her again, young Master Jin raised his hand and pushed her aside. "Little bitch, since you don't appreciate the favor you've given me, don't blame me for being rude." With alcohol in his head, Jin Shao smiled lewdly, reached out to grab Sui Yeye's clothes and pulled them apart. With a swish sound and the girl's scream, most of the white chest was exposed. Chapter 22, Aunt, you're exposed. Sui Yeye, who appears to be very gentle, is not someone who is easily bullied, otherwise she would not have slapped someone in the face after being molested just now. Now, her clothes were torn off in public, and after screaming, she didn't think twice and raised her right foot in high-heeled leather shoes and kicked Jin Shao hard in the crotch. "R!" Young Master Jin screamed like a hen whose neck had been stepped on and broken, then collapsed to the ground with his hands covering his crotch. The onlookers were stunned. No one expected Sui Yeye to be so cruel as to kick someone to death. To be honest, if young Master Jin was just an ordinary customer who dared to cause trouble in the blue sky bar and was severely abused by Sui Yeye, Brother Hu would not only not blame her, but would also clap his hands and cheer, and then rush up to beat him up with punches and kicks, beating him so hard that even his mother would not be able to recognize him. But this is the prominent Mr. Jin. If Brother Hu offends him, the blue sky bar will have to close tomorrow. He opened his mouth wide for a moment like a sharpie, then looked up at Sui Yeye. Sui Yeye cried softly, covered herself with clothes in a panic, turned around and ran towards the door. "You want to run away after beating young Master Jin? Damn, that's a nice thought. But if you run away, what should I do?" Brother Hu's cheeks puffed up, and he rushed forward decisively and grabbed Sui Yeye's hair. Regardless of her screams and struggles, he pulled her back violently and slammed her against the table next to him. With a bang, Sui Yeye's back of the head hit the table heavily. Stars appeared in front of her eyes. She rolled her eyes and slid to the ground. The clothes that had just covered her face were opened again. Jong Hu, if you don't beat this little bitch to death tonight, I'll close your business tomorrow." Young Master Jin sat up, breathing out cold air, the muscles in his neck tensed, and he roared angrily. "Just wait and see, Master Jin. I guarantee you'll be satisfied." Jong Hu grinned and gritted his teeth, then kicked Sui Yeye in the stomach. Although he had long coveted Sui Yeye's beauty and was reluctant to treat her like this, he knew that beauty was nothing compared to power, and he made up his mind to satisfy young Master Jin tonight. Bang! Just as Zhang Hu was about to kick Sui Yeye in the stomach with his right foot, a beer bottle flew in like a surface-to-air missile and exploded accurately on the back of his head. Glass shards flew everywhere, emitting brilliant rays of light under the light. As expected of a man who was used to fighting and killing, after being hit on the back of the head by a beer bottle, Brother Hu did not roll his eyes and count stars like Sui Yeye. At most, he was stunned for a moment, raised his hand with disbelief on his face, scratched his bleeding head, and turned around to look over. Brother Hu just turned around, and before he could see who dared to hit him with a wine bottle, someone rushed up and hit him hard in the left eye with a punch. When Brother Tiger fell on the table with a grunt, several of his younger brothers who were watching the scene finally came to their senses. They picked up chairs and rushed towards the man, shouting angrily, "Fuck, you dare to hit Brother Tiger? Kill this little bastard. You want to be a hero who saves the beauty? Go die first." Facing the younger brothers who rushed towards him with ferocious faces, Li Nanfang really wanted to tell them in an extremely sincere tone that he didn't want to be a hero who saved the beauty, but he just couldn't stand so many grown men bullying a girl. Even though this girl is Sui Yeye, who is very heartless to him, he should cross his arms and watch the show with a gloating look on his face, so as to live up to his principles in dealing with people. But if he really does that, Li Nanfang will suffer from insomnia at night. Men, like women, will age if they suffer from insomnia. Li Nanfang, who especially cherishes his own skin, really doesn't want to age prematurely, so he can only put aside his personal grudges and take action. It was obvious that the younger brothers would not listen to his explanation, nor would they give him a chance to explain. They roared like tigers and smashed several chairs on their heads. At this point, Li Nanfang has to be a hero even if he doesn't want to. In his eyes, these younger brothers were no more than chickens and dogs. Mr. Li only needed to move his little finger to beat them to a pulp. Just as he was about to kick out the first younger brother who pounced on him, Li Nanfang suddenly changed his mind. He defeated all the younger brothers in no time and left with Sui Yeye. It was indeed very cool and extraordinary, but others would at most say that he was very powerful and should be a hero, but they would ignore his great sentiment of being brave and righteous. But what if he concealed his strength, had a thrilling and hard battle with his fellow thugs, preferably getting injured a bit, before finally defeating these villains and rescuing the beauty? People will be impressed by his heroic spirit of, "I will go forward even if there are tens of thousands of people against me," and will praise him and worship him. There may even be 3 or 2 beautiful women watching him, crying and shouting that they want to marry him. Isn't that beautiful? At the very least, Sui Yeye will be more grateful to him. Since you have decided to do something, try to get the greatest benefit from it. This was said by a wise man, and Li Nanfang always keeps it in mind. After making up his mind, Li Nanfang retracted his right foot that was about to be raised, bent down and raised his hands to pretend that he was unable to dodge, and allowed a younger brother who jumped high with a chair held high in both hands to smash down and hit him hard on the back. With a loud bang, the chair that hit Li Nanfang's back broke into pieces. Someone among the onlookers shouted loudly, "R. It works." Li Nanfang nodded secretly with satisfaction, staggered and fell on the table. "Kill him." Brother Hu, who now had panda eyes and a head full of blood, also woke up. He roared and besieged Li Nanfang together with several of his younger brothers. Li Nanfang was trying to defend himself left and right, and was in a miserable state, looking like a canoe in the stormy sea, which might be overturned to the bottom of the sea at any time, but it just wouldn't turn over. Occasionally, it would even kick out, causing some of its younger brothers to scream and shout, "Oh my God!" Alas, these country bumpkins, seeing such a wonderful gang fight scene, why didn't they take out their mobile phones to take photos or videos, and upload them to the internet to let more citizens see my heroic behavior? After being hit on the back by Brother Hu with a chair again, Li Nanfang sighed with regret in his heart, while Sui Yeye staggered to her feet, holding onto the table, like the final winner on the battlefield. Before she could stand firmly, she picked up a wine bottle and smashed it on Jin Xiao's head. Just as Jin Xiao was about to stand up, he immediately fell to the ground again with a scream. "I didn't expect this little girl to be such a tough one. Buddy likes it, come on, fight side by side with Buddy, that way we can forge a great comradeship," Li Nanfang shouted affectionately in his heart, and when he was thinking about how to fight side by side with Sui Yeye, he saw her turn around and rush out of the bar. Li Nanfang was confused. Damn, he just left like that. He began to strongly doubt whether he was dreaming. In order to save the beauty, his face was covered with blood. The blood was from Brother Hu's clothes, and he was about to die heroically when he could not hold on any longer, but Sui Yeye actually ran away on her own. What's this? Li Nanfang suddenly felt the pleasure of being played like a bully. He immediately became angry and ashamed. He no longer had the heart to play with Brother Hu and the others. He wanted to summon up his power to knock down this gang of bullies, then catch up with Sui Yeye and ask her indignantly why this happened. Sui Yeye's unfair behavior made Li Nanfang, whose dream was shattered, stunned for a moment. Brother Hu seized the opportunity and grinned like a devil, raised the half-broken beer bottle and stabbed it hard into his lower abdomen. The jagged teeth of a beer bottle are much faster than a knife. If it really stabs someone, the person will die, but smoke will come out of their ancestors' graves. Li Nanfang certainly didn't care about the smoke coming out of his ancestral grave. A cold light flashed in his eyes. He was about to kick Brother Hu to Java when suddenly a black afterimage flashed before his eyes and hit Brother Hu's chin heavily like a wooden stake. Brother Hu screamed miserably and swung the half-broken beer bottle in his hand, which flew backwards 3 to 5 meters and even knocked down a table. Wow! Amid the onlookers' exclamations of surprise, Li Nanfang saw Yuzatone. Yuzatone, dressed in a black suit and half-high riding boots, was like a divine general. She held Li Nanfang's left shoulder with both hands, and kicked left and right with her slender right leg. Her movements were so light that she looked like she was dancing, and she was extremely eye-catching. Brother Tiger and the others who were so ferocious just now were now completely transformed into foils. They screamed and flew backwards. Some even lay on their backs, shaking their cheeks from side to side, and spewing out a blood mist with back teeth. Handsome. Yuzatone's movements when beating people are so cool. In Li Nanfang's eyes, the sharpness Yuzatone was currently displaying was just mediocre skills, but he was able to deal with street thugs like Brother Hu with ease. After kicking the last little brother to the ground, Yuzone, who was holding his shoulders, raised her beautiful legs high, posing a very cool, a pillar of incense facing the sky pose, slowly glanced at Brother Hu and others, and asked coldly, "Who else dares to come up?" No one dared to come up, including young Master Jin, who had climbed up again. No one dared to shout at this moment. This woman is so powerful and perverted. She kicked 4 or 5 men like sandbags. Who can stand it? Yuzatone enjoyed this feeling of being the only one in the world. Her eyes became sharper. Just as she was about to sneer, she felt a hand secretly pulling the hem of her dress. Li Nanfang's weak voice rang out, "Auntie, you are exposed." Yuzatone was stunned for a moment, then she remembered that she was wearing a skirt suit. Although this pose looked cool and stylish, people could also see the scenery under her skirt. Fortunately, she didn't wear anything flesh-colored today, otherwise she would have been at a great loss. "Shut up." Yuzatone's pretty face turned red, she cursed in a low voice, "Shut up," and quickly put down her right leg. Li Nanfang kindly reminded him, "I saw their boy in the flowered shirt over their sneaking glances several times. Do you want to dig out his eyeballs? If you don't shut up, I'll beat you up too." Yuzatone squeezed out these words from between his teeth, raised his hand to push him away, turned around and walked out. If Li Nanfang was not her legal husband, she would not come to such a messy place even if he was cut into pieces. "Wait, wait!" Jin Shao suddenly yelled at the top of his voice, "You want to leave now?" Yuzatone stopped and turned around, looking at Jin Shao and asked with a sneer, "Why, do you want to get beaten?" Looking at the radiant Yuzatone, Li Nanfang really wanted to kneel down and worship her. Chapter 23, You are going to marry Yuzatone. Of course young Master Jin didn't want to get beaten. Didn't he see that people like Brother Hu, who were stronger than him, were knocked down easily by the beauty? If someone with his small body were kicked by her, wouldn't he be broken in the end? He called out to Yuzatone purely out of the idea of losing the fight but not the battle, just like 2 thugs fighting on the street. Even when one of them has been beaten to death, he still has to shout, "Don't leave, my brother is coming soon." "What's your name?" When Jin Shao was glanced at by Yuzatone's sharp eyes, he subconsciously shrank his neck. "Aunt, he is planning to take revenge on you in the future." Before Yuzatone could say anything, Li Nanfang, like a smug villain, spat a mouthful of thick phlegm at young Master Jin, "Bar. Who do you think you are? You want to know our CEO Yu's name?" Yuzatone really wanted to slap Li Nanfang's mouth. "How can you talk like that? You yourself said that I am your CEO Yu, so what do you think there are many CEOs with the surname Yu in Qingshan City?" She suddenly understood that this boy had let the secret slip on purpose to make her hate him. "Okay, Li Nanfang, you called me and said you had no money, and I rushed over to give you the money. Is that fair to you?" After seeing you get beaten up by a crowd of people, I rescued you, and this is how you repay me. Yuzatong narrowed her beautiful eyes and stared at Li Nanfang, and almost every word she spoke was squeezed out from between her teeth. Li Nanfang felt a little guilty, realizing that what he did was not very decent. He smiled awkwardly and looked away. Hey, well, I just let it slip. Well, I still owe him 180 yuan. Yuzatong gritted his teeth, took out 2 banknotes, slammed them heavily on the table, and walked away. $20 as a tip. No need to change. Li Nanfang said something and followed him out quickly. Yuzatong's residence is only 3 miles away from here, otherwise she wouldn't have come so quickly. It also proves that she still takes Li Nanfang seriously. If she didn't want to come, let alone 3 miles, even 30 or 50 meters would take half an hour. The reason why she cares about Li Nanfang so much is because of the awkward relationship between them. Even though she doesn't want to come, she can't control her feet. Who would have thought that she helped this guy with good intentions, but was sold out by him? How could she not be angry? Aunt, please listen to my explanation first. Li Nanfang was about to explain when Yuzatong suddenly turned around and said in a sinister tone, okay, then explain it to me. If you can't, I'll knock out all your teeth. Li Nanfang quickly raised his hand to cover his mouth and said awkwardly, well, we are even now, okay. What's even? Yuzatong really didn't want to pay attention to this guy, but couldn't help but ask. Li Nanfang chuckled, you asked Minute Ru to pretend to be you, didn't you? Yuzatong suddenly realized that he was still thinking about the time he was tricked. She suddenly wanted to cry. How could she be lucky enough to meet such a stingy man? Well, I won't do that again next time. Seeing her eyes dim, Li Nanfang felt a little guilty and made a serious promise. Next time, even if you are beaten to death, I will not care about you anymore. Yuzatong said something sinister, opened the door and got in the car. The front of the car suddenly jumped forward and the engine roared as it rushed out. Next time, I won't care anymore, damn it. Looking at the grey night sky, and then looking back at Brother Hu and others who were leaning on the window glass and peeking out, Li Nanfang cursed, feeling inexplicably bored, and quickly walked onto the sidewalk with his hands in his trouser pockets. Buzz. Buzz. Li Nanfang had just returned to his hotel room when his cell phone started vibrating violently. It was the old man who called. Li Nanfang, who was a little annoyed, picked up the phone and asked unhappily, old man, what do you mean? What do you mean? What are you talking about, dear disciple? I don't understand what you are saying, master. The old man is acting stupid over there. If it weren't for his master's wife, Li Nanfang would definitely give him the middle finger, don't give me that. Why did you take all the money from my bank card? I don't even have money for a drink. I lost an adult tonight. Isn't this for your own good? The old man explained confidently, as the saying goes, a penny can make a hero fail. Only when you are penniless can you not move an inch. Only then can you stay by Zitong's side and for her safety. Stop chewing maggots. Li Nanfang sneered, humph, you just don't trust me. Li Nanfang, always keep my word. Since I promised you something, I will do it. Do you have to play such a trick? It's just a bunch of money, let's not talk about it. The old man on the other side looked very proud, and then he changed the subject. Boy, I am calling you now to tell you some bad news. Li Nanfang didn't say anything. He took out the cigarette box and wanted to smoke, only to find that the box was empty. He wanted to buy it. Where could he buy it without any money? Luckily there are still cigarette butts from last night in the ashtray, so I'll just have to make do with it. After waiting for a while without Li Nanfang speaking, the old man had no choice but to say, you're going to be in trouble. Taking a puff of cigarette, Li Nanfang sneered, TSK, don't I have enough troubles? This trouble is different. What's the difference? Is there a 3-legged monster coming to bite me? This time, someone is going to treat you as a love rival. Rival in love. Li Nanfang blinked, not understanding what was going on. What love rival? Oh, it's hard to put it into words. Let me tell you. The old man sighed. Over there, according to the gossip, a young talent will go to Qingshan City soon. Damn it, what's so great about the son of the Helan family? Why would he treat my apprentice as a rival in love just to pursue my sister-in-law? Damn it, this is intolerable. Amid a string of foul language uttered by the old man, Li Nanfang finally understood what was going on. A guy with the surname Helan would soon come to Qingshan City, pursuing Yuzitong with flowers in his hands. That Mr. Helan was Yuzitong's instructor when she was in the National Security Bureau, and he had been interested in her for a long time. It is said that Master Helan was one of the top talents in Beijing. The commendatory words such as handsome and suave to describe men seem to have been invented specifically for him. Yuzitong comes from a wealthy family and is very charming. When she is not in a bad mood, it is understandable that Master Helan would pursue her. There is nothing strange about it. Originally, no matter which man pursued Yuzitong, it would not matter what happened to Li Nanfang. The key point was that he had to protect her closely now and even live with her at night. Then their relationship would definitely be misunderstood, and even if he explained, others would not believe it. But Li Nanfang would never explain, and said happily, okay, that guy must be a very powerful person, right? Let him protect her, and I can take the opportunity to escape. Before Li Nanfang could finish, the old man interrupted him, no. Li Nanfang sneered, why not? The old man said arrogantly, if I say no, then it's no. Old man, explain to me clearly why it doesn't work. Li Nanfang was a little annoyed. Just when he was about to say that he would leave Qingshan City immediately after the Helan master came, the old man suddenly said, because you are going to marry Yuzitong. What? Li Nanfang was stunned for a moment, then laughed, old man, are you drunk? You actually want me to marry Yuzitong? Damn it, you still dare to say anything, aren't you afraid that the wind will blow your tongue away? The old man said calmly, this is what your master's wife meant. She doesn't want any man other than you to harass Zitong. As for whether you listen to her or not, that's your business. I'm just conveying it. The sneer on Li Nanfang's face froze immediately. After the muscles on his face finally recovered, he realized that the old man had hung up the phone. Li Nanfang grabbed the water cup on the cabinet, drank the cold water in it in one gulp, then lay on his back on the bed, his mind in a mess. He vaguely guessed why his master's wife insisted that he protect Yuzitong. Perhaps, Yuzitong was not in any danger at all. The master's wife asked him to come so that they could try to get along with each other first, and then make the matter clear when the time was right. But the appearance of Mr. Helan disrupted the master's wife's step-by-step plan, which led to the old man calling. Especially when he thought about how much Yuzitong hated him but still let him stay, Li Nanfang became more certain of what he was thinking. She might have known something for a long time but didn't tell me. Master's wife wants me to marry her younger sister? Then, wouldn't that mean that the old man and I would be two different people, messing up our generations? Li Nanfang had a terrible headache. He held his head with both hands and tossed and turned in bed. It took a long time before he fell asleep. He had a dream tonight. He dreamed of many women whose faces he couldn't see clearly. They were naked and shaking their breasts. They tried to seduce him like foxes. When he woke up the next morning, he found that somewhere he felt wet and uncomfortable. Fortunately, he didn't have the bad habit of wearing his underwear to sleep, but he would definitely be cursed by the hotel laundry worker. Being cursed a few times was no big deal, and Mr. Li, who was a generous man, wouldn't mind if he couldn't hear it. Li Nanfang, who had a night of erotic dreams, had dark circles under his eyes and looked listless. When he arrived at Kaihuang Group with unsteady steps, it was already past 9 in the morning, a full hour and a half later than the normal working hours. As soon as he entered the parking lot, he saw a large circle of bright red roses placed on the ground in front of the hall door. A young man in a beige suit was holding a bunch of white roses in his arms. He had a disgusting smile on his face and looked up at the top of the building. This was an act of courtship, and even a country bumpkin could see it. However, only a country bumpkin would use such an old-fashioned method. Li Nanfang did not care. When he was about to walk around, Wang Defer walked over from the side. Li Nanfang and he were barely acquainted. He smiled and nodded to greet him, and asked casually, which beauty in our company is this guy pursuing? He is pursuing our president Yu. Lao Wang looked back and whispered like a thief, didn't you see that there was a line of words inside the circle, with flowers? Pursuing Mr. Yu. Li Nanfang's sleepiness immediately disappeared. He stared at the flowers on the ground with wide eyes and saw the words inside, Zitong, happy birthday. Oh shit, is this the Master Helan? Li Nanfang looked at the handsome young man again and asked Lao Wang, what's his name? Chapter 24, You're just a crappy driver. His name is Feng Yunting, the young master of Qingshan City Yanshiji Real Estate Company. I heard that he is worth tens of billions, an absolute diamond bachelor buddy. What's wrong with you? It's like you've been abused 800 times. Only then did Wang Defer notice that Li Nanfang looked unwell. The sleeves of his blue shirt were half fallen off, and there seemed to be black and red color on it. I encountered a few mad dogs last night. I fought with them for 300 rounds before I managed to escape. Of course Li Nanfang was too embarrassed to say it. This was caused by someone when he was pretending to be cool last night. He sniffed and walked towards Master Feng. If it was yesterday, let alone Master Helan or Master Feng, even if any random person came to pursue Yuzatone, he wouldn't even bother to look at him. But it's no longer possible now. If he remains indifferent when others pursue Yuzatone, the Master's wife will definitely be very angry. Speaking of Mr. Feng, will you die if you keep a low profile when pursuing women? Click, 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 a series of crisp footsteps came from her hall. Among the employees who were gathered at the door to watch the excitement, someone looked back and his heart skipped a beat. Oh no, President Yu is here. What are you all doing standing here? Aren't you going to work? Yuzatone, who was wearing a black OL suit, scolded coldly with a frosty face. With a whoosh, the employees scattered like frightened hornets. Yuzatone snorted coldly and said nothing more. She frowned and looked outside the hall. She had known that Feng Yunting was coming, but she just didn't want to pay attention to him. Who the hell did he really think that he could catch up with me just by having some money? But later I heard from Minute Ru that Feng Yunting had been standing at the door like a wooden stake for a long time, as if he was determined to stand there until the end of time unless Mr. Yu came out, which attracted a lot of people to watch. Yuzatone became annoyed when she heard this. She was already very angry with Li Nanfang last night and had been in a bad mood ever since. Now a fly had flown over and attracted a lot of attention. How could she have the mood to work? She felt that it was time to have a good talk with Mr. Feng and persuade him to save his energy on courting other women. When he saw Yuzatone finally show up, Feng Yunting smiled even more brightly. He raised his hand to smooth his greasy 3:7 hairstyle, coughed lightly, and was about to say something when someone came up from behind him, stepped on the bright and juicy roses, and stumbled. Ouch, who the hell threw garbage everywhere and made me almost fall down? The man danced his hands like he was ice skating, kicked his feet, and cursed. He finally stood firm, and the roses on the ground had been trampled into a mess. What are you doing? Master Feng spent a full half-hour arranging these roses, but now they were trampled into a mess. He was stunned for a moment, staring at Li Nanfang's eyes with anger that could probably set the building on fire. What are you doing? Are you walking? Are you blind and can't you see? Oh, I see. You threw the garbage on the ground, right? Li Nanfang suddenly realized what was going on. He pointed at the rose on the ground with a look of deep sorrow on his face. You look well dressed and well educated, but how come you don't have any sense of public morality? You litter everywhere. Do you know how hard it is for the security guards to clean up in the hot sun? You. Feng Yunting was so angry that his lips began to tremble. He really didn't know who was so blind as to regard roses as garbage. If Yuzatone had not been present, he would have had to maintain his gentlemanly demeanor and would have slapped him in the face. In Qingshan City, no one dared to speak to him like this. Okay, since you are willing to learn, I won't pursue it. Go home and reflect on it yourself. Li Nanfang waved his hand generously, turned around and called to Wang Defer, Hey, give me the weapon in your hand. When Li Nanfang came, Wang Defer was cleaning the parking lot with a small broom. He was also a wonderful person. After hearing what he said, he hurried over and handed the thing to him. I say to young people, it's really not easy for working people to earn a living. Even if you don't have the heart to help, don't make things worse. Respecting the labor of others is respecting yourself. As if he were Master Feng's elder, Li Nanfang taught him earnestly, swept the withered flowers together, snatched the bunch of flowers in Master Feng's arms, threw them on the ground, rubbed them with his feet a few times, then nodded with satisfaction, returned the cleaning tools to Lao Wang, sighed with pain, turned around and walked up the stairs. Such a romantic courtship was disrupted by Li Nanfang. Feng Yunting had no face to stay here, let alone say anything to Yuzatone. He glared at him fiercely with a sinister look, got into the car and left in a huff. Morning, Mr. Yu. When Li Nanfang saw Yuzatone standing at the door, he nodded and bowed hurriedly to greet him. It's almost 10 o'clock. Is it still early? Yuzatone asked back coldly. Almost 10 o'clock. Li Nanfang looked unconvinced and turned to look at the already high sun. Boss, you are not lying to me, are you? Are you trying to find an excuse to deduct my bonus? Let me see. As he spoke, Li Nanfang went to hold Yuzitong's right hand. Mr. Yu was wearing a small Kuan watch on his right hand. With so many employees present, how could Yuzitong let him touch her? She quickly stepped back and scolded in a low voice, Li Nanfang, show some respect. Li Nanfang felt a little regretful for not holding that little hand. He was about to say something with a wry smile when Yuzitong twisted her slender waist, turned around and walked away. She finally realized that this guy was shameless. If she didn't leave quickly, who knows what nonsense he would say next. As for Li Nanfang's performance just now, Yuzitong of course knew that he did it on purpose, but she didn't care, this was what she liked to see the most. Damn it, buddy, you're so awesome, you dare to offend Master Feng. Wang Defer ran over and held out his hand. Hello, my name is Wang Defer, the captain of the company's security team. Har, what are you talking about, Mr. Feng and Mr. Yu? It's all bullshit. Why doesn't he take a piss and look at his dignity? How can he be worthy of our beautiful President Yu? Li Nanfang laughed and shook hands with Wang Defer. Li Nanfang. Today is my first day at work. My position is yet to be determined. I could be the company's vice president or a driver for the small car team. Can the company's vice president be compared with the driver of a small car team? He should be the driver. It seems that this guy is just like me, he also likes to flatter himself. We can be considered as a fellow traveler. Wang Defer had a smile on his face as if he had met a close friend. He said that he would treat him to a drink when he has time in the future so that they can exchange experiences in some aspects. Li Nanfang would never refuse someone's kindness in inviting him to drink, so he readily agreed. He specifically asked when the salary was paid before walking into the hall. When Li Nanfang walked to the door, Sui Yeye behind the customer service desk saw him. Li Nanfang is definitely not the kind of person who repays favors, but he also does not have the great sentiment of leaving the place after the work is done, hiding his merit and fame. He feels that Sui Yeye's behavior last night is a blasphemy to the act of bravery and she should be punished accordingly. For example, tell her morally corrupt face last night in public, let her learn a profound lesson from it, so as not to scare the heroes. When she saw Li Nanfang coming over, Sui Yeye immediately lowered her head, and clenched the ballpoint pen tightly in both hands. Her knuckles turned white, and it was obvious that she was very nervous. Li Nanfang leaned his elbows on the front desk, without saying a word, and looked at her with interest. The girl in the same class as Sui Yeye wanted to say a few words to help her, but when she thought that Mr. Li had just been released, she dared not cause trouble for herself and lowered her head and pretended to check the registration form. Cough. Li Nanfang's cough sounded like a bolt from the blue to Sui Yeye. Her body trembled violently and she closed her eyes in pain. She knew that Li Nanfang would start questioning her in front of her colleagues why she did that last night. If people knew that she went to the bar to work at night, she would be fired. Sui Yeye. After hearing Li Nanfang calling her name, Sui Yeye, with sweat already on her nose, raised her head and asked with a forced smile, Vice President Li, what's up? She knew she couldn't escape it, and she didn't want to explain why she did that last night. When she called Li Nanfang Vice President, there was an obvious sarcastic smile on the corner of her mouth. What time is it now? Li Nanfang asked. Sui Yeye glanced at her phone instinctively. It's 9:45. Damn, it's almost 10 o'clock. Li Nanfang looked startled, turned around and walked quickly towards the elevator. Looking at Li Nanfang's back, Sui Yeye was stunned. He came here just to ask me what time it was. Alas, I am always so kind. I need to change this bad habit. After walking out of the elevator, Li Nanfang shook his head, sighed, and walked towards the president's office. After seeing how nervous Sui Yeye was, Li Nanfang felt that it would be cruel to ask her again why she was so disloyal last night, and she would be struck by lightning. After all, it was summer now, and if God said thunder would come, it would. Of course, if Sui Yeye was replaced by Yuzitong, Li Nanfang would definitely not have any psychological burden. After all, his aunt is quite tough and has strong ability to withstand blows. The key is her attitude. It seemed as if she would never give Li Nanfang a smile in her life. After he pushed the door in, she didn't say a word but just raised her hand and pointed outside the door. The little hands are white, and the index finger is as white as a scallion, which makes people want to take a bite. Li Nanfang was a little reluctant, if I don't knock on the door, you won't let me in. Yes. Yuzutong replied coldly. Okay then, I'll stand at the door. Li Nanfang folded his arms across his chest and leaned against the door frame. I just came to ask where my office is. Yuzutong wanted to laugh, but also wanted to go crazy. How can a lousy driver like you have an office? You can't say that. As the saying goes, there is no distinction between high and low jobs. Yuzutong interrupted him rudely. No matter what, you are just a lousy driver. Okay, I'm just a crappy driver, so don't expect to ride in a car driven by a crappy driver like me in the future. Facing Yuzutong's blow, Li Nanfang shrugged indifferently. Then you should at least tell me where you are going to work, right? Go find Minute Ru, she will make the arrangements. The secretary's office is right across the street. After Yuzutong finished speaking, he lowered his head and continued working, ignoring him. TSK, is that amazing? Li Nanfang muttered something in a low voice, slammed the door shut, turned around and walked to the door of the secretary's office, raised his hand, pushed it open and walked in. "R!" A frightened girl screamed. Chapter 25, I am the best person for living off others. Li Nanfang finally realized what a tasteless and bad habit it was to break into someone else's room without knocking. But he didn't plan to change it if he knocked on the door and waited for permission before coming in. Would he be able to see the beautiful woman changing clothes? Can you see the cute look of the beautiful woman throwing the clothes in her hands to the ground after being frightened, jumping on the ground like a little white rabbit, and covering her hands all over, not knowing what to cover? This child was really scared. She covered her chest for a while, then covered the space between her two beautiful legs. However, she couldn't cover the two little rabbits on top by covering the bottom, and she couldn't cover the bottom by covering the top. Li Nanfang really wanted to lend her a pair of hands, sincerely. You wouldn't have guessed she has quite a nice figure. She must be around 36D, which is totally inconsistent with her appearance as a little cutie. It's simply outrageous. Staring straight at the part of Minute Ru that couldn't be covered with one hand, Li Nanfang swallowed his saliva, and the girl began to cry. Get out. Oh, sorry. Li Nanfang finally woke up from his dream, turned around and went out, closing the door. He was so frightened that he leaned against the wall of the corridor, staring at the ceiling with lifeless eyes. He raised his hand and patted his chest, muttering over and over, I'm so scared, I'm so scared. Minute Ru's scream was so shrill that it was impossible for Yuzutong in the opposite office not to hear it. He might even be looking out through their peephole. Mr. Li had to pretend to be frightened to prove that he had just made a mistake accidentally and had no intention of being a hooligan. Fortunately, it is around 10 o'clock, the busiest time for each department, and no one comes to the president's office floor, otherwise Minute Ru would be so ashamed that she would jump off the building, which would be a sin. After waiting for a full half hour, Li Nanfang raised his hand and knocked gently on the door of the secretary's office. Naturally, no one agreed, but there was no sound of crying either. Alas, after all, I am not as shameless as Yuzutong, who dares to run into a man's bathtub and offer herself to him. Li Nanfang sighed in his heart and knocked on the door again. This time, Minute Ru spoke inside, with a trembling voice, Who? Secretary Minute, it's me, Li Nanfang. Li Nanfang replied in a low voice, Can I come in? I have something to ask. It's really something to ask. It's about work. Come in. After Minute Ru was silent for a long time, she finally allowed him to go in. The girl was sitting at the desk in front of the window, looking out the window with her side profile, as if she had eyes on the back of her head. Secretary Minute, I'm sorry for what I did just now. I didn't mean it. Li Nanfang rubbed his hands and explained somewhat awkwardly. You didn't see anything just now, right? Minute Ru asked without turning her head. What did you see? Li Nanfang looked confused. Secretary Minute, I don't understand what you are talking about. Since the girl was pretending to be stupid, Li Nanfang had to cooperate by acting stupid. Although this method was suspected of being self-deceptive, it was the only way to resolve the embarrassment at the moment. Minute Ru turned around, with tears still on her face, and said word by word, Li Nanfang, if I hear any rumors in the future, I will. Li Nanfang quickly patted his chest and promised, I will kill to silence the witnesses. If one person tells, I will kill that person. If two people tell, I will kill both. What if you said so? How could I say that? Li Nanfang looked very strange. I'm not stupid. How could I share something good with others after seeing it? Minute Ru's pale face suddenly turned red. She reached out and grabbed the pen and threw it at him, crying, "Li Nanfang, you are despicable. You just said you didn't see anything. It's just a joke, hee hee, Secretary Minute, I'm just joking with you, don't take it seriously." Li Nanfang raised his hand and grabbed the pen, with a face full of embarrassing smile, and quickly changed the subject. Secretary Minute, I came to see you this time because of General Manager Yu's order. She said you would arrange specific work for me. Although Minute Ru's current state was not suitable for talking about work, it seemed that only by talking about work could she divert her embarrassment. She took the pen carefully handed over by Li Nanfang, wiped her cheek with a tissue, and then said, "You go to work in the small car team." Li Nanfang looked very disappointed. You're not going to be their vice president." "Vice president?" Minute Ru was stunned for a moment. "Did President Yu say that he would arrange for you to be their vice president?" "No, she's so stingy, how could she arrange for me to be their vice president?" Li Nanfang shook his head and said regretfully, "That's what I thought." Har. Minute Ru was once again impressed by Li Nanfang's shamelessness. She couldn't help but laugh. "What do you think? Li Nanfang, why didn't you think that President Yu would give up the position of CEO to you?" Li Nanfang said seriously, "Actually, I think I am the most suitable person to be the president." Cheeky. Minute Ru curled her lips. Li Nanfang smiled slightly and thought, "If I am not shameless, can I make you happy?" Sacrificing his own face to make the beautiful woman happy, Li Nanfang seemed to see his own majestic image. The Kaihuang Group's car team, like the security duty room, is located on the first floor of the headquarters building, but one is on the west side and the other on the east side of the building. There are more than a dozen people in the car team, all of them are men, and each driver is a prominent figure, either the brother-in-law of this vice president or the cousin of that minister. The work is not much, but the salary is not low. One person is more than capable of doing the work of 2 security guards. But it doesn't matter, almost all companies are like this. Which leader doesn't want to pull his relatives and friends down? Boss Yu hasn't yet made it clear which car you'll drive. He probably wants you to get familiar with the work environment first and get to know your colleagues. After hearing Minute Ru say this, Li Nanfang was a little puzzled. He remembered very clearly that Yu Zitong had agreed with him yesterday that he would be her private driver after he officially started working, so that it would be convenient for him to go to and from get off work with her. However, Li Nanfang was not so shameless as to drive for her. He would rather stay in the car team and wait for death. Waiting to die was not an option. He also hoped that the teacher's wife would change her unrealistic idea and let him fly freely in the outside world. Minute Ru didn't know what Li Nanfang was thinking, so she warned him, "When you go to the car class, you have to be careful." Li Nanfang asked, "What should I pay attention to?" The drivers in the small car team all have backgrounds. Before she could finish her words, Li Nanfang interrupted her with a sneer, "TSK, no matter how strong their backgrounds are, can they compare to me?" Minute Ru frowned. "I know you have made mistakes before and your worldview is a bit distorted. But can't you be more ambitious?" Li Nanfang blinked his eyes. "What kind of ambition do you have? It feels like you are just a freeloader." Minute Ru, who was gentle in nature, was somewhat embarrassed for the first time speaking of a man like this. Li Nanfang opened his mouth, pointed with his backhand and asked, "What do you think of the quality of my teeth?" It must be said that this boy has nice teeth, so white and neat that Minute Ru envied him. Thinking that he was showing off his nice teeth, she deliberately distorted the facts. "They are almost rotten, not much better than those of an 80-year-old woman." "Hee hee, Secretary Minute, you really have a keen eye." Li Nanfang chuckled. "With teeth like this, it's best to be a freeloader." Minute Ru really didn't want to talk to such a shameless person, so she waved her hand and said, "Okay, go away. Let me discuss something." "Explain." "Give me some money to spend. I promise to pay you back when I get my salary." "No money. $500 will do." "Not a cent." Minute Ru said this, but she took out 2 bills from her small bag and slapped them on the table. "Don't forget to pay back the money when the time comes. If you don't pay back the money on time, you will be charged higher interest." "How stingy." "Only 200. Li Nanfang took the banknotes and clapped them in his hands. "That's all, don't give up." Minute Ru was a little angry. There was a total of 1,000 yuan in her bag, which was all her living expenses for July. She had just been thinking about how to get through the last few days at the end of the month after lending Li Nanfang 200 yuan. She didn't expect that this guy would think it was not enough. No matter how small a mosquito is, it's still meat. Don't waste it. Li Nanfang stretched his neck to look inside her bag. Minute Ru hurriedly raised her hand to cover her mouth. What are you looking at so slyly? Do you think you can just look at a girl's bag casually? I only care about money. Who cares about the Earl inside you? Before Minute Ru could get angry, Li Nanfang rushed to the door like a rabbit, opened the door, took one step, then turned back and said, "Oh, by the way, there's something I haven't told you." She's so nagging, just like an old woman. Minute Ru frowned and asked impatiently, "What else is there? Tell me." "I don't have a driver's license. Can I work in the car class?" Without waiting for Minute Ru to say anything, Li Nanfang slammed the door shut. He was not lying, he really didn't have a driver's license, but he could guarantee that he could fly a plane safely into the sky, and he could certainly drive a car with his eyes closed. This girl must have some financial difficulties. It's a huge loss for her to lend me 200 yuan. When Li Nanfang stretched his neck to look into the person's bag just now, he saw the miscellaneous items inside at a glance. Whether it was lipstick, mobile phone, or women's necessities, they were all cheap items. Since Minute Ru is Yuzitong's secretary, her salary and benefits must be much higher than those of ordinary employees. She is so beautiful and is in the age when she loves beauty the most. If she has no financial difficulties, why would she use those cheap products? However, he did not intend to intervene, because from these things, he could see that Minute Ru, who seemed gentle on the surface, had a strong self-esteem. She was not like some girls who advocated material enjoyment and would do anything for money. The doors of the car team's duty room are two glass doors. From the outside, you can see that there are many people sitting around a table, holding banknotes in their hands, shouting and yelling with red faces and thick necks. It was obvious that they were gambling at cards. These days are really comfortable. Li Nanfang smiled. In his eyes, these drivers were not human beings, but a group of fat sheep waiting to be slaughtered, showing off their fatness to him, the evil wolf. Didn't Minute Ru tell him that the drivers of the small car team have good salaries and benefits, and they are all royal relatives with backgrounds? Most importantly, they love gambling. If Mr. Li, who risked his reputation to borrow money for 200 yuan, could let them go, God would probably laugh at him for being useless. Chapter 26. A new driver came to the car team. The drivers of the small car team are playing 3 cards. The 3 cards are also called tractors. They are easy to understand and are popular all over the country, suitable for all ages. This game requires observing people's words and expressions, and can best test people's psychological qualities. It is really a must-have for con men to sharpen their knives and slaughter sheep. The drivers play with a minimum bet of $5 and a maximum bet of 200. If they are lucky all morning, it is easy to win 3 or 2,000. Similarly, if they are unlucky and hit a big hand, they can lose 1 or 800. Count me in. Li Nanfang squeezed into the crowd and slapped a $100 bill on the table. The man dealing the cards now was a man with a small mustache, his face flushed and he was laughing heartily. He knew at a glance that he had won money. Although he did not know Li Nanfang, who had suddenly joined in, no one would chase away someone who was giving money, so he dealt the cards to him first. There were 7 people playing, many of them were just watching, and one was making a sad face, and it was obvious that he was a loser. The next player is talking. Black 2 shows 5, Black 4 shows 10, 200 is the maximum. After the man with a mustache dealt the cards, he urged Li Nanfang to speak. Black 2 and Bright 5 means betting 20 yuan without looking at the cards. After others look at the cards and think that the cards in their hands are valuable, they have to bet at least 50 yuan. Li Nanfang shouted without even looking at it, Black 20. And the next player immediately followed with 20. Some were black, some were bright. In the blink of an eye, Li Nanfang became familiar with everyone and started shouting at the top of his voice. There is a saying among the people that goes, people at the gambling table are no longer people, and money at the gambling table is no longer money. There are no fathers and sons at the gambling table. Once gambling gets intense, even men have to settle the accounts. Similarly, the money that you have worked hard to earn is now like money, thrown down like leaves. Before Li Nanfang came, the man with a mustache was the absolute winner, and he collected money 6 out of 10 times. More than 10 minutes later, the stack of bills in the man with a small mustache became noticeably thinner, but Li Nanfang, who had only taken out 100 yuan as capital, saw his trouser pockets bulge out. Come on, get down to the bottom. Li Nanfang inserted the cards quickly and shouted at the same time. Fuck, I don't want to play anymore. My hands stink today. A security guard wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and withdrew from the battlefield. The other few people also cursed and said they didn't want to play anymore. Hey, it's just the two of us, do you want to play? Li Nanfang asked the man with a small mustache. Play, why not play? The man with the mustache gave him a gloomy look, stretched out his hand and cut the cards. This is it. He began to suspect that Li Nanfang was cheating. Li Nanfang didn't care at all. He dealt the cards with a smile and said, you talk. You win or lose in one go. Bet all your money. The man with the mustache pushed up all the money in his hand, which looked like about 2,000 yuan. Li Nanfang was stunned for a moment. Brother, didn't they say the upper limit is 200? Isn't this against the rules? The mustache sneered, now the rules have changed, the winner is determined by one hand. Then don't play. I don't like playing with people who don't follow the rules. Li Nanfang started to collect the money, but was stopped by the man with the mustache. Why, you want to leave now that you've won the money? I didn't plan to leave, I just thought you were not following the rules. Here, what I say is the rule, and you have to obey it. The man with the small mustache looked arrogant and interrupted Li Nanfang's words. Okay, let's decide the outcome in one go. Li Nanfang seemed a little afraid of the man with the small mustache. After thinking for a while, he took out the money and threw it all on the table. You open your cards first. The man with the mustache learned his lesson and let Li Nanfang show his cards first. Li Nanfang didn't waste any time and just turned the cards over. It was a bad deck, and the biggest card was the 8 of hearts. The onlookers immediately booed in unison, looking very happy at his misfortune. People are like this, always hoping that the winners will lose everything, as long as they themselves are not the winners. The man with the mustache also smiled. He had finally turned the tables after a last-ditch effort. His cards didn't need to be very good. As long as he had one card bigger than 8, all of Li Nanfang's money would be his. He began to flip the cards, slowly and methodically, one by one, and seemed to be enjoying the joy of victory. The first card was the 7 of clubs, which was okay, as there were still 2 cards left. But when the second card was the 4 of hearts, the man with the mustache began to tremble with his hand as he turned over the cards, and he didn't even dare to turn over the last card. Zhongban, you better hurry up. The people who are slow are itching to get it. Some of the onlookers lost their patience and urged the man with the mustache to turn over the cards. The man with the mustache glared at the man and suddenly turned over the last card, the 6 of diamonds. 3 cards, 3 suits, the highest point is 7, and none of them can exceed 8. There were even louder boos. Fuck, how could it be that I am so unlucky? Few thanks for letting me go, bro. I really do. Li Nanfang heaved a long sigh of relief, and politely stretched out his hand to take the money. I'm treating you at noon today, everyone, please don't be polite. Anyone who is polite is looking down on me. Etc. The man with the mustache shouted and reached out to grab Li Nanfang's wrist. Friend, what do you mean? Li Nanfang raised his head with some confusion and asked. The man with the mustache glared at him fiercely and said through gritted teeth, Boy, you are cheating. Har har, what you said is meaningless. The smile on Li Nanfang's face faded. Did you see me cheating? The man with the mustache had no idea that Li Nanfang was up to something, so he just insisted that he was cheating. Li Nanfang asked coldly, What do you want? Put our money down, take your $100, and I'll pretend this never happened. The man with the mustache started to act like a spoiled brat, but he received unanimous praise from the others. Dementia. Li Nanfang cursed contemptuously and started to scratch out money again. Fuck, you didn't hear me. The man with the mustache became anxious and reached out to grab Li Nanfang's collar. Before he touched it, he felt as if his chin was hit by a sledgehammer. His head tilted back and fell on the chair behind him with a bang. Spicy guy, you dare to hit me. The man with the mustache howled, come on, if you kill this guy, it's mine. Divide the money among us, I don't want my share. He said that if he beat Li Nanfang to death, the responsibility would be his, but no one responded, knowing that he was talking nonsense. However, his later words were so inflammatory that the drivers, who had long been jealous of Li Nanfang's winnings, looked at each other, shouted in unison, and rushed forward with their fists raised. Li Nanfang especially looks down on people who can't afford to lose. It's your fault because you don't know how to cheat. Plus, He was beaten by Brother Hu's gang when he was pretending to be cool last night, and he has a lot of anger but no place to vent it. Now someone rushes up to be his fighter, which is exactly what he wants. Of course he won't be polite. With a lot of crackling and clattering sounds, Li Nanfang showed off his skills, punching the Beishan nursing home and kicking the Nanhai kindergarten. In the blink of an eye, he knocked more than a dozen people to the ground. Finally, he put his feet on the chair and ripped open his shirt, revealing a body full of green tattoos, the standard azure dragon on the left, white tiger on the right, black tortoise in the middle, and a naked beauty tattooed on his chest. These tattoos were all applied by Li Nanfang using tattoo paper, and paired with his bald head, they fit his image as a rapist. By the way, if someone who has been in prison does not have tattoos, can he still be called a criminal? Li Nanfang patted the beautiful woman tattoo on his chest and asked with a grim smile, "Fuck, who is still not convinced? Get up and keep working. I will accompany you to the end. You are too young to play tough with me. Who are you?" The little mustache with blood flowing out of the corner of his mouth finally remembered to ask who Li Nanfang was. Li Nanfang, Muzi Li, the southern part of the northern swallow flying south. Li Nanfang gave his name in a very bachelor manner, and then started to swipe the money. Every time he saw a new bill, he would kiss it on the mouth with his eyes shining, as if he saw his old lover whom he hadn't seen for 80 years. Now I'm rich, a total of 4 or 5,000 yuan. It is said that gambling is the best way to get rich, and it is absolutely true. The mustache guy continued to ask, "What do you do?" "The new driver of the small car team." Li Nanfang casually stated his job title, spat on his fingers, and began to count the money. If making money can be considered a sport, then this is definitely Li Nanfang's favorite. Although he has earned tens of millions so far, all the money is in the hands of the old man, who says that he wants to keep it for him to find a wife. When he came to Qingshan City this time, the old man did give him 30,000 yuan, but it was taken away yesterday. Now he is a complete pauper. He wiped the mustache at the corner of his mouth, his face full of disbelief. "What? Are you the new driver of the small car team?" The other drivers were also stunned. "Oh my god, could this guy be a new driver? Not only did he win our money, he also beat us up. This is the prelude to his death." Li Nanfang counted the money quickly. "Yes, it's the new driver of the small car team 5118. I want to give it to you. It's a very auspicious number. People are like this. Once they are sure that someone who is very powerful is actually their subordinate, even if they have just been abused like a dog, they will immediately become energetic and yell, 'Fuck, do you know who I am?'" Li Nanfang raised his foot and kicked the mustache man who just got up to the ground, then stepped on his chest and sneered, "Fuck, do you think my ears don't matter? Didn't you hear others calling you Zhongban? A little squad leader is showing off his authority to me. Do you really think you are the emperor? If you dare to glare at me and curse me again, do you believe I will kick all your teeth out?" The mustache wilts immediately. When he fails to scare the young man even after showing his official status, the smartest thing to do is to endure it. After all, the means to defeat a person do not just rely on strong fists. Be willing to accept defeat. This is the basic virtue that every gambler should have. Don't let me look down on you. Of course, if anyone wants to cause trouble, that's fine. Anyway, I just got out of prison a few days ago, and it won't be a big deal to go back in. Li Nanfang retracted his legs, looked up at the sky and yawned, then walked to the sofa next to him and lay down, covering his eyes with his arms and said, "Stop making a fuss, buddy, take a nap first, and call me when it's time to eat." Everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. Oh, so he is the person who was released from prison. People who have been in prison are really crazy. But no matter how crazy he is, he will be fired soon. Didn't you see that Zhongban has already started making phone calls? Zhongban is Vice President Chi's brother-in-law. Chapter 27, Don't mess with him anymore. After the man with a mustache finished calling his brother-in-law, he did not wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth. This was the main evidence to accuse Li Nanfang of abusing him. The other drivers didn't move either. They were either standing or sitting, staring at the phone on the table. Everyone thought that it would not be long before the phone would ring, and the leader in charge of logistics would summon Li Nanfang to his office, and then of course, this guy would be fired. Even though he won for $5,000, it would be fine as long as this guy can get out of here. After all, we are all good citizens. Why would we hang out with a released prisoner? Ding ling ling, the phone rang as expected, and who who had a mustache next to him, grabbed it and put it to his ear. I'm Zhang Wei from the small car team, brother-in-law. What? Don't you understand what I'm saying? Vice President Xi reprimanded him, then softened his tone. Zhang Wei, bear with it, and don't provoke him in the future. That's because of Secretary Minute. Minute Ru's official status in Kai Huang Group is far inferior to that of Vice President Xi, but she is President Yu's confidant. It is said that she is a 7th-rank official who serves as the Prime Minister's doorman. Only a fool like Vice President Xi would offend President Yu's favorite for the sake of his cousin. Zhang Wei couldn't even afford to offend his brother-in-law, so he didn't have the courage to offend Secretary Minute. No one could hear what Vice President Xi said to Zhang Ban on the phone, but seeing the frustrated look on his face, they guessed that this released prisoner must be of some importance and not someone that their brother-in-law could mess with. When they looked at Mr. Li, who was already fast asleep, there was a hint of awe in their eyes. People with backgrounds and who had been in jail were the most terrifying. Li Nanfang was really tired after having erotic dreams all night last night. He felt more comfortable lying on the sofa than sleeping in a hotel. When he was awakened by the rumbling sound of his stomach, it was already dark. There was no one in the car team's duty room, only the hissing sound of the air conditioner could be clearly heard. These guys are so damn unkind. They called me at lunchtime, but let me sleep until now. Sitting up with yawns and tears in his eyes, Li Nanfang stared at the door for a while before he stood up and walked to the basin to wash his face. The shock of cold water made me feel more energetic and my stomach growled even louder. Hey, Li Nanfang, you really came to work in the small car team, awesome. Li Nanfang had just walked out of the duty room when Wang Defer, who was patrolling with 2 people, came over with an envious look on his face. It's so late, and you're just leaving now. Staying firm at our post and treating the company as our home is the glorious duty that we should abide by. After shouting a slogan, Li Nanfang asked, are you on duty tonight? After receiving a positive answer, Li Nanfang said with some regret, oh, what a coincidence, I wanted to invite you for a drink. I can leave my post. That won't do. Lao Wang, what is the most important thing for us employees? We must be worthy of the salary that President Yu gives us. Some other day, some other day. Li Nanfang smiled and patted Lao Wang on the shoulder, looked up at the busy road, and walked over quickly. He was a little puzzled. Yuzitong told him yesterday that she would stay at her house tonight, so why didn't she call him when she got off work? Women, you always don't keep your word. This is a bad habit and you must change it. Standing on the side of the road, Li Nanfang took out his mobile phone and called Yuzitong. After the phone rang for a long time, Yuzitong finally answered it, speaking in a calm tone without any kinship. What's the matter? You seem to have said that I could come to your house tonight. Then come on, Villa 37 in the Garden Villa area. I haven't had dinner yet. You think I will serve you? Yuzitong interrupted Li Nanfang coldly and hung up the phone. TSK, I don't need you to serve me. Who can guarantee that you won't put rat poison in the food? Li Nanfang pressed his rumbling stomach and raised his hand to stop a taxi. Garden Villa area. After Li Nanfang got on the car, he first told the destination and then said, brother, I'm a little hungry. Let's stop at a place where we can eat and eat before we go. The street in front of Kai Huang Group is basically full of professional office buildings, with almost no hotels, let alone Li Nanfang's favorite barbecue stall. Go a few kilometers ahead and turn left. It's on the right road. There's a 4-star hotel with good food. The taxi driver turned his head and looked at him, and asked casually, where are we going to eat? Dude, look at what I'm wearing. Do I look like someone who can afford a 4-star hotel meal? Li Nanfang grabbed his blue shirt and shivered, thinking, this guy must be specifically soliciting customers from that hotel and taking kickbacks from them. Sure enough, the driver looked at Li Nanfang again and then lowered his eyes, but he still had some conscience. There is also a barbecue stand in front of the hotel parking lot. Okay, let's go have some barbecue, man. You haven't had dinner yet, right? Li Nanfang looked concerned. The taxi driver, who had already had dinner, seemed to hear something from his concern and quickly shook his head and said, no, I'm really hungry. Oh, it's really not easy to do this job. Li Nanfang sighed with compassion, took out his cell phone, looked down at it, and said no more. The driver felt like he was being played a trick. His face suddenly fell and he stepped on the accelerator to the bottom. The car immediately started to hum, like a car participating in the Dakar rally. Just as the driver said, there was indeed a 4-star hotel a few kilometers later. The parking lot was full of various cars and business seemed to be booming. There is a barbecue stall on the sidewalk. There are many foodies there. The owner, wearing a white hat, looks more like a mourner than a frontier compatriot, and he is busy having fun. Why don't we get off the bus and eat something? When opening the car door, Li Nanfang politely invited the driver. Seeing that the driver didn't want to pay attention to him, he didn't get too enthusiastic. He smiled and walked towards a small table. Li Nanfang knew that when the taxi was not moving, passengers still had to pay by the minute, just with a discount. He didn't want to let the evil-minded driver take advantage of him, so he ordered dozens of skewers and 4 bottles of beer, ready to make a quick decision and let other diners see what a real foodie is. When the kebabs came, Li Nanfang had already drunk 2 bottles of beer. It is said that beer can be eaten as a meal, as long as you don't urinate on it. Li Nanfang deeply agrees with this. Li Nanfang quickly finished the battle, skewering almost 10 pieces per minute. After paying the bill, he was about to leave when he saw several young men and women walking out of the hotel talking and laughing. One of them was wearing a white long dress and had black hair draped over her shoulders. She looked like a fairy under the light. Hey, isn't he that Minute Ru? Li Nanfang recognized the girl. This morning, he borrowed 200 yuan from someone. Now that he has money, he should pay it back. As the saying goes, if you borrow money well, you should repay it well. It won't be difficult to borrow again, right? Minute Ru came to the hotel for dinner tonight because her high school friend invited her and she couldn't refuse. Hui, goodbye, drive slowly on the road. Waving goodbye and watching the cars of several classmates drive away, Minute Ru held the small bag in front of her belly with both hands, walked to the bus stop, and looked to the left. She was waiting for the bus. Hi, Secretary Minute. After hearing someone calling her position in the company, Minute Ru turned around and saw Li Nanfang walking towards her quickly. Thinking of the incident this morning when this guy saw her naked, Minute Ru blushed, then pretended nothing had happened and said with a smile, Li Nanfang, why are you here? We had some barbecue. Why, are you having dinner with your good friends tonight? Well, my high school classmates treated me. Minute Ru nodded, raised her hand to push back the hair hanging on her shoulders, and asked, I heard that you had a fight in the car class this morning. Those guys deserved a beating. They bullied me because I just went there. Of course Li Nanfang would not say that he fought because he won all the other person's money. He felt that Minute Ru should be very disgusted with gambling. Is there anything we can't discuss? You just got out, it's best not to cause trouble. The tone in which Minute Ru persuaded him was very much like an older sister persuading a younger brother who had made a mistake. Li Nanfang really enjoys this feeling. Being a child without a sister is so miserable. Seeing that Li Nanfang was always smiling, Minute Ru didn't want to say anything more serious. Well, it's getting late, you should go back and rest. Li Nanfang nodded and held out his hand. Here. What? Minute Ru saw that it was 200 yuan and smiled. It's to pay back. Where did you get the money? I borrowed it from a colleague. Why do I need to borrow and pay back the money? I'm not in a hurry to spend it. You can take it first. Minute Ru shook her head and said, sure, someone dared to lend you money just one day after you started working. This shows that you have good relationships with people. Of course, you lent me money, didn't you? Li Nanfang laughed and refused several times. Then he naturally took Minute Ru's left hand and put 200 yuan in her palm. Take it. When I can't make it anymore, I'll lend it to you. Next time you borrow, the interest rate will really be higher. Seeing Li Nanfang's firm attitude, Minute Ru did not force him anymore. She put the money away and waved goodbye to him. Although she helped my aunt to deceive me, she is a good girl. Why don't you try to pursue her? After getting in the car, Li Nanfang looked back at her and felt a little moved. Dude, you parked for less than 20 minutes, so I'll count it as 20 minutes. I'll charge you an extra $4. Don't. After the taxi driver started the car, he reminded him in a low voice. Li Nanfang took out a $5 bill and slapped it on the dashboard. Are you bullying me because I don't have money? This extra dollar is considered a tip. This must have been the first time the taxi driver received a $1 tip. He was extremely depressed and stepped on the accelerator to speed up when Li Nanfang shouted, "Stop!" The driver was startled. What's wrong? Parking is not allowed here. Fuck, then go away and don't ask for the taxi fare. Li Nanfang didn't care that the car was still moving. He pushed open the door and jumped out. The driver was so scared that he braked quickly and yelled, "Are you fucking going to die?" Li Nanfang ignored him. After landing, he staggered and ran towards the bus stop. Just after he gave the taxi driver a $1 tip, he casually glanced back and happened to see a man approaching Minute Ru who was waiting for the bus and making some physical advances towards her. "Girl, stop pretending to be a decent woman. I saw that guy giving you money just now." The middle-aged man with a big belly stuffed a stack of banknotes into Minute Ru's arms, stretched out his hands to hug her neck, and said with a breath of alcohol, "Come with me, 3,000 a night, which is 30% higher than the market price, you should be content." Chapter 28, Boy, You Dare to Attack the Police. Minute Ru was almost scared to tears. She never thought that someone would mistake her for a call girl and touch her in the street. "I'm not, you misunderstood, I'm not in that line of work." Minute Ru shook her hands repeatedly and tried to hide backwards, hoping that those waiting for the bus could help her. There were many people waiting for the bus nearby, and some of them were brave enough to do something righteous. However, as the middle-aged man said, someone also saw her arguing with Li Nanfang and gave her 200 yuan. At the entrance of a hotel at night, a girl asked a man for money. What else could it be other than service fees? Just now, when Minute Ru said that she didn't need the money for the time being and Li Nanfang insisted on paying it back, people thought that she didn't want the money because it was too little. Some righteous people even curled their lips and said, "With such a pretty face, why would she do such a dirty job?" So when they saw her being harassed and taken away by the middle-aged man, not only did no one care, but they even backed away with disgust on their faces, fearing that they would be contaminated by bad luck. "Fuck, girl, you think the money is too little." The middle-aged man grabbed Minute Ru's arm and pulled her towards him, shouting proudly, "As long as you can serve me well, money is not a problem. I'll give you as much as you want. Get out of here." Minute Ru struggled hard, but with her weak body, how could she break free? The man dragged her towards a black Land Rover nearby. "Help! Help! I'm not a prostitute. I'm not." The man, who was in a state of panic, was now extremely strong. When he opened the car door and pushed Minute Ru into the car, she noticed that there was a middle-aged woman sitting in the back seat and she immediately screamed for help. But the middle-aged woman had a cold fat face and just stared at her with vicious eyes, regardless. "Shati, the guy next door, you are pretending to be a chaste woman now." Seeing Minute Ru crying and holding the car door tightly and refusing to get in, the man's temper finally flared up, and he raised his right hand and slapped her in the face. Women are like this, they will only respond to hard tactics and will not respond to soft tactics. If you don't give them a taste of your power, they will not become obedient. With a snap, the man's raised right hand was grabbed by someone and he could no longer pull out. "Who is it? Why are you meddling in other people's business?" The man was furious. Before he could turn around to see who was so bold as to ruin his boss house good deeds, his body flew up into the air and hit the front windshield of the Land Rover like a scarecrow blown by a strong wind. With a loud bang, Boss Howe's body, weighing nearly 200 pounds, smashed the windshield into pieces. The onlookers were all stunned. Who the hell is this, so powerful? Li Nanfang woo. Minute Ru, who was already in despair, suddenly saw Li Nanfang appear like a hurricane, and threw Boss Howe into the car. She was so happy that she burst into tears and hugged his arm. "Wait by the side and see how I deal with this grandson." Li Nanfang patted Minute Ru on the back, pulled her behind him, and when he looked at Boss Howe, a grim smile appeared on his face. Even though he had only known Minute Ru for a few days and she had helped Yuzitong to play tricks on Li Nanfang, he could see that she was a very kind girl. Now there was a man as fat as a pig bullying her in the street. Did he really think there was no law? Even if there is really no law, Li Nanfang is the law, damn. Damn it, you dare to hit me. After all, Boss Howe was thick-skinned and tough. After being thrown hard by Li Nanfang, he was still able to struggle to get up. He raised his finger and pointed at him, yelling, "You little bastard, you're dead this time are." Before Boss Howe could finish his words, Li Nanfang grabbed his outstretched right index finger and suddenly twisted it upwards. As he howled like a slaughtered pig, the thick fat finger stuck to the back of his hand. Li Nanfang didn't care that he was about to pass out from the pain. He grabbed his wrist and pulled it down, then grabbed his hair and slammed him against the car hood, bang, bang. He treated Boss Howe's head as a hammer, and every time he hit the hood of the car, a big hole would appear on it, and there would be blood. The bystanders were completely stunned, and even Minute Ru was frightened. She stared at Li Nanfang with her mouth wide open, and her whole body began to tremble. Cruel. Apart from these two words, everyone who witnessed this scene couldn't think of any other words to describe Li Nanfang's evil deeds. Didn't they see that the fat man couldn't even scream when he was hit for the third time? Whether Li Nanfang was pretending to be cool in the bar or teaching those drivers a lesson, he was just joking. But now he really wanted to kill and activated the devil hidden in his body. Kill him, kill him. Stop, stop. The fat woman sitting in the back seat of the Land Rover was the first to react. She jumped out of the car and screamed, swinging the small bag in her hand and throwing it at Li Nanfang. You little beast, how dare you hit my husband? She didn't notice that Li Nanfang's eyes began to turn red. He laughed strangely, snatched the small bag that she threw at him, swung his arm with a whistling sound, and hit the fat face that was covered with brand-name cosmetics. There was a loud thud and Mrs. Howe fell face down on the car door and slid to the ground. Stop! Another loud shout came from behind. Someone grabbed Li Nanfang's shoulders. It was also a woman's voice, very clear and pleasant to hear. Li Nanfang didn't care now. He just felt someone reaching out to pull him from behind, so he raised his right elbow and punched back hard. With a bang, it hit the woman behind him solidly, and it seemed to hit her chest right away. It was soft and super elastic, and its pressure resistance should be excellent. Bai Linga never dreamed that as the deputy captain of the criminal police team of Qingshan City Bureau, when she was trying to stop a fight on the street, a gangster actually hit her hard in the chest, causing her eyes to go black and she couldn't breathe. Don't do it, these are the police, the police. After seeing that Li Nanfang even beat up the policeman, Minute Ru was really scared. She quickly hugged him and reminded him to open his eyes and look when he beat people. What, the police? After being hugged by Minute Ru, the girl's charming body fragrance was like a stream of clear spring water in the hot summer. It made Li Nanfang suddenly sober up and the blood color in his pupils quickly faded. Then, he was overcome by a boundless tiredness and leaned on Minute Ru and looked back. That's right. The person who was hit hard on the chest by him just now was a police officer. She was very young. She was squatting on the ground with her hands on her chest. Her pretty face was distorted in pain, and cold sweat broke out on her smooth forehead. Damn it, boy, you dare to attack the police. Two male policemen rushed over from a car on the side of the road. One of them even pointed his weapon at Li Nanfang and shouted, "Hold your head with both hands, lie on the car and don't move." Damn, I actually beat up the policeman, what the hell is this? This little policewoman is really something. When you were stopping me from using force, you didn't even shout, "Don't move." Are you a police officer? You're obviously unprofessional. This is not a situation abroad. If a policeman dares to point a gun at Li Nanfang, he will let the policeman see what a mob is. This is the prosperous China. Unless it is absolutely necessary, even if Mr. Li has 8 courage, he will not dare to confront the brave people's police. He can only hold his head with his hands and lie obediently on the hood of the car. It's a good time to take a break and let the demon lurking in your heart go away. Comrade police, please listen to my explanation first. Minute Ru also tried to explain to the police that it was a misunderstanding. The man didn't listen to what she said at all. He took out handcuffs and put them on Li Nanfang's wrists with a click, and then kicked him in the butt. After dealing with Li Nanfang, a policeman went to take care of the young policewoman who was coughing. "Officer Bai, are you okay?" "Hey, no, it's okay, I'm not going to die yet." Bai Linger could feel that the little white rabbit on her left had probably turned into a little flower rabbit. The key point was that she felt a sweetness in her throat just now, which was a sign of vomiting blood. From childhood to adulthood, Bai Linger is the only one who bullies others. How could others dare to touch her? There are so many awesome policemen in Qingshan City Police Station, but except for a few bureau chiefs, every one of them would shamelessly greet her upon seeing her. Do they really think that the nickname Bawangwar was given to her for nothing? Well, now someone finally dares to touch her, and attacks a police officer when she is performing her duties. Normally she swears, no matter who this bastard is, she will not be named Bai until she gets his yoke. After seeing the murderous look in Captain Bai's eyes, the two policemen began to mourn for Li Nanfang. "Boy, you are dead." "Comrade police, this is a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding." Minute Ru was trying to explain something when she was impatiently pushed aside. The other person grabbed Li Nanfang's handcuffed wrists and suddenly lifted him towards Gao Li. Li Nanfang yelled, "Ouch, be gentle, it hurts, it hurts." "Pain? Asshole, I wouldn't even mention it if it didn't hurt." Bai Linga sneered through gritted teeth and was about to raise it higher when Li Nanfang cursed. Fuck, be careful or I'll sue you for barbaric law enforcement and make you take off your tiger skin. Har. Bai Linga was so angry that she laughed. Okay, kid, you attacked the police first, and then threatened the police to handle the case. You are really rebellious. I am just enforcing the law in a barbaric way. Go ahead and sue me, sue me. In a rage, the female boss snatched the baton from her companion next to her and smashed it down on the face. Oh no, Captain White was fooled by this guy. Beating a suspect in the street will result in disciplinary action. The two male police officers looked at each other and hurried to try to stop them. It would have been fine if they didn't stop him, but it completely aroused Bai Linga's savage nature. She kicked them aside, as if she would rather be expelled from the police force and go to jail than not kill Li Nanfang. What are you doing? How can you perform official duties like this? Minute Ru was anxious, and suddenly fell on Li Nanfang's back, staring at Bai Linga fiercely. If you have the guts, hit me too. After seeing Li Nanfang being brutally tortured by the police, Secretary Minute was extremely anxious and threw himself on him to protect her regardless of anything. How could she know that Li Nanfang, who was lying on the hood of the car and pretending that Bai Linga was massaging his back with a stick, began to have wild thoughts after feeling the two little volleyballs of the girl pressed against his back, which were surprisingly elastic. How exciting would it be if he held them in his hands and squeezed them back and forth? Fortunately, Secretary Minute does not have the superpower to see into other people's thoughts, otherwise he would definitely join Bai Linga in beating this scumbag straight into the 18th level of hell. Chapter 29, Shut Up, Damn It. No matter how furious Bai Linga was, she didn't dare to beat Minute Ru in the street. She could only throw away the stick angrily, grab Li Nanfang's shoulders, and pull him towards the car. She planned to take this kid back to the municipal bureau and give him a good beating. That place was her territory. Once the iron door of the interrogation room was closed, no one else could get in. Whether she wanted to make Li Nanfang into a ball or a flat one, wasn't she the one who had the final say? As for Boss Hao, who was lying unconscious on the hood of the car with blood all over his face, and Mrs. Hao, who was beaten into a pig's head by Li Nanfang, Officer Bai would not care as long as they had two subordinates around. Minute Ru wanted to go to the municipal bureau with them, but Bai Linga ignored her. After stuffing Li Nanfang into the back seat of the car, she jumped into the car and drove away. When she asked the two policemen, they were busy calling an ambulance and had no time to say anything to her. Seeing Boss Hao's face covered in blood and looking unaware of whether he was dead or alive, Minute Ru's legs went weak and she wanted to squat on the ground and cry loudly. She felt helpless to death. Li Nanfang did all this to save her, and now he was taken away by that furious Officer Bai. Even a fool knew that he would be tortured like a dog, but she couldn't help at all. Fortunately, Secretary Minute is an organized person. She has no other choice, because there is still Boss Yu, who is Li Nanfang's fiancé and often deals with officials. Even if she can't rescue Li Nanfang, she can always have a say, right? Yuzatone was not willing to talk at all now. She was sitting lazily on the sofa watching TV, with a cigarette in her right hand and a wine glass in her left hand. Her beautiful little feet were resting on the table. Her nightgown slipped down, revealing half of her white calves. The whole villa was filled with a lazy and listless atmosphere. Yuzatone had no idea what was happening on TV. The scene she saw this morning kept replaying in her mind. Li Nanfang's guess was correct. When he walked into the secretary's office without knocking and scared Minute Ru, who was changing clothes, to scream, Yuzatone heard it and immediately stood up, rushed to the door and opened it. Then he saw Minute Ru in the secretary's office opposite, naked and touching everything, while Li Nanfang stood stupidly at the door, staring at her without moving. Yuzatone had a very high IQ and quickly guessed what was going on. He was sure that Li Nanfang was not deliberately being a hooligan, but that it was all because of his bad habit of entering the house without knocking. After figuring out what was going on, Yuzatone didn't dare to go out and immediately closed the door. If she went out and shouted at Li Nanfang to get out, Minute Ru would be so embarrassed that it would be better for her to pretend that no one saw it. At that time, neither Minute Ru, who was extremely ashamed and angry, nor Li Nanfang, who was stunned, noticed that General Yu had opened the door and looked out. At most, Li thought that she would look out through the peephole. Yuzatone dared to swear before all the gods and Buddhas that she didn't care about Li Nanfang at all, even though they had that kind of relationship in the past. So what? Nowadays, many girls have fooled around with several men before getting married, and even regard it as a fashion. She has only been with Li Nanfang for half a time, which is nothing at all. She has hated a certain man since she was a girl. The resentment accumulated over the years could have been directed directly to Donyo, blinding her eyes so that she can't see any good points of the man. She just wants him to get out of here as soon as possible. As for where he would go or whether he was dead or alive, Yuzutong didn't care at all. However, Mr. Yu's tough attitude made Yuzutong very desperate. In order to make this scum leave her on her own initiative, she promised to help him to seduce Minute Ru. Yuzutong clearly thought so, but why did he suddenly feel sour in his heart when he saw Li Nanfang acting like a hooligan towards Minute Ru? Could it be that she still cares about Li Nanfang? TCH, how is that possible? Yuzutong despised her own idea. She was sure that she felt jealous not because she cared about that boy, but because it was an abnormal reaction as she had cursed him countless times in her heart every day for so many years. When you hate someone to the extreme, it will turn into caring for him/her. Mr. Yu really didn't like this kind of concern. He shook his head vigorously. When he was about to take a sip of wine, the cell phone on the table started to vibrate. Putting the cigarette butt that had long been extinguished in the ashtray, Yuzutong picked up the phone and said lazily, "Hello, Shiro, you." Before she finished her words, Minute Ru's crying voice came from the phone, "Boss Yu, something big has happened, something big has happened." Yuzutong had a headache. This secretary of hers has many good qualities. She is pretty, gentle, kind, soft on the outside but strong on the inside, and has strong working ability. However, she likes to make a big deal out of small things. For example, a few days ago, when she sent Wang Defer and others to deal with Li Nanfang, Minute Ru thought they had died gloriously in the line of duty and immediately called her to tell her to pack up and run away. In fact, nothing happened. After all, he was a kid from a small place and hadn't seen much of the world. "Xiao Ru, what's wrong again?" Yuzutong sighed. "Well, if you have something to say, just speak slowly. The sky won't fall. Boss Yu, Li Nanfang beat someone up and also attacked a police officer. He has now been arrested by the police." Minute Ru could no longer suppress the grievance and fear she felt and began to cry. "What?" Yuzutong suddenly perked up and sat up straight. "Don't cry yet, say it again." Minute Ru briefly recounted what had just happened from beginning to end, and finally cried, "Boss Yu, I can see that Officer Bai is deliberately trying to kill Li Nanfang. You should find a way to save him quickly. It will be too late if you are late." Oh, it turns out that this kid is the hero who saves the damsel in distress again. Har har, he is quite lucky and always finds opportunities to show off his abilities, Yuzutong suddenly realized. Last night when she rushed to the Blue Sky Bar to give money to Li Nanfang, she saw Sui Ye's face change drastically and she ran away in a hurry after she discovered her arrival. After Yuzutong took over Kai Huang Group, he once made a clear rule that customer service front desk girls were not allowed to work or hang out in messy places such as bars, karaoke bars and nightclubs after work, because they represented the image of the group. For this reason, General Yu specially increased their salaries and warned that anyone who violated the rules would be fired immediately. So that night, after Sui Ye knocked Jin Xiao down with a wine bottle, she discovered that General Yu had suddenly arrived. She was afraid that she would be recognized and fired, so she ran away in a hurry with dignity, which made Mr. Li, who had bravely acted to help, very angry. Sui Ye really doesn't want to lose her job. As the saying goes, magic power is nothing more than human feelings. After Yuzutong found out that Sui Ye had violated the rules at the Blue Sky Bar, he showed mercy and did not pursue the matter because she did a good job. Based on her IQ, it was not difficult for her to guess that Li Nanfang was severely abused by Brother Hu and others because of Sui Ye. If this guy had not deliberately made her hate him afterwards, Yuzutong might have even praised him a few words. This guy just showed off last night, and tonight he encountered such a good thing again, causing an even bigger mess than last night. He even beat up the police. He really has the courage to dig a hole to protect the beauty. Boy, you have a good eye. These two beauties are the most outstanding in Kai Huang Group, and you have seized the opportunity. After hanging up Minute Ru's phone, Yuzutong sneered a few times before he didn't rush out to rescue the person in a hurry. It would be best if Li Nanfang had his legs broken by the white police officer, that would be what she wanted. Of course, she couldn't just sit there and do nothing. If she really stood idly by, the old man of the Yu family would definitely not forgive her. But she could treat her delay as calmness. It wouldn't be too late to go out half an hour later. She had to make that boy suffer a little first. Anyway, the police would definitely not dare to do anything to him, as Minute Ru said. It took exactly half an hour, no more, no less. After a full 40 minutes, Yuzatone, who had changed her clothes, drove her rough and sturdy Mercedes-Benz 600 slowly out of the villa. It is estimated that it will take nearly an hour to drive from the Huiyuan Road Villa area to the municipal bureau. Yuzatong decided to drive slowly and obey traffic regulations. He would rather stop for 3 minutes than rush for 1 second. 20 minutes after she drove away from the villa, a black car stopped under the street light east of her house. The door opened, and 2 men in black sportswear got out of the car one after another. They hid in the shadows, looked around for a moment, looked at each other, and walked across the green belt to the flower wall. Like 2 civet cats, they nimbly climbed over the flower wall, walked along the wall and came to the east window of the villa. They listened for a moment, then one of them opened the screen window and jumped up. Both men were holding guns with silencers on the barrels, so the sound of the shots could not be heard more than 3 meters away. Even though they were 30 meters away and there was a thick iron door in between, Li Nanfang's screams like a butchered pig could still be heard, which made the passing police officers feel annoyed and asked in a low voice, "Who is doing this to people so cruelly?" "Hey, who else would be so brave except our overlord police officer?" "Yeah, I guess so." "Do you know the unlucky guy who fell into her hands?" "I don't know him, but I heard that guy attacked a police officer, and attacked a female police officer. It is said that he offended her here, he. Fuck, that guy is courting death, but he is also lucky. As long as he can eat the tofu of Amazon, it's worth it even if he gets beaten up. Why don't you try it then?" "I have a lovely wife and young children, I dare not." The police officer looked towards the interrogation room with a look of envy, who thought it was a great honor to die under the peony flowers and to be a romantic ghost. Li Nanfang was not against being romantic, but he was even more unwilling to die. Not to mention dying under a peony flower, even dying in a sea of flowers would not be acceptable, so when he saw that Bai Linger was going to give him a severe beating, he let out an earth-shaking howl without even waiting for the other person's fingers to touch him. "Shut up, damn it!" Li Nanfang's pretentiousness made Bai Linger even more angry. She grinned with gritted teeth, like a villain who wanted to take over a decent woman, and pushed him into a corner step by step. "Boy, put away your little tricks. It's useless to play this in front of me. Scream, even if you scream your throat out, no one will care." Of course Li Nanfang would not shut up. When he could not use force to resist violence, howling at the top of his lungs became his only weapon to defend himself. "Shut up? Little Pepper, are you kidding me? Do you really think I don't know that you will become more ruthless if I shut up? Don't come over here. R. Li Nanfang, who had retreated to the corner with nowhere to retreat, howled even louder and louder. His voice was so miserable and desolate that even a heartless person would burst into tears after hearing it. Chapter 30, Don't Hit My Face. Bai Linger could see that this boy was nothing but a piece of shit, a piece of mud, and a scum. He must have done a lot of bad things in the past and been to the police many times, otherwise he wouldn't have such rich experience in dealing with the police. "It's a pity that the person you met this time was me, Bai Linger. Even if you are as cunning as a devil, you still have to drink my foot-washing water." Bai Linger sneered with her teeth clenched, too lazy to waste words with this guy, so she grabbed his shoulders and slammed him to the ground to the left and back. Li Nanfang fell to the ground like a pig fighting for food, and Bai Linger kicked him hard. Tonight, Bai Linger brought 2 of her men with her. They had just returned from investigating a case outside the province. They were wearing police skirts and half-high-heeled leather shoes. When she kicked so hard, she must have known that she would expose herself. But it doesn't matter. Her mind is now filled with the thought of severely torturing Li Nanfang. Everything else is secondary. Li Nanfang's hands were handcuffed behind his back, but with his skills, he could easily break free from the handcuffs and subdue this little hottie. But he certainly won't do that. Only a stupid person would show off how great he is in front of the police. That would be a waste of time and only bring trouble to himself. Obviously, after the screaming failed to work, Li Nanfang was not yet so lowly as to be slaughtered. She could not resist, but she could hide, such as rolling on the ground. No matter how fast Xiao Lajiao's legs were, it was useless. And you could see that she was wearing black lace panties under her skirt. Wow, the outline is very clear, giving people the illusion of being extremely hungry and thirsty, so that when Mr. Li rolled to the 8th circle, a part of his body became shamefully hard. This can't be blamed on him. Mr. Li is a man with lofty ideas. When the beautiful Minute Rue was seducing him with her bare butt, didn't he hold himself back with a firm mind? At most he almost had a nosebleed, but didn't take any further action. A mere little policewoman, don't even think about using her snow-white legs and other evil props to impress Mr. Li's pure and innocent heart. After kicking Li Nanfang out one after another without mentioning anything, Bai Linger went completely berserk. She pounced on him like a tiger and shouted in a delicate voice, "Get out! Get out again!" Li Nanfang couldn't get away. There was really no other way. No matter who had fucked a beautiful woman, there was no way to get out of here. It seemed that he had to settle for the next best thing. She fucked him a few times without causing any pain. He screamed miserably, "Don't hit me in the face. I still have to rely on it to pick up girls." "Okay, then I won't hit you in the face. I'll hit you here, okay? Is that okay?" Bai Linger was completely mad at Li Nanfang's words. She grabbed his shirt collar with her left hand and punched his chest and stomach with her right fist like a storm. It's best to hit the stomach. As long as you use the right amount of force, no scars will be visible. In order to hit Li Nanfang in the stomach, Bai Linger, who was on top of him, had to sit back and sit between his legs. In order to increase the power of her fist, she had to rely on the strength in her waist. Her slender waist swayed rapidly from side to side, as if it were electrified. Officer Bai, who was so angry, did not notice that a certain part of Li Nanfang, who was screaming continuously, was pressing against her most sensitive part. Although both of them were wearing clothes, it was impossible for them to use the lubrication of water to slide it like Yuzitong, who took the initiative to deliver the goods to her door. But how thick can the clothes be in summer? She was wearing a police skirt, and the distance between the two of them was just a pair of pants and 2 pairs of panties, which could be completely ignored by the despicable Li Nanfang. It is said that the highest level of doing anything lies in form rather than substance. This is the case right now. The stimulation that Bai Linger caused to Li Nanfang when she twisted her waist wildly is absolutely indescribable. R. The harder Bai Linger twisted her body, the louder Li Nanfang screamed. Even he felt that he might be too cheap, as he could truly experience a different kind of love from the storm of Officer White. Only by using extremely wanton screams could he express 1/10,000th of the real pleasure. Cool. It feels so fucking good, hurry up, it's almost here. This extremely exciting pleasure made Li Nanfang's voice change. When people outside heard it, they thought that Bai Linger was tortured with a small knife. What's wrong with this Bai Linger? It's just nonsense. Director Zhang Honggang, who rushed to the municipal bureau, heard the screams coming from the interrogation room. He was anxious and angry, and ordered his 2 subordinates, "Open the door, quickly." Yuzitong, who was following behind Director Zhang, also had a dark face. She crossed her arms and looked at the door with a cold look in her eyes. Minute Ru, who was standing beside her, was so anxious that she stamped her feet and wiped her tears. No matter how much Yuzitong disliked Li Nanfang, he could not stand idly by. On their way here, he called Director Zhang and briefly explained the situation, asking him to come to the municipal bureau to personally handle the case of Li Nanfang assaulting a police officer. Others don't know Yuzitong's background. If Director Zhang, the head of Qingshan City Bureau, doesn't know that she is the daughter of the Yu family, then he might as well just hand in his resignation and retire. Yuzitong arrived on time, thinking about how Li Nanfang had been beaten up. Then he happened to meet Director Zhang, who had rushed over by car, at the gate of the municipal bureau, and they came to the interrogation room together. Yes, Yuzitong admitted that she now hated Li Nanfang more and more. But no matter how much he hated it, he was still furious after hearing Li Nanfang scream like a pig being slaughtered. It was like an adult beating his disobedient child. He could punish him in any way he wanted, but if you, an outsider, lay a finger on me, I promise to set your house on fire. Bang, bang, bang. With Director Zhang's face livid and furious, how dare his men disobey his orders? Naturally, he kicked the door hard and shouted, "Team Bai, Director Zhang is here, open the door quickly." R. Li Nanfang's scream suddenly became louder and louder, and then it became silent. Oh shit, could someone have died? The 2 policemen who kicked the door hard looked at each other, and then rammed the door with their shoulders with all their might, making a loud bang like thunder. After Li Nanfang's last scream, Bai Linger's raised fist froze in mid-air. Her face was filled with disbelief, and she slowly looked down. So far, although Officer Bai is still a virgin, it does not mean that she does not understand the dirty things between men and women. After feeling a sudden heat down there, Li Nanfang screamed and looked like a deflated balloon. If she can no longer guess what had just happened, then she is not a woman. He actually took the opportunity to blaspheme me when I was dealing with him? Looking at Li Nanfang's stinky face that looked like he wanted to have a cigarette after a great time, Bai Linger swallowed hard, then screamed and opened her hands to pinch his neck. Rogue, I'm going to kill you. Bang! With the desperate efforts of the two policemen, the iron door of the interrogation room was finally broken apart. The iron door slammed heavily against the wall, and the two buddies, unable to stop, fell to the ground in unison. Bai Linger, you dare! Director Zhang saw Bai Linger's face looking scary when he was outside the door. She was strangling Li Nanfang's neck with both hands and shaking him desperately. The poor child, whose hands were handcuffed behind his back, could only open his mouth, stick out his tongue and roll his eyes, looking like he would go to see Marks at any time. After seeing that Captain White was really going to kill someone, the two policemen who had fallen to the ground dared not delay any longer. At this moment, they could not care about anything else and rushed forward, some hugging their waist and some wrestling his hands. No matter how strong Bai Linger was, she couldn't stand up to two big men. She could only curse and tell them to get out of the way. After being carried to the side, she immediately threw a right hook and hit one of the guys hard on the chin. Bang! After Bai Linger knocked her colleague away with a punch, she just turned around and Director Zhang rushed in and slapped her in the face. A wake-up call always helps people regain their composure quickly. Bai Linger then noticed that Director Zhang had arrived. Director Zhang, who usually cared for her so much and cultivated her like a niece, now had a frighteningly pale face, and the hand that was pointing at her nose was shaking. Bai Linger, you disappoint me so much. Director Zhang, he. Bai Linger really wanted to tell Director Zhang that she didn't do anything to Li Nanfang, but it was this bastard who took advantage of her anger and did something so disgusting to her that she was ashamed to talk about. Since she was too embarrassed to say it, how could Bai Linger say it out loud? You can't lift up her skirt to show everyone that she is wet, right? Let me tell you all, the stains on that bastard's pants weren't because he was scared or beaten to the point of peeing, but because of something else. I can't say it. I'd rather die than say it. It's like a dumb person eating bitter herbs. I can't express my pain in words. Taking a step back and thinking, even if Bai Linger said it shamelessly, others have to believe it, right? Haven't you seen how miserable Li Nanfang looks now? One of his shirt sleeves is torn off halfway and the buttons are broken. Even the most conscienceless person would not believe that he is in such a miserable state and still has the mood to do that kind of thing when he is being beaten. So no matter what Bai Linger said, no one would believe that she was the victim, because the public had sharp eyes. After seeing Li Nanfang being tortured like this, Yuzitong felt a little distressed despite her anger. After the police helped him up and uncuffed him, she immediately walked over and asked, "Are you okay?" Woo. Li Nanfang let out a miserable howl from his throat, and suddenly fell into Yuzitong's arms, hugging her slender waist with both hands. He no longer cared about his face as a man, and actually sobbed softly. His whole body was still shivering, like the last leaf on the poplar tree in the cold winter. This kid was really scared. He was almost strangled to death by Captain White, right? The policemen who were watching looked at him with pity, secretly shook their heads and sighed, thinking that Bai Linger had gone too far this time, torturing someone like this before the whole matter was clear. Yuzitong really wanted to push Li Nanfang away. She especially looked down on cowardly men. She felt ashamed to be beaten to such a terrified state by a woman. But I could also tell that he was really scared, and when I thought about how he was almost strangled to death just now, I just lend him my warm embrace this time, and it shouldn't happen again. If he acts so unmanly again, I'd kick him away. Only Minute Ru's pair of beautiful, twinkling eyes revealed pure ignorance. She really didn't believe that this was still Li Nanfang who treated a boss weighing 200 pounds like a scarecrow and tortured him so cruelly. At that time, he looked so scary with a ferocious face like a devil, but now he suddenly turned into a little white rabbit who needed protection. The contrast between the before and after was so great that Minute Ru really couldn't accept it. Yuzitong didn't see the brutality of Li Nanfang beating up Boss Hao. He just glanced at Bai Linger coldly and said calmly, "Director Zhang, I need an explanation from the police." Chapter 31, Minute Ru will be grateful to you. Of course the police gave Yuzitong an explanation. No matter what Li Nanfang had done, Bai Linger had no right to beat him wantonly, let alone want to strangle him to death. "Boss Yu, please rest assured that I will give you a satisfactory answer." Director Zhang smiled, then frowned and asked one of his men, Han Jun, have you figured out what's going on? This Han Jun was one of the two men who followed Bai Linger to stop Li Nanfang from beating up Boss Hao. After Bai Linger took Li Nanfang away, he was responsible for staying at the scene to investigate the situation. There were many eyewitnesses at the scene of Boss Hao bullying Minute Ru, and Han Jun quickly investigated the matter, but he had not had time to report to Captain Bai. Now, after hearing Director Zhang's questioning, he dared not hide anything and recounted the incident from an objective perspective. Minute Ru was the person directly involved and automatically recounted what Boss Hao had said to her. This case is very simple. Boss Hao was drunk and accidentally saw Li Nanfang returning the money to Minute Ru. He mistakenly thought that she was a professional woman. Since she was pretty and charming, he took advantage of his drunkenness to take her away by force. Mrs. Hao was also very strange. She was sitting in the car but she didn't care about her husband picking up girls on the street. But when Li Nanfang appeared, she thought she was Mrs. Hao and tried to stop him. As a result, Li Nanfang beat her half to death with his bag. Hao Lianqing and his wife have been sent to the hospital. Xiaomar is in charge of following up. After Han Jun said this, he glanced at Bai Linger and whispered, we happened to see this gentleman beating Hao Lianqing, and Captain Bai went to stop him. He lost his mind and accidentally injured Captain Bai. Yu Zitong interrupted him coldly, you said that Li Nanfang accidentally injured Captain Bai? Har, if it was an accidental injury, then I don't understand why Captain Bai treated Li Nanfang like this. Officer Han, please don't tell me that you didn't hear how miserable he screamed before you broke into the room. Han Jun moved his mouth and stopped talking. With the chief in charge, it is not yet his turn to give Yu Zitong an explanation. The director looked at Bai Linger and asked, Bai Linger, is what Han Jun said true? No, that's not true. Bai Linger really wanted to shout out this sentence and tear off Li Nanfang's despicable and shameless mask to the people of the world. But she didn't dare to say it, so she could only bite her lips hard and look at Li Nanfang in Yu Zitong's arms with fierce eyes. Li Nanfang narrowed his eyes at her proudly, with the corners of his mouth raised with an arrogant look of come here and bite me, but no one else saw it. I'm going to kill you. Bai Linger went crazy and didn't care about anything anymore. She reached out from her waist and took out the pistol while screaming, pointed it at Li Nanfang and was about to pull the trigger. Presumptuous. The director was terrified. He took a step sideways to block the muzzle of the gun, pointed at his nose with his backhand, and shouted sternly, come on, Bai Linger, shoot here. The director's face, which was distorted with extreme anger, was like a gust of wind that blew away the haze, and Bai Linger's mind became clear again. The corners of her mouth twitched a few times, and she dejectedly put down her pistol and lowered her head. Bai Linger, I now declare that you are no longer the deputy captain of the criminal police team. Your qualification to be a reinforcement is revoked. You must wait for the final decision of the bureau. The chief reached out and snatched Bai Linger's pistol and removed the magazine. Bai Linger turned around, pushed Han Jun away, covered her face with her hands, and rushed out of the interrogation room like the wind. Well. With a heavy sigh, Director Zhang turned to look at Yu Zitong and said with a forced smile, Boss Yu, I'm really sorry. How about this, let's send Mr. Li to the hospital for a checkup. The medical expenses and the material losses he suffered will be borne by the municipal bureau. The so-called material loss, of course, refers to Li Nanfang's tattered clothes. No need. I and our Kai Huang group can still come up with this amount of money. Yu Zitong said coldly, perhaps because he felt that this attitude was inappropriate to the director, so he slowed down his tone a little. Director Zhang, thank you for finding out the truth and making sure that my people did not make any mistakes. As for that Boss Hao. Director Zhang immediately said, don't worry, Mr. Yu. Our police force's aim is not to wrongly accuse a good person, but we will not let a bad person go. I will personally handle this case, and I will definitely give Mr. Yu a satisfactory answer when the time comes. The director had already lowered his attitude so much, no matter how powerful Yu Zitong's background was, he couldn't just go along with it. After thanking him again, he said goodbye. How does it feel? Yu Zitong asked Li Nanfang, who had just gotten into the car with the help of Minute Ru, do you want to go to the hospital for a checkup? No, it's okay, just take a few days of rest. In order to show that he really needed to have a good rest for a few days, Li Nanfang deliberately coughed violently for a long time. Minute Ru's face was full of worry, and she whispered that it would be best to go to the hospital for a checkup. But he couldn't go to the hospital. Under the advanced medical equipment, Li Nanfang would definitely be exposed. Naturally, he firmly opposed going to their hospital, and even brought up the excuse that he was most afraid of injections since he was a child. Since he tried his best not to see a doctor, Yuzitong did not force him. He drove Minute Ru back to the community where she rented, and told her not to think too much. After that, he turned the car around and sped towards the villa on Huiyuan Road. Along the way, Yuzitong didn't say a word, her beautiful eyebrows slightly wrinkled as if she was worried about something. Li Nanfang naturally couldn't say a word. He was now savoring the unique feeling of pleasure that Bai Linger brought him. Minute Ru will definitely be grateful to you. When the car drove to the gate of the villa and Yuzitong used the remote control to open the door, he suddenly said this. What? Li Nanfang, who was thinking about something good, asked subconsciously. Yuzitong didn't say anything else. He drove into the yard, turned off the engine, opened the door and jumped out without paying any attention to Li Nanfang. Since this kid insists on not going to the hospital, it proves that he is not seriously injured. It is just a minor physical pain and there is no need to treat him as a wounded person. It is already very fair to him to be able to lean on a warm embrace. After turning on the light switch in the living room, Yuzitong saw that his white shirt with a large pointed collar was wiped all over by Li Nanfang, and there must be tears and snot on it. He felt a little nauseous and hurried up the stairs to the bedroom to change clothes. The villa is a 2-story small villa with a construction area of not very large, only about 200 square meters, but this is enough for Yuzitong to live in. It has a simple European decoration style, mainly white and light blue, from which we can see that her temperament tends to be indifferent. Li Nanfang stood in the hall, looking up and scanning every corner of the room. This is a habit of his. Whenever he arrives at any unfamiliar environment, he will observe how many blind spots there are, how many retreat routes there are, where is the place most likely to be broken through by the enemy, etc. This good habit has also helped Li Nanfang survive several life-threatening situations in the past few years. Good habits must be maintained forever, such as not knocking before entering a room. How is it? Are you satisfied with this living environment? Just as Li Nanfang walked to the window and looked outside, Yuzitong, who had changed into a black bathrobe, appeared in front of the railing of the second-floor corridor. Although his voice was still as flat, it revealed a hint of pride. Showing off a carefully decorated room is every girl's favorite thing to do. It's okay. Okay? Just okay. Yuzitong was somewhat dissatisfied. He looked down at him with obvious sarcasm in his eyes, as if asking, "Country bumpkin, you probably have never lived in such a high-end villa in your life, right?" As far as she knew, after her eldest sister eloped with her brother-in-law, her Yu family felt so humiliated that they were furious and swore not to acknowledge their daughter. The couple then lived in a small mountain village in the northeast and led a poor life. Very good, Wai Rui Ji Uder. Li Nanfang was never stingy when it came to satisfying a woman's needs with just his mouth. He immediately raised his thumbs and exclaimed, "The Saudi prince's palace is probably of this standard, right? Yuzitong's small villa is certainly not as luxurious as the Saudi prince's palace, and it is beyond reach even if you fly. However, Li Nanfang has been there in person. A treasure that the Saudi royal family is now offering a huge reward for all over the world was stolen by him." Yuzitong was of course very clear about this, but all girls would not care if a man used exaggerated language to praise them. At most, they would just curl their lips in disdain and say, "Do you want to live here forever in the future?" "Yes, of course." Li Nanfang nodded vigorously, not afraid of breaking his neck. "Two ways, you can own this villa completely." Yuzitong spoke slowly, holding a paper bag in his hand. Li Nanfang took 2 steps forward and said with a shameless face, "I'm all ears. The first way is for you to disappear from my side on your own initiative. Let's talk about the second method. The second method is to wish for it." "Well, that's good. After all, it's not that hard to wish for something good." Snort. Yuzitong snorted coldly and threw the paper bag in his hand down. "You live in the guest room downstairs by the door. From now on, you are not allowed to step on the stairs without my permission. Otherwise, your legs will be broken. The same goes for you. You are not allowed to go into my room without my permission. If something is missing, you have to pay double the amount." Li Nanfang responded tit for tat, walked over, bent down and picked up the paper bag, which contained a pair of shoes, men's casual clothes, and a white shirt, all of which were international brands. TSK, even if you beg me to go into your doghouse, I won't go in. Yuzitong sneered and turned to go back to the bedroom when Li Nanfang asked, "Is there another man living in your house?" "Nonsense, I live here alone." Yuzitong turned back and frowned, glancing at the paper bag in his hand. "This outfit is what I wore when I was on a mission before. It cost tens of thousands of dollars, so it's a bargain for you. I love taking advantage of others, hee hee." Li Nanfang smiled happily and took out the pair of leather shoes and gestured a few times. Yuzitong was obviously lying. Li Nanfang had seen her bound feet before. Even if she disguised herself as a man and went out on a mission, she shouldn't be able to wear shoes of such a large size, right? However, Li Nanfang did not intend to expose her. After all, sometimes girls tell a little lie to save face, which is not only not annoying, but also makes people feel warm. Just as Li Nanfang did not intend to tell Yuzitong, he found footprints in a house that the man had deliberately wiped but not wiped clean, and they were still very fresh. It should have been before they returned home tonight. Yuzitong is an agent. If you walk by the river often, you will get your feet wet, so it is normal for someone to come to him. Of course, that was normal in the past. Now that Li Nanfang has officially moved into this house, those men will definitely be in trouble if they come and make trouble again. Chapter 32, You Will Die. I can barely be considered a family man, right? Looking again at the white ceiling in the living room, the hanging glass chandelier, the white fabric sofa, and the wine cabinet at the west wall, Li Nanfang suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. What is home? For a grown-up man, their home with his parents and sisters is not yet his home. A man's home doesn't have to be too luxurious. The key is to have a wife in it. From the moment he steps into their house, he will feel warm in his heart and relax completely. He will take off his smelly socks and sit on the sofa with his toes tapping. When he watches his wife busy in the kitchen and his children playing nearby, he will feel proud. Of course, Yuzitong absolutely does not like to be the person that Li Nanfang wants him to be, and this home is not his real home, but so what? He has not forgotten the feeling of lying in someone's warm embrace when he was in the municipal bureau. It was really warm and made him feel nostalgic. He hoped that things would be the same as they were in the future. How wonderful it would be. Every strong man actually has a fragile heart that needs a woman's tenderness to comfort him. My heart is actually very fragile. Li Nanfang glanced at every corner of the living room affectionately before he murmured and pushed open the door. I hope that in the future, Yuzitong, can you not use your ridiculous meanness to destroy my beautiful expectations of you? The nauseating gentleness on Li's face shattered as soon as he opened the door. He wondered if there was something wrong with his eyes. He subconsciously raised his hand and rubbed them hard a few times. He looked back into the living room and then looked towards his room. There was nothing wrong with his eyes, and everything he saw was real. The living room outside the door was so magnificent, but the bedroom inside was so clean that it was shocking. It's so clean. This is the only word that can describe the bedroom that Yuzitong carefully tidied up for Li Nanfang. There is only one bed, an old-fashioned single wooden bed. I really don't know which scrap collection station you got it from. Apart from this wooden bed, there was no other furniture in the guest room. There is a hanging air conditioner on the wall, but Li Nanfang can guarantee that even if a great immortal comes, he will not be able to make the air conditioner work. What's even worse is that the wooden bed was also very clean. There wasn't even a pillow, let alone sheets and other things. It would have been nice to put some straw on it, right? Outside the door is a villa, inside the door is a slum. I believe Yuzitong must have put in a lot of effort to make the room so clean. Mr. Li's good mood was ruined in an instant. He was furious and turned around and yelled at the bedroom on the second floor, Yuzitong. Yuzitong must have been waiting for Mr. Li's call. Before he finished speaking, she appeared in the corridor outside the door, frowning with dissatisfaction on her face. What are you yelling about in the middle of the night? This woman must have already thought of some harsh and sharp words to refute my protest. Hee, how could I possibly let you do as you wish? After seeing the hidden evil taste in Yuzitong's glowing eyes, Li Nanfang sneered in his heart, but quickly showed a grateful look on the surface. How do you know that I like sleeping on a wooden bed the most? Aunt, you are simply a worm in my stomach, twisting your fleshy body and turning around in my intestines, not afraid of being digested by my gastric juice. Li Nanfang, you are looking for death. Yuzitong began to feel nauseous. He raised his hand and slapped the corridor railing hard, then rushed down quickly, rolling up the sleeves of his nightgown as he ran, and looked terrifying as he gritted his teeth. Yuzutong was definitely so irritated by Li Nanfang's disgusting words that he lost his mind. When he rushed up the stairs like the wind, he accidentally stepped on the edge of his nightgown. He stumbled and fell on the stairs, rolling down screaming. Har har har. Li Nanfang laughed wildly with pride. This is what they call, you can survive if it's God's fault, but you can't survive if it's your own fault. With a bang, Yuzutong's forehead hit the redwood stair railing heavily, and he finally rolled down the last step. Stars appeared in front of his eyes, and he could hear that bastard sneering, "Damn, you're still an agent with this level. I think you might as well be a model. Your long legs are so white. And your slim waist, is it 2 feet long? Is your waist 36E? I guess it's hard. I'm going to kill you, scumbag, I'm going to kill you." Yuzutong shouted angrily and raised his hand to lift the nightgown covering his head. When he turned over and got up, he saw that Li Nanfang was gone and the guest room door was closed. "Do you think you can just hide in the house and that's it? Get out right now." Yuzutong gritted his teeth, not caring about the pain in his forehead. He rushed to the door of the guest room and kicked it with a loud bang. Fortunately, the door was also made of mahogany and was strong enough. Li Nanfang leaned against the door and let her kick the door so hard that it made a loud noise, but it remained motionless. "Open the door." Yuzutong's voice came from outside. Li Nanfang retorted, "I opened the door to let you beat me up, do you think I'm stupid?" Yuzutong stopped talking and kicked the door. Li Nanfang looked towards the window vigilantly. Sure enough, a moment later Yuzutong appeared outside the window, reached out to open the screen and jumped onto the windowsill, holding a baseball bat in her hand. This was an attempt to murder her husband. Li Nanfang certainly would not let her do that, so she opened the door and ran out. When Yuzutong rushed out of the guest room, Li Nanfang had already run out of the living room door. She chased him out, and Li Nanfang jumped onto the window like a rabbit and then jumped into the guest room. After this happened several times, Yuzutong finally got tired. He held the door frame with his left hand, pointed at Li Nanfang who was standing at the door of the living room with his right hand, and said with a heavy breath, "You scumbag, don't run away if you have the guts." Li Nanfang said shamelessly, "If you have the guts, don't chase me. Okay, I'll see how long you can hide." Yuzutong was too lazy to argue with this guy, so he tapped him a few times with his fingers and walked towards the stairs. After watching her walk into the bedroom and closing the door heavily, Li Nanfang curled his lips and returned to the guest room. Yuzutong returned to the bedroom, washed her face, sat in front of the dressing table, and checked her forehead in the mirror. Her forehead was a little bruised and swollen, but it didn't matter. She believed that the swelling would go away by tomorrow morning. However, the anger in her heart was still burning fiercely. If she didn't get her revenge tonight and beat that scumbag to a pulp, she wouldn't be able to sleep. She changed into a neat sports outfit, tied her shoelaces tightly, stood in front of the window, stretched her arms and kicked her legs to do a set of warm-up exercises, walked to the door, slowly opened a crack and looked out. After making sure there was no movement below, she picked up the baseball bat behind the door and tiptoed out like a cat. I reached out and pushed the guest room door, but of course it didn't move. Yuzutong smiled silently, "Scumbag, do you think that if you lock the door, I can't get in? Don't forget that this is my home, I have keys to every room." Taking out the spare key, Yuzutong slowly reached into the keyhole and gently turned it clockwise. It didn't turn. It seemed that the scumbag had already prepared for her to come and attack in the middle of the night, and had tampered with the door lock in advance. If I use brute force to kick the door open, it will definitely make a lot of noise and the guy will definitely jump out the window and escape. Yuzutong was a little depressed, but then his eyes lit up and he turned and walked out of the living room. It was now the beginning of June in the lunar calendar and the sky was gloomy tonight. She didn't believe that Li Nanfang could endure the stuffiness in a guest room without air conditioning or electric fans and with the windows locked. Sure enough, half of the window was open and only the screen was closed. Yuzutong thought that it would be better to poke a few small holes in the screen window so that mosquitoes could get in and drink his blood. I still don't believe that I, a dignified ace agent of the National Security Bureau, can't deal with a scum like you who peed his pants after being beaten by a woman. Yuzutong, like a thief, lay under the windowsill and listened for a moment, then quietly stood up and slowly opened the screen window. The lights in the room were off and I couldn't see anything, but I could hear disgusting snoring. It seemed that he was very tired after being severely tortured by that tigress in the municipal bureau, so he fell asleep quickly. "You scum, prepare to die." Yuzutong stepped onto the windowsill and his heart suddenly started beating wildly, as if he was a thief who was about to commit a crime for the first time. He was actually a little scared at the same time, as if someone would shout, "Catch the thief," at any time. "TSK, this is in my own home, what should I be afraid of?" Yuzutong sneered in his heart. When he slipped from the windowsill to the floor of the guest room like a civet cat, the snoring continued. It was ridiculous that the boy didn't know that his bad luck had come. When she got down from the windowsill, her right leg seemed to be blocked by something like shoelaces, but before she could react, she felt something falling on her head and subconsciously raised her hand to block it. Wow bang! Yuzutong's right hand touched the object that was falling down. It was an iron basin with half water in it. She blocked it with her right hand and turned it over. The water poured over her head and fell to the ground. The sound it made was quite harsh in the dark night. He had already calculated that I would climb in through the window, so he put a basin of water on it in advance. Yuzutong is indeed a very smart person. His brain works very quickly. The moment he was drenched like a drowned rat, he figured out what was going on. The key problem is that the basin of water that was poured over the head also exuded a strong smell of stinky feet. This is foot washing water. Li Nanfang. As Yuzutong screamed, Li Nanfang's frightened voice came from the darkness. Who is it, the thief? Well, as long as you are still in the room, I will have a chance to get my money back with interest. Yuzutong was so angry that his teeth were almost broken. He rushed to the bed and turned on the light switch on the wall. This is her house, of course she knows where the switch is. As the lights came on, Yuzutong had already raised the baseball bat high up. Just as he was about to smash it down with all his might, he froze. Li Nanfang was indeed lying on the bed. But this shameful, despicable bastard who had been stabbed 1,000 times and then crushed to dust was now lying on the bed with his whole body naked and his arms and legs spread out. The uncivilized thing in the middle of the word "Thai" was like a ferocious green dragon, proudly raising its head and looking down on a stunned girl. Yuzutong really wanted to hit herself unconscious with a stick. She didn't know how she rushed out of the guest room and returned to her bedroom. She only knew that when she fell on the bed and covered her head with a blanket, that ugly thing was still swaying in front of her eyes. Yes, she had had that kind of relationship with the scumbag a long time ago, but she was in the water at that time and she didn't realize that this thing was so disgusting. Chapter 33, Today, I am the boss. When Yuzutong woke up the next day, he felt dizzy and weak all over. These were the sequelae of severe lack of sleep. After staring at the ceiling with lifeless eyes for a long time, Yuzutong finally came to a conclusion: Li Nanfang was a scumbag. When it came to those despicable underworld methods, she, a proud girl who had been in the upper circles of society since childhood, was no match for him. This is like having an eating competition with a pig. No matter how much you eat, can you beat a pig? Zheng Guofan once said, "There are 3 things a scholar should not fight for: fame with a gentleman, profit with a villain, and cleverness with heaven and earth." Li Nanfang is definitely a complete villain. Yuzutong must be stupid to bring trouble upon himself like he did last night. Of course, this matter cannot be left alone. Yuzutong now raised her arm to smell it, and it seemed that she could still smell the disgusting stinky odor of feet. She almost rubbed off all the skin when she was taking a shower last night. There will definitely be plenty of opportunities in the future. Ms. Yu still doesn't believe it. With her intelligence and talent, she can't beat a scumbag. Li Nanfang, one day I will let you know how powerful I am, After comforting himself for a while, Yuzutong finally felt better and turned over and sat up. After she finished washing up and deliberately applied eyeshadow to cover her dark circles, she walked out of the bedroom door slowly. Her every move revealed her graceful and noble character. The scumbag was not in the living room. Instead, there was a clanging sound coming from the kitchen, and a fragrance came from there, which made General Yu wrinkle his nose slightly and his index finger moved. Many girls who appear to be cool and elegant or simple and clean to their core are actually terrible at cooking and keeping clean at home. This is especially true for people like Ms. Yu, who lives alone. She has lived independently in this villa for more than 2 years, and her best dish is noodles cooked in plain water. Oh, and of course sprinkle some salt on it. She had never smelled such an enticing aroma of food in her own home. Scumbag is cooking? Can a scumbag cook? I remember very clearly where the scumbag got the ingredients for cooking. The refrigerator in the kitchen was so empty that a mouse could run in it. Yuzutong was a little surprised, but also a little expectant. He couldn't help but quickly walk down the stairs and came to the kitchen door. Li Nanfang was wearing an apron and a hat made of magazine-coated paper on his head. The funny thing was that there was a very tempting beautiful woman's butt on the back of the hat, which moved as he hummed a song and shook his head. He was frying tomatoes and eggs, holding the spoon in his right hand and the wok in his left hand. Amid the sizzling sound of oil, he flicked his wrist and the food in the wok rolled deftly and fell into the wok with incredible accuracy. Looking at Li Nanfang's back, Yuzutong suddenly thought of a saying, "A man is the cutest when he is working seriously." Li Nanfang, who is cooking now, can be considered to be working seriously, right? Especially the movement of this guy flipping the wok, which actually looks like a kind of beauty like flowing water, with an otherworldly artistic conception, as if he is not cooking, but making a work of art. Before he knew it, Yuzutong was mesmerized by the scene, with a serene look on his face, just like Mary in Notre Dame. After Li Nanfang had fried the tomatoes and eggs, he didn't use a spoon. He just flicked his left hand slightly, and the beautiful red and white dish flew out by itself and landed exactly on the plate on the cupboard. The force was so clever that it was jaw-dropping. Not even a drop of soup splashed out. Why Rui takes care of it. Li Nanfang snapped his fingers, boasted a little, turned around, and said with a smile, "Are you up?" "Yeah, I'm up." After Yuzutong nodded, she realized why her tone was so gentle. Shouldn't she have a cold face, narrowed her eyes, raised her chin, turned around and walked away, letting the scumbag clearly feel her arrogance and not wanting to pay attention to him. Wait a minute, there's still a plate of stir-fried yam left. Go outside and breathe some fresh air. It's best to smile at the sun for a few minutes. That way you'll feel good all day. This is something I've learned over the years, and I won't tell anyone else about it. Li Nanfang talked on and on, picked up the lid of the rice cooker and checked the millet porridge that was simmering over low heat. TSK, who cares about your experience? Yuzutong really wanted to pout and say this, but she didn't say it. Even she herself wondered how she could listen to him. She walked out of the living room and stood in the yard. After closing her eyes and taking a few deep breaths, she showed her 8 teeth to the sun again. A book says that girls who like to laugh usually have good luck. But shouldn't Mr. US smile towards the sun be bright and charming? Why did he say it was a silly smile? If it weren't for the fact that the guy could actually cook, President Yu would definitely pounce on him and beat him up, letting him experience the sharp style of an ace agent. He was trying to please me on purpose, hoping that I would show mercy and let him go. Forget it, forget it. Considering that he is still somewhat useful, I won't compete with a villain for profit. After all, I have always been magnanimous. Mr. Yu was looking at the sun and smiling foolishly. He was moved by his own humility when Li Nanfang's voice came from the living room. "Baby, it's time for breakfast." This voice of "baby," which should have sounded very warm to a girl's ears, wiped out the slight good impression that Yu had just developed towards him. When she turned around and looked at him again, her pretty face was weathered, as if she had been standing in the open air all night. "Aunt, eat, he." Feeling Mr. Yu's sharp words, Li Nanfang chuckled a few times, shrank his neck and ran into the kitchen. 3 dishes, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, stir-fried yam, and cold lettuce, red like the morning glow, white like solidified fat, green like emerald, plus the golden scrambled eggs. The 4 colors complement each other, even the person with the least appetite will not be able to help swallowing. What's more, there is fragrant millet porridge and more than 20 red boiled eggs on the plate. "Aunt, please." Li Nanfang pulled out a chair for Mr. Yu in a servile manner and raised his hand to make a gesture of invitation. Now he calls Ms. Yu auntie more easily. Yuzutong glanced at him, sat down slowly, frowned and asked, "Why are you cooking so many eggs?" "Of course, I eat." Li Nanfang picked up the chopsticks, paused at the table and answered. "How much can you eat? You think that other people are like you, eating is not called eating, but feeding the birds auntie, don't be angry. Being angry so early in the morning will bring you bad luck for the whole day." Snort. Yuzutong snorted, picked up a piece of yam with chopsticks, and just as he was about to put it in his mouth, he suddenly asked, "You didn't spit in the food, did you?" Li Nanfang frowned, then smiled. "Aunt, you are so smart. You can even guess such things." In fact, Yuzi regretted the moment he finished speaking. She felt that her words were a blasphemy to the guy who had been working hard all morning, especially when she saw him frown. She even felt guilty and thought she was being too unfair to him. But she would not apologize. As an elder, she could not apologize to the younger generation even if she said something wrong for the sake of her dignity. As long as she could eat the food he cooked, it would be the greatest reward for her. The scumbag's cooking skills are very good, much better than those fat and bloated chefs in the company cafeteria, but the speed at which he eats is like a starving ghost or a pig. Can a normal person eat 17 or 18 cooked eggs for breakfast? Fortunately, he still has some self-awareness. He only touches half of each dish and never throws the food around with chopsticks like a chicken. If he had done that, Mr. Yu's good mood would have been ruined. Yuzatong drank a bowl of porridge, ate a hard-boiled egg, and a dozen chopsticks of vegetables. Compared with his usual breakfast, this was already a very appetizing meal. Most of the time, she doesn't eat breakfast. When Yuzatong put down her chopsticks and wiped the corners of her mouth with a graceful gesture using napkins, she saw Li Nanfang put all the remaining dishes into his bowl, scooped a spoonful of porridge on it, and started eating it without slurping. You eat my leftovers. Yuzatong was a little surprised. When I was hungry, I used to fight with the dog for food. Li Nanfang answered without raising his head. You dare to mock me, I am. Yuzatong was angry again. After putting the last bite of food into his mouth, Li Nanfang put down the bowl, shook his head, and said calmly, I don't mean that. I just tell the truth. Yuzatong stopped talking. She could tell from Li Nanfang's eyes that he really didn't mean to mock her, he was just telling the truth, or he didn't want to waste any food. Oh, I'm sorry, I misunderstood. Yuzatong coughed dryly and apologized generously. Nothing. Li Nanfang took out a coin with a smile, put it in his palm and held it in front of her. What's the meaning? Yuzatong frowned slightly and asked, why, are you asking me for money to buy groceries? The refrigerator in her kitchen was so empty that a mouse could run through it. Of course, the ingredients Li Nanfang used for breakfast were bought from outside. You have to pay to buy things, there's nothing to say about that. Hey, 30 or 50 yuan is just a small amount of money. I don't even care about it. Besides, you let me live in your house and gave me a set of old clothes that you no longer want. How can I have the nerve to ask you for money for groceries? After hearing what Li Nanfang said, Yuzatong wanted to slam the table and ask him who had worn such unwanted rags without even cutting off the brand tag. But in order to maintain a good mood, Mr. Yu endured it and said, then show me this dollar. What does it mean? Let's take a gamble. Bet? What? Based on the principle of ladies first, you can choose to have words or flowers, or you can flip a coin. The loser has to wash the pots and dishes, while the winner can sit on the sofa with his legs crossed and act like a big shot. Li Nanfang's explanation is simple, clear and easy to understand. Yuzatong bit her lower lip. She didn't expect that he would use coin tossing to solve things like washing pots and dishes, which were supposed to be his job. He was indeed a scumbag. Seeing that Mr. Yu's face was uncertain and he was ready to get angry at any time, Li Nanfang laughed awkwardly, if you don't agree, forget it. It's just washing pots and dishes, it's not a big deal. I'll just suffer a little loss. Yuzatong reached out and snatched the coin, and said coldly, will I take advantage of you? Li Nanfang didn't say anything, but raised his hand to make a gesture of invitation. I want the literal version. Yuzatong said this, pinched the coin and flicked it with his thumb, and the coin flipped over and jumped up. Under the close gaze of two eyes, the coin fell on the dining table with a clink, trembled back and forth a few times and then stopped moving. Li Nanfang breathed a sigh of relief and stood up with a smile. Today, I am the boss. Chapter 34, I am easily contented. The Tang dynasty poet Liu Shi once said in Song of the Young Master, I have never touched water with my 10 fingers, but now I am here to make soup for you. If Yuzatong's slender white fingers were used to cook for the man she likes, I believe it would definitely create the kind of artistic conception described in poetry. Even if no man is worthy of these little hands to cook for her, they should be used to hold pens and guns, even for killing people and setting fires, but how could they be used to wash pots and dishes? The plates and bowls were so slippery that they almost slipped out of the little hands several times and fell to the ground for that scumbag to watch. He really was sitting on the sofa where she usually sat, with his legs crossed, acting like a big shot, his cigarette between his lips and humming a cliché. He looked at the sweat coming out of Mr. Yu's smooth forehead with an amusement look on his face, just like watching a play. Mr. Yu really wanted to turn around, raise his hand, and throw the plate at her head. But she wouldn't do that. As the saying goes, if you lose a gamble, you have to accept the consequences. Yuzatong is not the kind of person who can't afford to lose. It's just washing pots and dishes. Can it be more difficult to please than cutting wheat and weeding? They have to be washed clean. Li Nanfang doesn't need to remind her, Yuzatong will do it unswervingly. After all, she will have to use these tableware for meals in the future. Finally, all the pots and pans were washed. When Yuzatong let out a long sigh of relief and raised his arm to wipe the sweat off his face, he suddenly felt a sense of pride, as if he had just done something great. Snap, snap. Monotonous applause came from the living room. Who needs your praise? Yuzatong sneered secretly, ignored the guy, and quickly walked up the stairs. It was almost time to go to work. Although no one dared to deduct Ms. Yu's bonus even if she was late, she didn't want to do that. She wanted to set an example for her subordinates by leading by example. Within 3 days, Li Nanfang does not have to go to work and can recuperate at home. This is what Yuzatong promised him. Even though she can now see that this guy is alive and well and has nothing to worry about, she still does not want to go back on her word. Besides, if he doesn't go to the company and cause trouble for her, she will have more peace and quiet. Vice President Chi won't find her again and say that Li Nanfang had a fight in the small car team again. She would have to say that this guy is Minute Ru's relative, a poor relative from the countryside who has never seen the world, and ask the employees of the small car team to be more tolerant of him. Can you fix the air conditioning? It's too hot at night. It's unbearable. After Yuzatong changed into a white dress and walked down the stairs in high heels, Li Nanfang, who was sitting on the sofa, leaned forward and asked with a hopeful look on his face. Yuzatong looked at him out of the corner of his eye and asked calmly, "What else do you want?" Li Nanfang was refreshed and said quickly, "You don't need too much. In addition to air conditioning, you can also get a big bed, a refrigerator, and a TV on the wall. Oh, it would be best if you also get a desktop computer so you can play games at night when you have nothing to do. Anything else you want?" "No, I'm easily content." "You are very content." "But no." After saying the last 2 words, Yuzatong suddenly felt that the world was so beautiful. The sky was so blue, the clouds were so white, the flowers were red and the willows were green, and the air was filled with molecules of joy. Especially Li Nanfang's suppressed ugliness made Yuzatong think of a line from Li Bai's poem, "Look up to the sky and laugh out loud, and go out." But you can't do that, it will damage General Yu's image as an icy beauty. You can laugh if you want to. When the car drove out of the villa and sped forward, Yuzatong couldn't help it anymore and let out a string of silver bell-like laughter, which was comfortable to hear. It is absolutely every man's duty to let a beautiful woman maintain a good mood after serving him. Li Nanfang deeply agrees with this statement, and by the way, he despises Yuzatong. You are still an agent, but you don't understand that a superior living environment is the grave of agents. This is like a hero's tomb in a gentle place. No matter how ferocious a lion is, once it is locked up in a zoo, its instincts that make all other animals tremble in the wild will gradually be worn away by the comfort. Only by being in a harsh environment all the time can you maintain the results of years of hard training. Not to mention that Yuzatong deliberately broke the air conditioner in Li Nanfang's room and moved the TV away. Even if he had won, he would not turn on the air conditioner or watch TV. As for desktop computers in this era of increasingly advanced smartphones, computers will be eliminated sooner or later. Li Nanfang deliberately made those requests to Yuzatong just hoping that she could maintain a good mood today. After all, she is still his aunt, right? Well, if a person wants to lie on a rattan chair in the sun and sleep soundly until he wakes up naturally, he would not change it even if he was given the title of emperor. When Li Nanfang sighed happily, the phone on the cabinet in the corner started to ring, and the caller ID showed that it was from Jinghuo. Originally he didn't want to care, but suddenly he remembered why Yuzatong had been tolerating him again and again. If he guessed correctly, this call should be from the Yu family. "Hello, who are you?" God guarantee that this is the first time Li Nanfang has used such a polite tone when answering a phone call. An old man's voice, with a hint of dignity, came from the microphone. "Li Nanfang." "Yes, I am Li Nanfang." Li Nanfang's tone became more respectful. "Excuse me, who are you?" "Har har, I'm Zitong's grandfather." The old man over there laughed. If Yuzatong was there, he would definitely be depressed to death. "You have called me so many times before, and you never seemed so kind." Zitong's grandfather. Li Nanfang pretended to be stunned for a moment, then suddenly realized, "Oh, hello, old man. My aunt just went to work, do you want me to call her to come back?" No, I'm here to find you. Looking for me. Li Nanfang pretended not to understand. Grandpa, how did you know I was here? Stop pretending, kid. Lao Yu said calmly, if you don't have my consent, will you go to Zitong? He. Li Nanfang smiled and said nothing. Can I come to Yuzidong only after your father-in-law agrees? Damn, if this isn't what the master's wife meant, who do you think your father-in-law is to force me to come and protect her so closely? Are you thinking, even though I am your master's wife's father, if she hadn't sent you to protect Zitong, who would I be to give orders to the notorious Black Phantom? Old man, I think you'd better change your reputation of being fierce to a reputation of being powerful. Li Nanfang smiled and corrected the grammatical errors in Lao Yu's words, but said nothing else, which meant he admitted that he was right. As for the fact that Lao Yu knew he was the Black Phantom, Li Nanfang would not find it strange. The old man that his master's wife married was Lao Yu's eldest son-in-law, and in order to curry favor with his father-in-law, there was nothing he could not say or do. How could the old Yu, who was old and shrewd, not understand what Li Nanfang meant? His tone became cold. Li Nanfang, do you think that if your master's wife hadn't begged me to agree to marry Zitong to you, she would have the courage to send you to approach Zitong? What? Li Nanfang was stunned. On the night when he rescued the beauty in the bar, the old man had said on the phone that his master's wife hoped that he would marry Yuzitong in the future, and that was why she sent him to protect her. At that time, Li Nanfang thought that the master's wife had that idea because she was selfish, like all mothers in the world who care about their sons and want to take a beautiful girl as their daughter-in-law. Although Yuzitong was her younger sister, there was no blood relationship between the two. Both theoretically and practically, it was definitely feasible, so it was not strange. He thought that was just the teacher's wife's wishful thinking, and in order to please her, he could pretend to work towards this goal. But now it seems that things are far from as simple as Li Nanfang thought. His master's wife actually begged old Yu to bring him together with Yuzitong, and only after getting his consent did she allow him to come to Qingshan City. Old Yu spoke again, do you know why I agreed? Article 4 of the Yu family's family rules stipulates that once a Yu family daughter is seen naked by a man, she must marry him. It doesn't matter if that man is an old man or a monster. Back then, your master was able to marry your master's wife by using such despicable means. Li Nanfang understood and asked in a low voice, Grandpa, do you also ask my aunt to do this? Yes. Old Yu admitted straightforwardly, she is the daughter of the Yu family, so she must follow the rules of the Yu family. There is no way to change this. To be honest, I was still very unwilling when I thought of your ugly appearance. However, fortunately, you have reversed your growth and become a normal person, so your master's wife dared to ask for marriage on your behalf. Li Nanfang smiled bitterly, my aunt will definitely not agree, right? She has a bad temper. You don't have to worry about that. Old Yu said, in order for her mother to leave the Yu family and live with her, she must agree to marry you. The old man's voice became low and a little sad. Li Nanfang treats Zitong well. She lost her father when she was young. You should have seen it on TV. There is no lack of intrigue and dark struggles in any wealthy family. Her mother is cowardly by nature, so it is normal for her to be a little unruly and domineering. But she doesn't seem to like me at all. Li Nanfang was silent for a long time before he said, the point is, I don't like her either. You should know that it is difficult for two young people who don't like each other to be together. Old man, I want to discuss something with you. Lao Yu asked, do you want me to persuade your wife to stop trying to bring you two together? Yes. Li Nanfang gritted his teeth and whispered, to be honest, I already have a woman I like. But I have never dared to tell master's wife. Lao Yu interrupted him, why? I once promised my wife that I would not have any contact with any woman before I was 23 years old. Before the age of 23, Li Nanfang was still in a critical period of reverse growth. His wife was worried that his early contact with women would affect his development, so she gave him a strict order that if he wanted to find a woman, he had to wait until after his 23rd birthday. Li Nanfang also agreed to his master's wife. But later, Li Nanfang, who had always been absolutely obedient to his master's wife, could no longer resist the devil hidden in his body at the age of 22, and had sex with a woman. From then on, he could not stop, and as a result, whenever he saw a beautiful woman, he would have that kind of thought. I don't care, you tell her about it yourself. After listening to Li Nanfang, old Yu sneered, anyway, I have already agreed to your master's wife's request, and I have also strictly ordered Zitong to marry you. Before long, her mother will live with you. As for how you deal with it, that's your business. Li Nanfang opened his mouth, not knowing what to say. Chapter 35, I am living without dignity now. Also, let me tell you one more thing. Lao Yu said, your master's wife sent you to protect Zitong. This was my idea. Because now her name has been listed on the OF platform. Li Nanfang, you don't know about the OF platform, do you? What? She was actually listed on the OF platform. Li Nanfang was really shocked this time. He really couldn't understand how Yuzitong could get onto the world's largest, most efficient and most famous killer platform with just his little ability to stir up the waves. Similarly, this matter is up to you. I won't interfere. Whether you treat her as your aunt or your wife, if Black Phantom still can't protect her safety, then it proves that she really deserves to die. Lao Yu was silent for a moment, then said, don't tell her. Women always age faster when they are worried and frightened. Li Nanfang felt that the last words that Lao Yu said before hanging up the phone sounded very familiar. Before he came to Qingshan City, the old man had said, it seems that Yuzitong is really in danger, but we can't tell her yet. But this is nothing. The key point is that he seems to have to be with Yuzitong. Thinking of the long decades to come, when he opens his eyes in the morning and sees that domineering face, Li Nanfang feels so painful that he can't stand it. He shudders and says, I must find a chance to convince Master's wife to change her mind. Let us put this matter aside for now. There are more troublesome things waiting for Li Nanfang to solve right now. Ordinary people don't know what this platform is for, but Li Nanfang knows it very well. A platform is a paradise for killers and mercenaries, and a pool of funds for them to make money. Anyone who is lucky enough to be put on the platform will face endless assassinations from the moment his name appears, and can only rest in peace after death. According to the platform rules, once Yuzitong's name is listed, her figure, appearance, hometown, age, habits and hobbies, professional background and other information will no longer be a secret. The killer who gets to kill her first will see these in the folder under her name after entering a specific password. The platform only gives killers 1 month to prepare. That is to say, after a killer delists Yuzitong, if he fails to complete the task within 1 month, then even if he succeeds in the future, he will not get any bonus. A new killer will immediately take over his task, and the deadline will still be 1 month. Auntie, how badly must you have offended someone to deserve such an honor? Li Nanfang sighed heavily, took out his mobile phone, went online, and searched for the homepage of the OF platform. The homepage of the OF platform cannot be found by searching with Google or Baidu. You have to download special software. The annual membership fee for ordinary members is as high as $100,000. Those who grow crops, work as laborious, or even read pirated novels forget about owning an account on the OF platform in this lifetime. Li Nanfang is a poor man, so naturally he doesn't have an account, but others do, such as Yi Xiaodao. From the day they met, Mr. Li stubbornly believed that everything belonging to Yi Xiaodao belonged to him. Enter Yi Xiaodao's account name to log in. After refreshing, the main web page appears. The screen is full of adult portraits with prices marked below. They are all in tens of thousands and settled in US dollars. Most of them are men, including the world's richest man Uncle Bill, and the stock god Uncle Buffett, but more are shameless drug lords, corrupt officials, and gigolos who kidnap the boss's girls. These big guys who are listed are not the ones that any member can snatch their business from, so is there a need for gold membership? Don't forget that the annual membership fee for gold members is $2 million US dollars. According to Yi Xiaodao, to date, there are only about 100 gold members on the OF platform, most of whom are novices with an investment of $100,000 US dollars and are not eligible to compete for prey with bonuses of more than $1 million US dollars. Just like the best-selling books are listed on the homepage in the overwhelming number of novel websites nowadays, the best prey for Hua Hong are also listed on the homepage. However, Li Nanfang had no interest in these preys. He heard that Uncle Bill was doing charity work all over the world, and he would feel guilty if he killed such a good man. Of course, they are not easy to be killed, because they are surrounded by top experts hired at high prices, and it is said that they are all from the heroic US Marine Corps. There must be some colleagues who are lucky enough to try to get huge bonuses, but the result is usually that the boss uses it as an excuse to reward the bodyguards. Yuzitong's name was not on the first page, nor on the second or third page. This proved that her reward would not be too high. However, Li Nanfang did not feel relieved. Instead, his expression became even more solemn. The lower the bounty, the easier it is to hunt the target, but it can attract the interest of the largest number of ordinary members, making money, who doesn't like to make easy money. Li Nanfang understood that the stranger's footprints he saw under the window last night were left by the killers who came to make a fortune. At the same time, it proves that Yuzatong is always in danger of assassination. Li Nanfang felt a little regretful. He shouldn't have stayed at home for the sake of pleasure. If the killer attacked Yuzatong on her way to and from get off work, even though she boasted about how powerful she was, the possibility of her being killed was quite high. After thinking about this, Li Nanfang wanted to call Yuzatong first and tell her to be careful, but then he gave up the idea. The two old guys both knew that girls would age faster if they were worried, and it would not be good for him to do this again. Yuzatong's name is on the last row of page 7, and the reward is $200,000. Li Nanfang is sure that her profile picture will gradually move up and the reward bonus will gradually increase, because according to the rules of the OF platform, when the killer who grabs this task fails, the bonus will automatically be increased to $100,000 if the employer agrees. If her employer disagrees, her profile picture will be taken down. Li Nanfang was certain that her bounty would increase because he was absolutely certain that he could make those ignorant newbies fail. I hope the employer will feel sorry for the money and take her off the shelves. Otherwise, as her ranking moves up, bronze, silver and even gold medal killers will gradually appear. Li Nanfang asked himself that he would have no problem dealing with those gold medal killers, but if he kept killing one after another, wouldn't he be exhausted to death? Auntie, I sincerely call you auntie, can you just disappear from here right now? 3, 2, 1, disappear. Just like after the countdown, Yuzatong's pair of peach blossom eyes on the mobile phone screen were still staring at Li Nanfang with a smile, making him unable to help but open his mouth and spit on them. It seems that dreaming in broad daylight is no longer effective, we have to do something serious. After thinking about it, Li Nanfang made an international call. After the phone was connected, there was a woman's lewd scream and a pile driver-like banging sound, and then a panting man yelled, "Fuck, I give you 3 seconds to tell me who you are and what you want from me, or I'll tear your head off. Yi Xiaodao, I think you will die in a woman's belly sooner or later." Li Nanfang leaned back, half lying on the sofa, with his feet resting on the table. Li Nanfang? Damn, I haven't heard from your grandson for a long time. I thought you were dead. Get out of the way first, don't delay me from talking to my brothers. Their microphone could be heard sounding like hands slapping buttocks, as well as a woman's scream in pain. Har, 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 the reputation of Black Pearl is well deserved, it feels so good. Yi Xiaodao laughed loudly over there and asked, "Old Li, do you want to try it? I'll make an exception and treat you once. You can play with the 3 black pearls as you like. I guarantee you'll enjoy it to your heart's content." Li Nanfang said calmly, "Stop talking nonsense. I have something serious to discuss with you. Get those women out of here." Immediately there was a woman's scream and complaint, followed by a hasty voice of thanks. This was naturally because Yi Xiaodao threw out a large stack of US dollars when he drove the people away. "You interrupted me without permission and I'll make you pick up the soap if you don't have anything to do. Log into the OF platform, and in the last row of the 7th page, you will see a beautiful girl's head portrait." Li Nanfang automatically ignored Yi Xiaodao's nonsense and went straight to the point. "Fuck, you actually let Master Dao look at the prey on page 7. That's an insult to me." Yi Xiaodao whined, "But, since you said she's a beauty, I'll just look at her once." Yi Xiaodao is a senior gold member of the OF platform. He usually never pays attention to the prey after the 3rd page. Not only is the money small, but the key is that there is no challenge at all. Li Nanfang lit a cigarette and waited for Yi Xiaodao to speak. A few minutes later, Yi Xiaodao's exaggerated voice sounded, "Fuck, she's really a beauty. TSK, 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 look at her eyes, so alluring. Look at this little mouth, can it accommodate my big?" Li Nanfang interrupted him coldly, "That's my aunt. Yi Xiaodao, if you dare to talk nonsense again, I will cut off your big thing and make you a street prostitute in Thailand." "What?" Yi Xiaodao was stunned. She is the aunt you mentioned." "Yes, that's your aunt." "Bullshit, it's your aunt." Yi Xiaodao cursed, "Li Nanfang, you dare to lie to me for so many years. You always say how ugly she is, which made me have nightmares several times. I didn't expect that she is so beautiful. God, why don't you strike down this guy who talks nonsense? Old Li, is your aunt dating someone? Shut your stinky mouth." Li Nanfang interrupted him again. I called you just to discuss a solution with you. What a bullshit method. You know that no one can delist the OF platform. Unless your aunt disappears from this world, those flies will be quiet. Yi Xiaodao laughed grimly over there, hee, but it's nothing. I've been bored for the past 2 years and have enough money to spend. I'll give those juniors a few training classes for free. Just consider it as a good deed. Ask someone and see if you can find out who the employer is. It doesn't matter if it costs a little more, as long as it can be done. Whatever it costs, it's yours. As soon as Li Nanfang said this, Yi Xiaodao on the other side yelled, fuck, why is it mine? Did my money blown from the sky by the wind? I'm living a life without dignity, but you're living a life of luxury over there. Fuck, is there such a thing? Dear guests, when you see this, it proves that you strongly support your brothers. For this, please join the Sunshine in the Wind Book Club 128038889. It's settled. Hurry up, my patience is limited. After Li Nanfang finished speaking, he tapped the screen and hung up the phone. Chapter 36, Mr. Yu is in a good mood today. Minute Ru was very surprised that Mr. Yu was in a particularly good mood today. What's the good way? Vice President Qi came to report the results of the investigation into the consumer allergy case caused by cosmetics. It was determined that there was a problem with that batch of products. It was the careless mixing process that caused certain trace elements in the products to seriously exceed the standard, which caused harm to the customers. He was a little nervous when he came in, and was prepared for President Yu to be furious. President Yu frowned slightly, and after listening to his report, he gave the following instructions: try to meet all the requirements of customers as much as possible, and make the decision to deduct this month's bonus from the relevant personnel who made the mistake, and do not do it again. Vice President Qi suspected that his ears were useless. He stared at Minute Ru beside him with his mouth open, as if asking if he had heard it wrong. Not only did President Yu not scold him harshly, he also did not fire the careless employee. He only deducted this month's bonus. Is that all? Minute Ru was also very surprised. Facing Vice President Qi's almost pleading gaze, she nodded slightly, indicating that he had indeed heard correctly. Why was he standing there like an idiot instead of thanking the Lord for his grace? Vice President Qi then felt as if he had been pardoned. He nodded repeatedly and said that he would immediately follow President Yu's instructions and make sure to satisfy consumers and strictly control production quality. Then he wiped the sweat from his forehead and walked out. Not only was Mr. Yu so magnanimous, Minute Ru also discovered that when she was working, a happy smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. Yes, it was a happy smile, which made Mr. Yu look much brighter than before. Minute Ru has followed her for 2 years, but has never seen her show such hysterical behavior at work. What good thing happened to Mr. Yu that made him so happy? Minute Ru began to ponder it, and after a long time she finally understood. It must be because of Li Nanfang. Minute Ru was the person in the company who knew best how much President Yu hated Li Nanfang. In just a few days, she had heard her say more than once that she wanted to break that bastard's legs. Last night, Officer Bai from the Municipal Bureau tortured him so badly that he even wet his pants. That was exactly what President Yu wanted. It was like a knot in her heart had been untied. How could she not be happy? Minute Ru felt a little depressed. She now has a great liking for Li Nanfang. Although she is sure that she does not have the kind of feelings between men and women for him, she really treats him as a friend. If a man who suddenly appears like a god when a girl is bullied to despair by bad guys, beats up the bad guys and is almost tortured to death by the police, cannot be considered a friend, then what kind of person is qualified to be a friend? Shortly after going to work in the morning, Minute Ru went to the car team under the pretext of sending a car. After not finding Li Nanfang at work, she was worried about him and was depressed for most of the day. Now seeing President Yu being so gloating, she couldn't say anything. It was really a bit painful. Shiro. Just as Minute Ru was standing in front of the water dispenser in a daze, Yuzatone's voice rang out. Mr. Yu, what's wrong? Minute Ru shuddered slightly, and when she came to her senses she heard the phone ringing. She immediately realized that she was a little distracted. Her little face blushed and she quickly walked over and picked up the phone. The call was from the front desk clerk Sui Yeye, who said that Director Zhang from the Municipal Bureau wanted to visit General Yu. Director Zhang came to give an explanation for Bailinga's abuse of lynching against Li Nanfang. Otherwise, as the director of the Municipal Bureau, he would not have condescended to come to Kai Huang Group and use the word visit to express his attitude. Sui Yeye, Director Zhang, please wait a moment. I will go down to greet him right away. There is no need to ask Mr. Yu for permission for this matter, Minute Ru knows how to handle it. When she and Director Zhang walked out of the elevator, Yuzitong was already standing at the door waiting for them. Oh my, Mr. Yu, you are too polite, har har. Seeing the eldest daughter of the Yu family waiting at the door in person, the bureau chief's face was full of flattered smile. He quickened his pace and stretched out his hand from a distance. After a gentle handshake, General Yu invited the director to come in and take a seat, and specifically asked Minute Ru to make good tea to show his respect for the director. If it were in Beijing, given Yuzitong's distinguished status as the eldest daughter of the Yu family, there would be no need for her to be so polite to a local bureau chief. However, she is now developing on her own in Qingshan City, so of course she can no longer put on her noble airs. After a few pleasantries, Director Zhang began to talk about business. In view of the fact that Bai Linge, the former deputy captain of the criminal police team of the municipal bureau, had acted irrationally by acting on impulse and abusing private punishment in handling the case of Hao Lianqing molesting Minute Ru after drinking, after research by the bureau, it was unanimously decided to expel her from the police force to serve as a warning to others. Yuzitong was certain that if she had not been involved in this matter, the municipal bureau would never have punished Bai Linge so severely. It was normal for police to beat up a gangster in private while investigating a case. If the matter really gets out of hand, and the gangster refuses to give in, the most they can do is suspend him from his post and investigate him. They can't simply kick Bai Linge out of the police force and completely ruin her future. With Yuzitong's intelligence, it was not difficult for her to see that Zhang Honggan's behavior was also a hint for her to show mercy. The municipal bureau is sincere enough in admitting its mistake, so please show mercy and let the poor child go. Of course, if Yuzitong is determined to take off Bai Linge's tiger skin, the municipal bureau will satisfy her. After all, the municipal bureau is in the wrong in this matter. But if that is the case, Kai Huang Group and the municipal bureau will have a grudge against each other. Yuzitong's identity should not be underestimated, but don't forget that the county magistrate is not as good as the current manager. Although he dare not do anything to you openly, he will trip you up in secret, which will always make you suffer in silence. Director Zhang, please smoke. Yuzitong was calm and silent for a moment, then pushed the cigarette box in front of the chief and said, to be honest, I was very angry when I saw Officer Bai treating my Kai Huang Group employees in such a barbaric way last night. After all, she didn't figure out the matter clearly, and just because she was accidentally hit by Li Nanfang, who was brave enough to do something righteous at the time, how should I put it? Anyway, I think she went too far, and expelling her from the police force is what she deserves. The director immediately nodded repeatedly, agreeing, yes, her irrational and barbaric behavior is tarnishing the reputation of the entire Qingshan City police force and frightening those who are brave enough to do what is right. She should indeed be punished in the most severe way. However, as the old saying goes, no one is perfect, no one is without fault. Yuzitong changed the topic. Officer Bai was able to become the deputy captain of the criminal police team at such a young age. This is enough to show that she has made great contributions to the country. Even if she occasionally performs poorly and makes mistakes, we cannot erase her past achievements and condemn her to death with one blow. Yes, Mr. Yu, you are right. The smile on the director's face widened and he nodded again and again. How about this? Let her apologize to Li Nanfang in person and compensate him for his mental damages. I won't pursue the matter. Yuzitong crossed her fingers and placed them on her lower abdomen, raised her left leg elegantly, and said calmly, as for how the municipal bureau should deal with this matter, that is the municipal bureau's internal affairs. In view of the bureau chief's humble attitude, Yuzitong stopped pestering Bai Linge, but she couldn't just let it go, otherwise she wouldn't have said the following words. It is foreseeable that Bai Linge will no longer be the deputy captain of the criminal police team. Director Zhang certainly understood why Yuzitong said that and was very satisfied. Because there was no need for President Yu to hint at anything, after the bureau held an emergency meeting on the matter, it was unanimously decided that Bai Linge was no longer suitable to be the deputy captain of the criminal police team. As for asking Bai Linge to apologize to Li Nanfang in person and compensate for certain financial losses, this is even more reasonable. After beating the child so badly that he wet his pants, Director Zhang himself would feel guilty if he didn't pay some real money to show his appreciation. That's natural. Director Zhang agreed immediately and then asked, is Mr. Li Nanfang in the hospital or at work? If he is at work today, Bai Linger is waiting outside. Yuzitong smiled and said, Li Nanfang is not in the hospital, nor is he at work. I gave him 3 days off. Okay, then I'll ask Bai Linger to come to the company in 3 days to apologize to Mr. Li. Director Zhang stood up and said goodbye. When he came, he was still a little nervous, fearing that Yuzitong would not give in. If that really happened, it would be unpleasant. After all, he was unwilling and dared not to have a conflict with the Yu family in Jinghua because of work. When leaving, Director Zhang felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. He felt relaxed and kept asking Yuzitong, who was about to see him off, to stay. Minute Ru naturally had to send Director Zhang down on behalf of General Yu. After he got into the car, she waved goodbye and turned to walk into their hall. Neither of them mentioned the matter of Boss Hao, because that was not a big deal at all. Even though Boss Hao was in the wrong this time and was beaten so badly, he still had to bleed a lot to make Minute Ru calm down. Bai Linger, wearing sunglasses, was sitting upright on the passenger seat of the bureau chief's special car. After she got home last night, she cried for most of the night. Her eyes were swollen and she was too ashamed to see anyone she rode on Li Nanfang and beat him up. She thought it was very satisfying, but she didn't expect that the one who really enjoyed it was that scumbag. She couldn't even say how she felt bitter. How could she not be sad? Well, I finally got things sorted out. After the car drove out of the parking lot of Kai Huang Group, Director Zhang sighed and said to Bai Linger, fortunately, they are very reasonable and have forgiven you. They only ask you to apologize to Li Nanfang in 3 days and compensate for the economic losses appropriately. Why should I apologize to him? Before the director could finish his words, Bai Linger turned around as if stung by a wasp and screamed, that's a scumbag with a criminal record. Just because you lynched him. Director Zhang didn't expect Bai Linger to be so excited. Not only did she correct her mistakes, but she also looked like she had suffered a loss. He was immediately furious. He didn't even bother to wipe the spit on his face. He stiffened his neck and yelled back, you have brought shame to the entire Qingshan City police force. Bai Linger, don't yell at me. I declare that from tomorrow on, you will be a police officer. If you are willing to do it, do it. If you are not willing, get out. After seeing that the director was really angry, Bai Linger immediately lost her temper and started to use her usual little girl tactics, which was to remain silent. She was like sticky candy, and no matter how you scolded her, she would just hang her head and not respond. But the nails of her clenched fists almost pierced her palms. Li Nanfang, I am determined to make Director Zhang completely disappointed in me. I will quit being a police officer, and I will not forgive you. Snap! A thunder suddenly sounded from the sky, and the sky, which had been gloomy since the afternoon, finally couldn't hold back its tears, as if mourning for someone who was about to suffer a heavy blow. Chapter 37, Warm Candlelight Dinner. When it is cloudy and rainy, people are generally in a bad mood due to the weather. Especially for single young women like Yuzitong who don't go to nightclubs for fun after get off work, they can only go home in a depressed mood, curl up on the sofa and stare at the heavy rain outside in a daze. They can't help but start to recall some unpleasant things, which makes them feel more depressed and negative. Today was different. Mr. Yu actually drove home humming a little tune. When he saw the splashes of water caused by the wheels, he thought it was particularly beautiful. Even the shrill car horns that used to sounded so pleasant now. It was not until the car drove into the Villar's yard that she suddenly realized that she seemed to be very abnormal. This is so abnormal. Why should she be so happy? After get off work, all she wants to do is go home as soon as possible, just like a child looking forward to the new year. Could it be that it's because there is one more person in the family? TSK, how is that possible? I am in a good mood because it rained. Don't you know that the farmer's corn needs watering? This belated downpour is enough to give the thirsty land a drink. This auntie is concerned about the country and the people. By the way, that shameless scum, after seeing this auntie's car drive into the yard, why didn't he rush out with an umbrella to greet him? He looked so servile. After waiting for a while and seeing that the scumbag didn't come out with an umbrella to greet him, the general became a little angry. He snorted coldly before he remembered that there was an umbrella on the back seat of the car. Don't let me see you sleeping on the sofa in the living room, I promise to beat you to death. Yuzitong walked into the living room with a stern face, shook off the rain on his umbrella, put it in front of the door, pushed the door open and walked into the living room. The scumbag was neither in the living room nor in the kitchen, and the door of the guest room on the east side was ajar, so the clean wooden bed could be seen at a glance. Hey, where was he? Yuzutong was sure that he would never dare to go upstairs without her permission. After all, she had honked the horn gently when she drove into the yard. If he really dared to go to her territory and do bad things without permission, he would have run downstairs in a panic. After making sure that Mr. Scumbag was not hiding and trying to scare her, Yuzutong suddenly became inexplicably irritated. Could it be that he couldn't stand being with me and left while I was at work? Humph, it's just right that you're gone. He raised his foot and kicked the door panel once, then Mr. Yu kicked it twice more, and the pair of sexy high-heeled leather shoes flew out randomly, just like a good girl who was abandoned by a heartless man, lying on the floor miserably. It's good that he's gone. It's good that he's gone. This saves me the trouble of chasing him away. Yuzutong murmured, walked to the wine cabinet, took a glass and poured a glass of red wine, then lay lazily on the sofa as usual, with her two white little feet resting on the table, and took the remote control to turn on the TV. A football match was being broadcast. The Chinese national football team was playing against a Middle Eastern country where disaster victims were wailing. The team was playing at home, but they were trailing by a wide margin. The fans in the stands who loved them so much that they started cursing in frustration. Maybe influenced by his profession, Yuzutong also likes this kind of power sports and can barely be considered a pseudo-fan. In the past, he often stuck the national flag on his cheek and went to the scene to cheer for those players who had little ability but bad temper, hoping that they could die like a man tragically and heroically. Watching it now, she wants to curse. It wasn't like this before. No matter how poorly the Chinese national football team performed, she would not spit out a series of insulting words such as waste and idiot like she does now to damage her noble image as a favored daughter of heaven, and she even wanted to smash the TV. Go to hell, you bastards! Just as Mr. Yu raised the remote control and was about to smash it on the TV, the living room door opened and someone shouted in surprise, "Damn it, you are so heartless. It's raining so hard, and I went out to buy food for you in the rain so that you can eat more comfortably, but you told me to die. Hey, why did the Chinese national football team suddenly play so beautifully? TSK, 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 look at that number 9, how beautiful his flying tackle is when he falls to the ground. Yes, yes, kick it like this. Knock down these domestic refugees who can't even get food to eat and yet have the nerve to play football." My mood suddenly improved. I wanted to jump into the TV and kick a player from a certain country with my feet. But on the surface, I remained calm. I put down the remote control and looked towards the door. Li Nanfang was soaked all over. He was holding several plastic bags in his hands, which were filled with vegetables, meat and seasonings. There was also a plastic bag under his left armpit, with fresh green wild vegetables popping out of it. It turned out that he had gone to do some purchasing and did not leave without making any noise. Yuzutong raised his eyebrows slightly and explained calmly, "I'm not talking about you, I'm scolding those who play football." "Oh, I told you that you can't be so heartless. Go ahead and continue to curse me, and curse for me while you're at it. I'm going to cook." "Well, you're lucky today. I actually found some fresh shepherd's purse on their way back. It's a good thing, green, environmentally friendly and nutritious. Crack an egg into it and bake it in an electric griddle. The taste is enough to make even gods drool." Li Nanfang put on her slippers and walked towards the kitchen. When she passed a pair of high heels, she kicked them in front of the sofa and said, "Please respect my work in the future and don't throw my shoes around. It's not elegant and it makes the floor dirty." Yuzutong then realized that she had lived here for 2 years, and the floor, which she had just mopped when she cleaned the house for Li Nanfang that night, was much cleaner than when she left in the morning. Of course she would not admit her mistake, and pouted, "TSK, this is my home, okay? I can do whatever I want, what's your business?" Li Nanfang ignored her. Truly smart men will never argue with women about such things, because they can find 10,000 reasons to explain that they really don't need to cherish the fruits of other people's labor. It would be better to save some energy and make something delicious to reward yourself. After all, Mr. Li is a carnivore, and the light dishes suitable for Yuzutong, no matter how much he eats, will turn into something and disappear after an hour. Of course, Mr. Li was not stupid enough to go out shopping when it was about to rain. He took a taxi out when Yuzutong got off work. After buying things, he hid in the car waiting for her to get off work. No matter what he thought of Yuzutong, he now had to provide her with secret protection at all times. There was no other way. If anything really happened to this girl, he would not be able to explain to his master's wife. After following Yuzitong's car and driving it safely into their villa, Li Nanfang finally had the heart to appreciate the scenery on the rainy day and discovered that the slope behind the green belt was actually full of shepherd's purse. Humming a little song about a sister missing her brother and shedding tears, Li Nanfang quickly picked up wild vegetables and kept swallowing his saliva. He has always believed that cooking is like killing, and that it is worthy of his wholehearted treatment and should be regarded as an art. Strictly speaking, cooking is more important than killing. Only those self-righteous men regard cooking as a trivial matter that undermines men's dignity. How can they experience the satisfaction in their hearts when they make a good meal by themselves? Let Yuzitong do it. Damn, don't be ridiculous. Who would expect a woman who only has noodles in the kitchen to cook delicious meals? That person must have been kicked in the head by a donkey, or the food must have been soaked by rain. Do you want me to help you? Hearing Yuzitong's voice coming from the kitchen door, Li Nanfang, who was squatting on the ground picking vegetables, turned around and saw a pair of white feet in a pair of red crystal slippers. The red and white contrasted very temptingly. Then he raised his hand and slapped his thigh. Oh, I forgot. What did you forget? Yuzitong was startled by Li Nanfang's sudden surprise and asked quickly with concern. I forgot to buy 2 pig's trotters. Slowly cooking pig's trotters and soybeans is absolutely delicious. Hey, what are you crazy about? Why are you throwing your stinky shoes at me? Li Nanfang tilted his head, and the crystal slipper kicked by Yuzitong hit his shoulder. He picked it up and threw it back, shouting, if you don't want to eat, just say so. Stop being crazy, your feet stink. How many years haven't you washed them? Yuzitong dodged the flying slippers sideways, snorted coldly, hopped on one foot, and jumped to the sofa like Super Mario and sat down. If she hadn't seen the scumbag cooking, she would never have given up so easily. Who made him stare at her feet with lustful eyes and call them pig's trotters? Did she really think that Mr. Yu was stupid and couldn't hear that he was mocking her? You blind bastard, whose pig's trotters can be so white, tender, delicate and beautiful. Yuzitong thought about it, stood up from the sofa and quickly walked up the stairs. She didn't want to let this guy take advantage of her again, so she had to put on socks, thick socks. After Mr. Yu took a shower, sat in front of the bed with a notebook to summarize a proposal of the company, changed into loose home clothes and walked down, Li Nanfang had also put dinner on the table. A large plate of fried shepherd's purse with eggs, dry white rice, half a pot of fragrant braised pork that could fill a pig to death, green dried shrimps and rapeseed, which looked pleasing to the eye after being poured with sesame oil, plus a plate of lotus root in ginger sauce that was cut with great skill. Boss Yu, are you satisfied with the dinner I prepared? Li Nanfang, who must have eaten a few pieces of braised pork a long time ago, wiped his shiny lips and pulled out a chair for her in a servile manner. That's all, just make do with it. Yuzitong sat down slowly, even she herself was puzzled as to why she felt so at ease when accepting this guy's attentive service. Don't forget that they had just had dinner together this morning, and someone almost got killed last night. Li Nanfang didn't expect Yuzitong to praise him, so he smiled generously and asked, would you like to drink something? Yuzitong didn't object to having some red wine with dinner. It was said that red wine could improve beauty. But that was probably just nonsense from their wine sellers. It was a commercial ploy to coax women into getting used to drinking and forcing them to drink red wine. When Li Nanfang went to get the wine, the lights suddenly went out, and darkness instantly surrounded Yuzitong. There may be power outages on rainy days, which is not uncommon, but Yuzitong's family doesn't have any emergency lights or anything, so it seems he has to rely on the flashlight on his cell phone. As soon as she took out her cell phone, a warm red light came on behind her. Turning around, she saw Li Nanfang walking in with a candlestick with 2 red candles on it emitting flames. I heard that it was your 48th birthday a few days ago. I didn't know that. I'm going to give Aunt Yu a warm candlelight dinner tonight to make up for it. Li Nanfang came over with a giggle and placed the candlestick in the middle of the dining table. Yuzitong curled her lips and said, you are wrong. I am 88 years old this year. You have to call me grandma.